Silence. Nobody has to know who's here today. It's a secret. It's a secret meeting of white and black people. It's not KKK. It's just white and black people.
And Ukrainian.
Shut up. I'm white. For today, I'm white. Do not judge me. Because if you do, you are a very racist person.
Oh, you're racist if you call me racist.
I
Oh,
know, right? It's bitchin', man. It's bitchin'. Bitchin'. I'm gonna. Oh, it's streaming. Okay, I have to turn on the Doom now. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh crap! I lost it. There it is. I found it.
fail.
Found it. Found it.
Japan.
Okay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Mike,
Okay.
my man, you need to start doing announcements before each show.
Oh, you're right. Well, guys, it's like testing. It's like STD testing. It's like the stuff we usually do. And 1, 2, 3. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another M&B show. And today's host will be special people who have a lot of balls underneath their crotches. Today, joining you like a bitch, Brendan Coe. Please, Brendan, say something nice.
Hello, lovelies.
And for the first time to speak his mind in M&B show or probably anywhere else, like it, my bitch, Zach Smith.
Fuck you all.
You're so mean. Why would you say something like that? Anyway, guys,
Because they deserve it.
if you see something, I mean, not see, if you hear something behind us, fuck you. We're doing it live. People walking around here, nobody complaining. Enjoy the show. And just like you noticed, we're like bitches today. And the title says it all. The three Stooges are back and we're ready to take your questions and talk about shit that no one else will. Please, say something nice, guys.
Hopefully they'll be able to give us questions that are worth answering. Like something like, oh, what's your next project?
Yeah, we're not gonna talk about that. Let's not. Come on, let's be nice. Let's not talk about that. The point of this M&B show, guys, if you want to join us in M&B show, please say so. We will gladly make you our bitches for today, and you can likewise do the same to us.
It's like the title for Doom right now just got a giant super destructor with its balls.
Yeah, I'm cheating. I'm gonna be so, guys. M&B show back. Unfortunately, this is not the like last time. I said that this M&B show is going to be what you call it. Last M&B show before Reach Out. I lied. Apparently, I'm not gonna deny it. I lied. Deal with it. There's another M&B show. We just decided to do it because we can, and we have a bunch of topics we wanted to talk about, but we kind of didn't figure out whether we're gonna mention them or not. Because we kind of didn't realize what topics are. We're gonna make them up on the go, as I said. And Zachy kind of suggested we would do the Trayvon thing.
Oh?
Oh, yeah.
Trayvon thing. So Zach, you started it. Go for it.
I'll go for it. It's just, now that it's died down, it's really nice to kind of look back and see all the people who were earlier kind of saying, oh, it's such a sad thing. Personally, I honestly feel the whole Trayvon Martin thing, nobody actually got the truth out of fully.
Oh, he's white,
And-
so you can call him racist if you want.
Exactly, and I am super racist, by the way.
Yeah, he's
And
blonde, he's blue eyes, the full package.
The full package. I'm pretty much the stereotype. Anyways, so what happened was, I guarantee you that half the people who heard about the Trayvon Martin case believed the fact that the guy who actually killed Trayvon was white when he was actually Latino.
Boom.
So, yeah, most people didn't even know that and just automatically assumed it was a hate crime because, after all, that is what the media portray it as anymore. It's just, if it's a hate crime, it's automatically news. But, I mean, there are murders and stuff like that every day where it's just black people killing white people, Mexican people killing white people killing Mexican people, but you don't ever see those popping up on the news daily.
Only black people. Brandon, it's your fault.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, wait, you're half black. Never mind. Forget it. You don't count.
So, I mean, it's just a matter of the fact that if it's a hate crime, the media will do anything they can to get just any kind of source news on it. And the fact that they did that altogether, I just couldn't handle it, and I just laughed at it, really. I mean, people hated me for it, but I really don't care because it's a matter of truth. I mean, the only reason people cared is because they just wanted the attention from saying, oh, God, did you hear about the Trayvon thing? So sad. I mean, personally, it didn't affect them at all, and it wouldn't have either way. So the only reason they did it was just for the attention and anything else that came out of it.
Brandon,
So
since you're like half black, go ahead, say something.
Hello. I,
he said hello.
I didn't really have too much of an opinion on there. I didn't really care. I was just like, murder. Okay, that happens everywhere.
See, exactly. And then there are those people who would like do one like for punch the guy who killed Trayvon in the face on Facebook, and those are just where it gets really stupid. But that's Facebook for you.
I
If
want
you
to sound
did-
like a caring friend on Facebook.
Oh my god, we have to defend somebody because this person clearly has so much connection to me because, I mean, he's a kid and I'm a kid, so we have to do so. Did any of you two actually watch the trial or read official papers on the trial?
I read
Or
official papers on it. I didn't actually watch a trial. I wasn't gonna waste my time with that.
well, neither did I, but I kind of have a somewhat unique outlook on the thing from a perspective of a pretentious and condescending person, since I know shit or two here and there. If you believe it or not, the trial was not to determine whether the guy killed in self-defense, but whether what he did was murder. And the jury was not tasked with putting this guy on an electric chair. Their job was to determine whether he committed a murder. That's it. That's all it was. And evidence did not disprove that he killed the child and that poor 17-year-old person was a child to me. And the evidence just didn't pile up to be seen as a murder. Because, you know, it technically was not a murder. Because people kind of, you know, jury exists for a reason. Jury of who? Come on, I know you two know the answer for that. Jury of your...
Peers.
Oh, and Zach, be a smart white ass. What does peer mean?
Oh, there's a lot of things it can mean, but I mean,
In
hold
this
on.
case.
What? Maybe. But anyways, I mean, to me, peer means people that are associated with you and people around you, and that's kind of what I perceive peer as.
Yeah.
But once again, that's completely changeable by other people's opinions. So.
Actually, Zach, you kind of be incorrect here. It's not changeable by the opinion, not this definition. Jury of peers implies people just like you who have been called to do their civil service to determine the facts. There is no other definition of peer in this particular case. So there is no opinion. You were spot on. So you can be as pretentious as you want. You're right. And you know that you're right because that's by law. Hey, I took law classes. Minor in law. I'm an educated individual, even though I can't speak English properly. Kill me! Kill me!
Yeah, man. Have you seen his typing?
So what you call it? There's no denying he killed the kid, but it was not murder. It was does not murder. Not in. It wasn't a homicide. He did not purposefully took out his gun to shoot this kid because of X, Y, and Z. Evidence proved that the gun was in the holster when it was fired. Evidence proved that the fat man, this evil Latino or white, how most of the I don't want to be segmenting people, but I'm pretty sure most of the black community thinks the guy is white. And
I think most of the community in general.
oh well,
is
thank you
white.
thank you for putting white people on the same pedestal. Actually, I should have done that in the beginning. I don't know why I didn't do that. Oh yeah, I'm white. I'm racist. Forget about it. So, the guy was beaten to a pulp, in a manner of speaking, by a kid who's what? Okay, he's not 200 pounds like Mr. Zimmerman. But you don't have to be 200 pounds to beat up somebody who is 200 pounds. I'm sorry, I have a guy at work who's 5'3". The guy is as brawly as Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he can beat up the guy who's 6'5" at work with nothing. I'm sorry, I've seen it been done when there was an argument going on between the two guys. It happened. The 6'5" guy did not stand a chance. So you don't have to be huge to beat up somebody else who's huge. So let's throw that out outside of the curve right there. Second of all, the guy had his skull bashed into concrete. Now, tell me, guys, if, for example, somebody's beating you up so much that your skull begins to bleed, and you kind of see a pool of your own blood behind you, and you have a firearm on you. What would you do in the spur of a moment? You must imagine that you're angry, you're hurt, and there's somebody on top of you that has an intent to harm you, and you have a gun, and you hold out. What would you do, Brandon?
Well, if it were me, I'd probably just, fire away.
Zach, what would you do?
I'd kill him.
Mike, what would you do? I'm a cruel motherfucker. I'll kill him.
For
I
me,
live
I'd probably
okay.
just fire a warning
You see,
shot, just like,
guys, you live in a very nice rural neighborhood, quote unquote, right? Something that can be considered
I live in such
nicer.
a small community that the biggest crimes there are is apparently driving with the cell phone.
Oh, great. I live in New York City. I know there's a
Yeah.
lot of people who are watching. Not a lot. Okay, fine. Let's say one person who's watching this probably does not live in New York City. So I will tell you right now, New York City is not a perfect place to live in. It's full of things that are going on. And believe me, if I was in the same situation here in New York and there's a big black brawly kid on top of me, chances are I would fire away in self-defense. Now, a lot of people consider that what he did was not self-defense because he told the kid he was stalking the kid, apparently. Now, do you guys know anything about what he was actually doing?
He was neighborhood watch. I mean,
Do you
kind
know
of
any
his job to
details
make
on,
sure
on what
people-
what it means to be neighborhood watch?
I don't actually know the details fully. I just know that he was suspecting that the kid had something he was doing.
All right.
So.
I know a little bit about the situation. You mind if I kind of be condescending and pretentious and explain it to you guys?
Do it.
All right.
Go.
The case was that the neighborhood, it was a private a private community in the sense of speaking. It wasn't gated, not that I know of. Well, maybe it was. Maybe I just missed that part. But there was a lot of robberies and hooliganism going on in the area. A lot of looting. There were a lot of violence in that place. And this Mr. Zimmerman was an appointed neighborhood watch, a man who was working as a neighborhood watchman for quite some time. He had the authority to stop people and question them, especially people who seem suspicious. Now, the case that I heard of, obviously I'm white, so I'm racist or whatnot, but let's just keep I'm an immigrant. I don't know anything about the American law system too, so I guess I have the worst of the both worlds. But the case being is that he saw a hooded man he'd never seen in his neighborhood before, walking dark late at night, knowing that in his neighborhood there were lootings and hooliganism going on and violent acts. His job is to stop people, literally, who look suspicious. Now, I don't know about you guys. Honestly, I don't. But if I see a dark hooded figure walking around my house at night, and I know for a fact that 2 blocks down that way last night there was a mugging, I would get a little bit suspicious. How about you guys?
I'd agree with the exact same thing. I mean, every time I do, I always just give him this look through my window. I'm not really caring, though. I just kind of give him this derpy look like I'm...
Yeah, you guys, we're not neighborhood watch. It's not our job to go out and stop and question somebody, but this guy had authority given him by a police officer, by a police chief or whoever was in charge of neighborhood watch in his area. He was given permission. So, what if you were given permission to stop somebody and ask them a question?
Well, then
I'm willing to stop
you
that.
would, yeah, just be like, excuse me, but what the fuck are you doing here?
Oh, let's just remind people, we do not condone actions he took against the child and killing him. We don't think killing him was the right decision. What we're talking about is, can it at least be justified in a manner of self-defense? We're not condoning the murder of a... How old was he? 17? Whatever. We're not.
I think
We're not condoning the death of a person. That's what we're saying. But you can quote us. I mean, who cares? You can quote us. And
You guys
Yeah.
could quote us.
yeah, in a matter of speaking, I'll be honest. Yeah, I would definitely say that in situations like that, I would stop the kid, and I would ask him questions, and I would probably do my best way to perform my duty. Now, what happened was, well, at least according to the facts. I mean, I don't know. Everybody has their own opinion, but facts are somewhat important, at least to judges and juries, supposedly, apparently. So apparently, once he told him to stop, a gun was not drawn, forensically proven, and forensics is, it's science. It's not opinionated. And apparently, somehow, in between him asking the person to stop, the person appeared on top of him, bashing his skull into the floor. All right, let's suspend our belief for a second. Brandon, you walking down a neighborhood, dark at night. Somebody asks you, please stop and identify yourself. Logically, what would you do?
Logically, I would just, put down my hood and show my ID.
How about you, Zach?
I'd probably do the exact same thing. Maybe approach him a little bit more kind of formally and nicely, too, just to show him that you're not of ill intent.
Yeah. See, I wouldn't do that. I would keep on walking. I would. I'll be honest. I would just keep on strutting down the street. Why? Because I live in New York. So, it's a bit... It's a bit...
like in his case, hooded, the guy was probably walking, like, skulking, walking.
Well, remember, he lived in a private area where hooded people weren't a common thing unless they were muggers and whatever not the case was in his particular... At that time. Yeah, see, I wouldn't do that because I live in a place where everybody wears a hood, everybody works late at night, and chances are if somebody asks you to stop, they're probably not even talking to you. So, no, I would not stop. No, I wouldn't. However, if I were told X, Y, and Z, please stop, I probably would. See, I don't know exactly what Zimmerman said to the guy, so I can't vouch for the person. I just can't. But I would definitely tell you that I would stop if I was given official documents. But I would not jump on the guy and start beating him till death with my fists. Sorry, that is something I would not do because that's just not right. Now, we're all clear that what the actions we would take, right?
Yeah.
Now, let's go back in time and listen to the voice recording that the kid had said before. Now, he clearly states, white ass cracker. Now, tell me, is that racist or not? In your opinions, remember, for now it's opinions. Is it racist?
Well, in my opinion, it's only racist if it's taken racist, such as the same word of, like, saying nigger. But at the same time, since the hate crime usually works in that stereotype where it's always white people saying that, I assume that to most white people, they would consider that racist as well.
Oh, good. How about you, Brandon? Somebody just said white ass cracker. But, actually saying it not as a joke like I just said right now, but saying it seriously. Because I said it as a joke. It was a bad example on my part.
That'd just be racist to me. Whenever I hear it, whenever somebody says it, even if it's in joke though, I'm just like, oh, you're probably about the mental capacity of a 5-year-old.
Yeah. While we're on that tangent, what is your opinion on cussing? Let's go a little bit slang here. Cussing. Yeah.
For me?
Yeah.
I have a cousin.
Not a cousin. Cussing.
I don't know. I mean, I do it a lot myself, but I do it just to make things funnier. If there are people who habitually curse for, no reason other than the fact that they just want to sound like they can do it, then I just think, hey, you're probably an idiot.
Zachy, your opinion?
Yeah, I do cuss quite frequently, actually. It's more or less just to lighten the mood and make sure everybody knows that I'm not serious.
But
if I am serious,
around friends or in public?
Both, actually. It's just...
Damn, you're a cruel motherfucker.
Yeah, most people know that when I'm cussing, I'm usually just not serious, but if I am serious, I'm usually analytical and I don't cuss because I don't see the point.
Okay, so we have Brandon who cusses a lot when he wants to make a situation funnier. Zachy does the same thing. What I do, I curse. Well, come on, how many times did I cuss an M&B show? Seriously, come on. It's something that we do occasionally, but let's put a situation in the perspective. You are on a meeting. Let's say the meeting is about evaluation of your peers' project. Let's say they made a project about harmful effects of nitrogen on fishes who can't survive nitrogen. Yeah, it's a bad example, but let's just go with it. Let's say that you have a couple of critiques and problems with the hypothesis. That's, everyone knows what a hypothesis is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so how would you proceed with explaining said mistakes in the hypothesis to your peer?
Well, of course you wouldn't be so cussing about it. You wouldn't like just constantly say stuff like, "Oh, this fucking sucked." I mean, constructive criticism, of course, but I mean, there are those who don't even use constructive in the criticism. They just criticize.
Just to criticize.
Hmm.
Oh
For me,
no, I
it's
quit
just-
it.
There's no place for cussing in critiques.
Exactly.
Oh, you guys are so nice. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you don't just. It just does not feel professional to me when you cuss in the in the critiquing. Anyway, so we don't do it. And yeah, where were we? We were in Zimmerman case. We kind of did a tangent there.
We kind of went off. Just
Yeah, we kind of did.
Yeah.
So, where were we?
After that whole
Yeah, the racist bit.
Racist, yeah.
So now that you know he was somewhat racist. Okay, let's say he was just black, because apparently when black people are racist, they're not really racist. They're just black people.
they just don't know what other words to say.
Okay, yeah. Let's just say that's the way he was brought up. He was brought up to believe that all white people are white ass crackers. Let's live with that. How would you look at his actions now? Considering that he thought, most other people, that Zimmerman was white, and this white man just stopped him, yo, it ain't no cool, man.
Yeah, I'm sure they probably argued a bit and everything else too.
I mean, like the recording only was part of the actual film.
Yeah, we
so it
really
wasn't
didn't
full.
hear all of it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean, and the other thing is like that's out of context. I mean, they could have just drawn that out without seeing
Wait.
the rest
So,
of it.
are you telling me that people take things, cut them up, and present them to make it look like they're right? Who does
All the
that?
time.
Seriously.
People who have a sort of goal to make themselves look better.
Well, it's pretty much every single lawyer who goes into a
Yes.
courtroom.
Every single person trying to get their side bettered.
Because, let's be honest, wouldn't you like to win everything all the time?
Yeah.
And
That
what
is
does
a
little
lot.
lying do anyway? I mean, who cares?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Just
So-
the greatest examples in the world.
Yeah, it is. I actually have a really good story to tell that is a very good analogy for something that's been going on for quite some time. I'll tell you later, guys, once we're done with Zimmerman case. I mean, we're almost done with it. I mean, we already kind of pointed out the facts that the court case was about whether it was murder, not whether he shot the person, or what his punishment should be for shooting the person. Obviously, it wasn't murder. We sort of deduced that in some way, the Mr. Trayvon, what's his name?
Martin.
Trayvon Martin.
Martin.
That Trayvon Martin was the instigator in terms of that he started assaulting Mr. Zimmerman. We also figured out that Mr. Zimmerman did not pull out his gun first, thus making his actions more or less, in a way, self-defense against a 17-year-old child.
Yes.
We also deduced that you don't have to be 200 pounds to take out a 200-pound man. And we stated our opinion on the case as being the court case itself as being done properly by the jury of the peers, and we even defined what peers are. People just like you and me who have to take the oath. Remember, you have to take the oath to tell truth, nothing but the truth, and be objective, not emotional. It also calls being businesslike, believe it or not, when you're kind of objective and not subjective. Could you please define what objective and subjective is to our immigrant friends?
I don't know about subjective, but it seems objective means you have a mission you need to accomplish.
And you have to accomplish it without any sort of hindrance of personal stuff. Correct?
Indeed.
Correct. Great. Aren't we awesome? Don't you just love being smart? Smarter than some other people. Don't be pretentious. It's bad.
That's bad.
Let's
That's
get
bad.
Con.
Oh no, I fell. Oh, could somebody please look and see whether the stream is working properly?
Oh, it's
You
still
know?
working fine, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
great.
comments, yeah.
Great.
I know, it's so sad.
It is. It's so sad. Alright, so great. Uh, any closing statements? Okay, how about that? We do closing statement and then we do our own opinion what Mr. Zimmerman's punishment should be. So closing statements on the case. Remember, for now it's only the case.
On the case, it's just, I mean, it went as I expected it would. I mean, the guy was in self-defense, and it was, after all, just propagated to be a hate crime more than anything. And that's why it got so blown out of proportion. I mean, that is, after all, why it was all over the media, and the death of a white guy and another white guy, like 2 hours later, wasn't, so...
Dude, I was about to say exactly the same thing. There was murder of a white man by a black guy going out at the same time, and nobody knows about it.
Exactly.
You see,
so,
I
mean,
not even us, because I don't know what the case name is.
yeah, so...
I just know
it's
what's going on.
I don't know how it works.
Brandon?
Yeah, I think the court case and the ruling seems to have been fair. I mean, if it is self-defense, then he doesn't really have anything to worry about.
Great. Now opinions. Oh wait, my turn. I forgot. Hey, I have to say something. Yeah. There law exists for a reason. And definitions of law exist for a reason. Even freedom of speech has a definition, which a lot of Americans don't understand. And I say Americans, yeah, do something about it. Don't understand, and eventually come out abusing it or hurting themselves in the process because they can't properly use to use it. But I will tell you this. I'm in support of the verdict of the jury because I studied law. And you won't believe what people get away with because of the law. But in some cases, you have to follow it, because if you don't, your entire principle of your government, of your justice system, might as well go to hell, and you just have free reign for yourself, running around killing people and not getting punished for it. Because if you don't follow your own laws, what kind of chaos are you hoping to achieve? Because that's the only reason not to follow laws, is to achieve chaos. And if you're gonna undermine law, you're just an anarchist, and you should be hung by your entrails like they did in the mid-centuries.
Yeah.
Yeah, Doom, playing Doom. Look how much, so much blood.
There's so much blue cacodemon blood everywhere.
Yeah, I'm already on the next level. I'm awesome. And now there's super spider demon thing.
Yeah.
So, now, personal opinions. What punishment should Zimmerman endure, in your opinion? Remember, now law can go to hell. Your opinion.
If it were a punishment, I'd just say, like, some sort of cash fine, and that'd be about it.
Zach?
Well, to me, cash isn't enough to exempt a life being taken. So, I mean, personally, like I said, though, since it was a hate crime, it got blown out of proportion.
Wasn't a
compared
hate
to
crime.
Everything. Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying, though. In the media, that's what they pretty much said it was. That's why it was even on the media in the first place, is because they're like, oh, a black kid was killed by somebody. And so, therefore, they were just using that for ratings and viewers and etc.
Doesn't it sound familiar?
I know. But anyways, yeah, so the factor of that, personally, I think it should be the same as if it were any other crime. Since he did kill the guy, then he would get the exact same fee and punishment for murdering somebody. End of story.
Great.
I mean, just because the color of their skin shouldn't dictate how big their punishment is compared to somebody else's skin color.
That's a very good quote. My opinion, since it wasn't self-defense, it should be treated as lowest degree of murder possible. However, even that lowest degree of murder has to be shortened because of the fact that it was self-defense. Because even if you have manslaughter charges against you, still go to jail. You took somebody's life. So if anything, this should be considered as manslaughter. He got scot-free, right? That's the American saying. I'm sorry, I'm an immigrant.
Close enough, yeah.
Yeah, he shouldn't have gotten off scot-free. I don't agree with that. But he shouldn't be charged for murder. Manslaughter. That's good enough for me. And with that closing statement, oh, fuck killers and murderers. Just fuck them all.
Yeah.
It's the best way I can put it. But
Agreed.
Law exists for a reason. Let's not bitch and moan about hate crimes because that's not the reason why laws exist. To support or hate upon your definition of what a hate crime is. Right, Brendan, see if anybody wants to join or has any questions or quotes or whatever.
There is one by Peter Boswell.
Oh, and we know who Boswell is. What about him? What he wants?
He is asking if the live stream is open to join.
Yes, it is. As long as you have something fun to contribute. Meaning boobs and beer. But since he's British,
Both is preferable.
Boobs are preferable.
Oh, yeah, he did.
I'm asking him if he has anything he wants to talk about when he joins.
Oh, great. And in the meantime, I have a story to tell you. And I can't believe how fun this story happened. But I'm not gonna say it the fun way because I suck at telling stories. Apparently, you know, I'm an evil dick. But anyway, so I was in the park a while back, and I was with friends, obviously, and we were sitting down, you know, enjoying our time. And we noticed something really peculiar going on. Now, imagine these kids. We were around. It was a while ago, so I would say we were like 19. It looks like this feels like forever ago, but yeah, around that age. So we kind of were, you know, like chilling, medilling, and you see this 7-year-old kid, kind of arguing with another 7-year-old kid.
Okay.
And at some point, it didn't get violent, thank God. But at some point, one of the kids sort of lashed out, you know, like threw a little tantrum, walked off. The other kid was kind of calm. I was surprised that a 7-year-old can be so calm. And the other kid walked off, and he came back with like 3 or 4 friends. Now you have to imagine, you have one 7-year-old kid, and you have 4 7-year-old kids. You think something is going to happen. Now you guys, you were both 7-year-olds. You know how those things work out. You know, sometimes they go into little fist fights, which look like little toddlers fighting. But imagine that. I expect this 7-year-old kid to probably run or call for his own backup. You won't believe what happened.
What?
He looked at them. He turned around and he called for somebody. I forgot the name. You won't believe who came. Like, I thought it was gonna be a big brother or something, but you won't believe who came. How about you guess?
Little sister?
No. Well, I hope. Well, I don't think it was, but I hope not. But you know who came? A girl. You know what she did?
What?
She came. She took him under his arm. The guy looked at the 4 other guys and said, like, "Have a good day." I swear, I read his lips. "Have a good day." And both of them walked off. Just walked away. The guy and the girl just walked away. I was sitting there. I'm like, he's like, "I got pussy and you don't. What you gonna do now, bitch?" And he went off. A 7-year-old. I'm like, "Boy, you got balls." Oh. I was so proud. I'm like, respect, man. Respect. And he was black. Beat that, bitches.
Wow.
Oh, man.
That is fantastic.
It kind of reminds me of what's going on right now, if you know what I mean. It was. I enjoyed the situation.
That would have been hilarious to watch. I would have loved it.
It was. It was.
Oh god, I wish it was just resolved more like that. Just why would we even fight when we could just totally walk away with our girlfriends?
Yeah, like, totally. I mean, that can happen, but you know, when you don't have one, you call your boyfriends instead, and then you show off who has a bigger penis.
Oh, my.
Come on.
Later.
Yeah, it's like, my e-peen is bigger than yours.
Maybe you
E-penny.
need to register that with Aflac.
Affleck. Affleck.
I don't want to hear that in my nightmares again.
So, anybody has any topics while Mr. Boswell decides what he's gonna blab on about?
Hold on. Oh, I'm waiting for the Skype messages. Okay, he says, "Okay, I got some stuff. Can I join now?"
Bitch, you're so offensive, man. Come on, man, be nice. Don't you know if you're mean on the internet, you're a bad person?
Obviously.
Obviously.
Should I ask what, or should I just invite him?
I guess you can invite him. Why not? He's British. British people are smart.
We're in
Racist.
You are on your way to join this call. Here we go.
Oh wait. Oh, I hope what's his name is. Oh, there's one person last time. I got cut off. Remember? I hope it's not gonna happen today, but it probably will at some point. 2 hours.
Accidentally pushed a fucking button.
Yeah, I did push a button, but somebody had a. I didn't finish my little explanation about script writing. Well, when that person comes back on, please somebody tell me. I forgot the name of the person because I'm obviously I don't care. I mean, why would I care, right? I mean, the fact that I'm mentioning it doesn't mean I care.
Obviously. No.
No, obviously. So you guys have anything funky going on? Oh, wait, no, I wanted to say something. I forgot what. I am stupid.
Skype is lagging for me.
Oh.
Oh, Brandy.
Brandy. Did you know that brandy is a very delicious drink?
Yeah, my God, Brandon, you're more than meets the eye.
Oh crap! I forgot how to. How do I punch?
I
Oh,
think
Q.
No, I don't have this game.
Switch to
Never
your
played it.
fists, and then you
Hello, Peter's in here now.
Hello, Peter.
Okay, everybody quiet. Peter, say something in British.
Hello there.
That's it?
Hello there.
That wasn't fun. I expected more. You're such a disappointment. You should die.
Sorry to disappoint. I'm so
Oh wait,
sorry.
Peter. I'm sorry I have to say it, but
Yeah.
you're like my bitch now.
Okay.
Okay. Wait, are you offended?
No.
Oh Jesus Christ, man!
Why?
You should be. You should be, because you know you don't know us. You should be offended.
You just died on Doom. So.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I thought you died on Doom. You know, you just.
Yeah, you.
Probably not gonna die.
Peter, don't
does that
think.
guy ever do to
Don't think. Just don't think. Well, don't think. Okay, I have a topic, but Peter, since you joined in and you're British, and I love British people unless they're cocks or spotted dicks, you may say your topic.
Well, one thing I want to talk about is discretion, like not discretion, sorry, discrimination in the workplace.
Oh, that's a good one. But how many of you actually work here?
I used to. I'm not.
I actually don't. Unfortunately, I don't have a job, but it's something I'm still looking into. Unfortunately.
Great. I work, and I work in a. See, I really can't say exactly what, but we help military make airplanes that bomb people in terrorist countries.
You helped get rid of Osama. You helped get rid of Obama.
Obama. Yeah, right. So what exactly is your concern, Peter?
Well, the other day I'm looking at there's a YouTube channel called The David Pakman Show, which is all about politics and it's really interesting.
Oh my God! Are you telling me you are a teen who cares about politics?
I don't particularly care about politics. I try and keep up with it as much as I can.
That's called carry. Good job. You're a smart man.
So it was a while back, a couple of months ago. There was a story about this black woman, and she
In America
had-
or Britain?
America.
Mm-hmm.
She lives in the States, and she specializes in insurance sales business. And she signed up with Monster.com. She filled out all the credentials. She went to university, etc. She got a degree, and she just wasn't getting any job offers. So, and she figured maybe it's because of my ethnicity, because she was black, African.
And a woman.
So what she did was she created a second account on Monster. She changed the name, changed the number on there to a mobile instead of a home, and made her ethnicity white. She then got 9 emails for job offers and around 3 calls, all in insurance in the exact same state, in her area.
How recent is it?
It's a couple of months old. Hold on, let's see if I can find the video. That might help.
Well, I won't be able to watch it now. I mean, I'm killing monsters in Doom, so. But I know what you're talking about. So, do you know what state it was?
I believe it was California, but I'm not quite sure.
That would make actually a lot of sense.
California. Yeah, it's.
down in the southern states. They really still discriminate like crazy. I mean, I've seen so many Confederate flags down there.
Oh, come on, man. Don't you know? Yo, nigga haters people are always gonna be around.
Yeah, they'll always be around.
Until
Oh.
their generation dies off.
Yeah, you can quote me. Quote me.
I quote.
You know, I actually kind of like this topic. You know, it kind of more on a mature level. It's not on a how many pixels does it take to lick off a candy lock in a video game? I don't know what I said. I just said something funny. I was watching a story about Mr. Bean the other day, like how Mr. Bean came to life. Rowan Atkinson is a fucking genius.
I love him.
He's a beautiful man.
If there's one British person who doesn't love him, he's not British. I'm sorry. He's probably Irish and he doesn't like Britain that much. Anyway, well, since you, I mean, Zach, you used to work, right? Or
Yes.
you're not working currently. You're not employed.
Yeah, and I mean, when he brought up the whole discriminate in the workplace, I mean, I personally had to deal with a lot of that. Mainly since I was a 16-year-old teenager, they pretty much were like, oh, well, he's new to the work ethic, so we can do what we want. And I did a lot of things that were way out of my pay grade.
Oof.
But since I was in my kind of years of being 16, there wasn't really much you could just open up and say, hey, this is right, because then they could be like, well, you would know, blah, blah. So after a while, there was a few things that popped up, and my grandpa ended up in the hospital, and I was trying to call off the day so I could actually go visit him because I didn't know how he was or if he was going to make it or not. So I called my boss and I was like, oh, hey, can I get this first day I've ever asked for after working at least 2 months there? And I was like, hey, can I get just this day off to go check up on my grandpa, make sure he's okay and all that? And the guy's just like, no, and if you want to do that, well, then you're going to have to end up dealing with getting fired. And I was like, all right, well, in that case, my family's more important than this job for summer, so I quit. And I mean, after that, the manager ended up getting fired because
He's a duke. He's a
yeah,
dick.
pretty much.
How long ago was it?
That was last summer.
Last summer. Oh, Brendan, you never worked, right? So you really can't tell.
Right.
And your mom is stay at home.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So it leaves me, the oldest one probably in the group, the most pretentious prick ever. Well, okay, condescending, that too. So okay, I'm gonna sound condescending and I'm going to sound pretentious because I worked in a day camp 2 years in a row as a counselor. I worked on Wall Street in a big business firm that dealt with ranking other business firms. It was really, really. Imagine you're reading a newspaper. No, not okay. Everybody knows what Wall Street Journal is.
Yeah.
Well, we had a page in the Wall Street Journal.
I have heard of it.
Yeah, we had a page in the Wall Street Journal. Let's just say that. Big firm, hugest skyscraper, right next to 9/11. 9/11 World Trade Center. It was a few blocks, like 6-7 blocks away from World Trade Center. And I worked there as a not part-time. I worked there for a summer, full-time summer. The reason why I say full-time because I was part of a business group in my school, in my high school. And on our junior year, we were offered a position to work for the entirety of summer in one of the Wall Street firms, and whichever firms you got options to choose from, and I chose that one. And I was offered to stay there for more, but I kind of decided not to because do you know how hard it is to get to Manhattan from where I live? You know how early do you have to stand up? So no, I did not stay there. And then for the past 6 years, going on 7, I've been working at the same job placement, part-time, because I've been offered full-time recently, but I denied that because I'm going for a career, you know. But let's say if minimum wage, what is it, $7.50?
I heard it was supposed to spike up to 10.
No,
Maybe
well,
you should just lower
not
the
yet.
prices instead of hiring them.
Not yet. I don't think it's spiked up, but yeah.
higher.
Anyway, when I started up, the minimum wage was $7.50. Hello, Mom. I was getting paid 11 part-time as somebody who just came in on the job. And I worked there for 6 years. I obviously got raises. You know, I never been cursed at. We have Latinos working. We have blacks working. It's a family-owned business, but there's 30 people working there. And we have every single ethnicity except Asian. Why? Because no Asians live around that place. And if they do, they don't work at our place.
We're all in Chinatown.
Yeah, and I will tell you what.
I'll show you that thing on the Xbox later.
And I'll tell you what. Every single person who works in my place, of whatever ethnicity they are at, they are masters in some sort of engineering. So, discrimination really doesn't happen in my workplace. It's family owned. I mean, how can you discriminate when people you work with are technically speaking part of your family. You worked with them for like 20 years, 25 years. Yeah. So I worked in that corporation I worked in during the summer during my high school year. I also did not see a lot of sort of this inequality going on. But then again, I live in a progressive city, the city that is built upon diversity, where a woman can be just as powerful as men. Because my mom is a manager. Hello, first-hand experience. You know, my mommy gets paid twice more than her average white educated man would, because my mommy does her job the best. So, like a boss. So, to answer your question, Mr. Peter Boswell, you have a kick-ass last name. I'm just saying.
Thank you.
Is that if you live in like in hillbilly states, and I say hillbilly with full, what you call it?
Are you talking like Texas kind of thing?
Yeah,
or?
and a full prejudice in mind. Hillbilly states. Yeah. I love making fun of hillbillies. I don't know why. Who doesn't like a hillbilly with a chainsaw? Seriously.
I don't.
Especially
I like hobo with a shop.
Hello. Have you ever seen one of those chainsaws? Guess what noise they make?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Got it from, I swear.
Zimmerman.
I know I heard it from somewhere, and I bet I told you it. Or not. I don't know. It's run. Oh, man, we're racist.
I
Deal
don't
with
like
it.
chainsaws.
I don't like
These chainsaws were made in Texas. It's a genuine Texan chainsaw.
Hell yes. So yeah, I mean, I really could not say that I actually witnessed discrimination in the workplace. I've been fortunate enough to work in places that are civilized.
Yeah.
I wish there were more places like that.
Well, while we're on this topic, let's just be a little bit sexist. Who is better secretary, a woman or a man? Let's think logically. Remember, logically.
Say women.
Why?
Well, yeah, the more common thing is, like, the stereotypical thing is called women.
Well, think why. They have nicer voice. They're usually more polite. They listen to every word you say. They reply
usually
with
more organized.
yeah. They
more
reply to you
approachable,
with
for sure.
clarity.
Yeah.
They reply to you with clarity, cleanliness, and they do it extremely fast. Women are amazing at multitasking.
Yeah.
Men, on the other hand,
We're
let's say when I like
We're kind of just like, oh, dude, look at that. That's
We're
what I'm doing
trying.
for the
So-
day.
some
We're
of the things
trying.
I
We
do
don't
at
actually
work
do it, we try.
occasionally involve answering the phone. I hate doing that. I hate answering the phone. I don't like it. Why? Because I have to listen to somebody complain. No, okay, fine. I'm lying. Nobody
You have to
complains.
listen to us complain all day. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's different. Now you're talking to somebody from DEA Defense Agency asking you about a contract that about $1 million, and you have to make sure you get his name right, and that's kind of pressure, man. It's called pressure.
What is your name? I can't afford that.
Well, imagine you're holding $2 million in your hand, and well, you wish, and they're not your $2 million. It's your company's, and if you do something wrong, those $2 million go bye bye.
I would be getting out there, running to the hills, hiding in a concrete bunker for the next week.
And hoping the airplanes you helped build will not find you.
Yeah.
You're like that person.
Go into the system that you designed and make sure that they're unable to find you.
So yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Peter Boswell. I can't confirm that story, but I'm positive it happens. Positive, 100%.
Yeah.
And I mean, just like we said, some women are better at doing some things than men are not,
Yeah.
and vice versa. Because okay, everybody knows there's a woman soldier. Everyone knows there's women wrestlers. Everyone knows there's women managers, women president. I mean, Chancellor of Germany is a woman, Angela Merkel. But if you have a square, would you much rather fit into a square hole or a circular hole? Just because some women are squares doesn't mean all women are
Depends how big
squares.
the circular hole is, but yeah.
Oh my god, I
would
just
give
realized
it a
this.
Squeeze.
So yeah, I guess the point is some women are good at some things, but not everybody. The same goes for men. Same goes for men. All right,
Yeah,
Mr.
I mean,
Boswell.
and
when my
And it's
friends
not so
spoke
much
there.
of like a sexist stereotypical thing.
Yeah.
It just happens.
Well, I don't think a lot of people would see it as
It's
a
just a
stereotypical thing. A
factor
lot
of
of people
reality.
would see. Yeah, it's just a lot of people see it as that because that's how it's been for so long. Everyone's
Exactly.
like used to it.
Alright.
That's the problem.
What I'll tell you right now is
Stereotype,
that
it's like,
if a feminist watches this right now, and she hears us say this, she will definitely think that we're sexist.
Yeah.
To be
By the
fair,
way,
I
if
have
you
seen
hate us-
a male secretary just earlier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did too.
I know
I'm
that
not
there.
gonna lie.
I know.
Okay.
I know
It's
that
just a
there are
factor,
males
though.
that-
You're talking to a one that sometimes does the duty of a secretary, so it doesn't change anything. Well,
Yeah, I mean, and it's not so much about the fact that, yeah, of course there are still male secretaries. It's just the factor of, though, would you rather personally, on a level, approach a more approachable female secretary or a big, burly dude with a bunch of tattoos,
I like
piercings,
boobs.
and like,
I like
hair?
boobs.
I'm pretty sure
What
I'd be
what
like,
kind of guy
I'm gonna
would
go to
say-
that
okay,
secretary.
is that the kind of secretary you would hire, Brandon?
I would hire that secretary in a heartbeat.
I probably would, you know, like somebody would walk up, sir, where's the office? And you know, the big fucker would be like, floor 9.
Oh god, that big dude would make me cry.
Oh, I burped. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. Forget you.
Yeah, forget me, forget you.
Why do you want to forget me? What did I do to you? Okay, at this part, you'll see it. I always lose. I'm gonna save. If you played Doom 2, you know which part I'm talking about. Is that
I know what you're talking about.
you know, right?
I have no clue. I've never played.
Fuck!
Oh no.
I fell.
I never got to play the Doom series because my parents think it was too violent.
They were right.
Sorry, no. My mother thought it was too violent. My dad would have been okay with it.
Oh, yeah. Was your dad in the military?
No, my dad's a construction worker. But,
Okay, it's the same
I
thing.
don't think he really would have cared, to be honest. He plays violent games as well. I mean, my brother was playing GTA Vice City at the age of 12.
Oh god.
Well, he learned
And-
fast.
And then I started playing it, and the only thing, to be honest, I loved about at the time, I was like 10 years old, I was playing GTA, and all I was thinking of was, I can kill people, and I can drive a car.
You can also have
Oh,
hookers
my
in your
God.
car.
believe it.
And then I found out that if I get a certain kind of woman character in the game into my car, take her to a secluded area, the car would bounce for some reason, but my health would go up.
Oh, so guess what? She was giving you a
But I
massage.
also realized my money was going down. I was like, why is she taking my money? So I would get her out of the car, beat her ass down, and then take my money back, and then drive off.
Hey, don't
That's everybody's child.
don't you know that violent games make you violent, Mr. Boswell? Do you have urgency to kill somebody?
I wouldn't say they would make you violent.
Of course
they make
not.
you competitive.
Yeah, of course.
But
It was a
depending on
job.
how
I'm gonna
you
get the
use
highest
that,
score in
yeah.
killing everybody.
Yeah.
Damn right. All right.
Like, it's things like Call of Duty. I mean, they do make you more competitive. I know
Cock of
that for
Duty?
Sure. I mean,
I wish I would make more of the kids who play Call of Duty competitive in terms of schooling.
Yeah, no, make them actually focus on something important rather than yelling
it's like
at them.
in between like respawning sessions, you have to do a math quiz in between. That would definitely.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that will reduce
Like,
like
you're about
Oh,
to
that would
respawn.
make
What is
Call
the
of Duty
square
better.
root of 9?
Good job. Now please respawn.
Well, let's apply that to Machinima. A lot of directors have absolutely zero personality skills.
Yes, and if they do have personalities, some of them are negative personalities.
Oh, they're personalities that you want to just take a
No,
fist
sorry.
and take a chicken, and you decide which one you want to beat them with first.
I always.
Why can't you
I
beat
know
them with
for a
both?
fact I have
there
a
rubber chicken?
wonderful bitching
Okay,
personality.
let's say that. They're not exactly rubber, but they were in the freezer for a while.
Use a
that
chicken.
kind of chicken.
That kind of chicken.
All right, Brendan. Mr. Boswell, if you want, you can stay, of course. We always welcome British people and
Thank
other
you.
British things. Mr. Brendan, please check whether we have any questions, and if not, we can proceed with our normal topics.
Well, there is one question. It's like, is this on dose?
This,
On
if
DOS?
this is
DOS?
on DOS.
Is this on dose?
No, this is not DOS. I know what the... Okay, let me explain to you people who are...
DOS.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
People who are my age or older who realize that Windows was not always there for you. Windows did not exist there for you all the time. DOS was literally you going inside your computer And you know, like every single file you have in your video game,
Oh yeah.
but you don't see them. All you see is that icon on the screen.
Oh,
Well, a long time ago, when I was a young man, there was
long
such thing
time
called
ago.
DOS, where every single file you ever owned comes up in a nice blue screen you see in old movies, and you have to find that .exe file that Doom had. And when you find it, you like jizz in my pants, cause baby, I get to play this game on computer without a mouse. Without a mouse. Please get on my level. But no, but
Oh my, you just had to do it.
Yeah,
I did. I did.
Plus,
But
you can also tell it's not DOS though. 'cause,
no,
like,
this is not DOS.
graphics
Dude, look at
is so
look at the
much
violence
better.
here.
I know.
Original
lower
Doom.
level
You know what?
violence
Fuck
is
that.
so
Oh
much
no, I can't play the original Doom right now. I have to
Yeah.
redo stuff. I don't want to. It's not a waste of time, but I just don't want to waste time. But the point is, no, this is not on DOS. This is actually on something else that makes me kick ass. Yeah. Any more
Mikey's
questions?
own brand.
That was pretty much it. There was a comment before it about the amount of people watching, but otherwise,
Yeah,
no.
there was 3 people watching. Now
Dot,
4
dot.
people.
It's a double dot. It's not even 3 dots. It's
All right, somebody, come up
five.
with a good topic right now. Come up with a good topic. Well, I think of my own.
How about the golden age of gaming? Huh?
Golden Age. Actually, there's one thing I want to get off my chest. Actually, just briefly. You know when? Okay, so say a teen has just committed a crime, and he plays a lot of violent video games.
Okay, I'm not a teen, but
In
I did not
media,
do it.
They instantly go for, oh, this person plays violent video games. That's why he's so violent. No, he's violent because he's made that decision.
Oh god, you see, that ticks me off so badly. Cause remember the
The school.
yeah, Sandy Hook.
Sandy
Whenever they were talking about the way the killer went through the school, they were saying, "Oh, he went from classroom to classroom like it's a video game, going from level to level." And I was like, "No, that's just coincidental."
That's just
you prick."
coincidentally putting one thing.
That's
and
just
making it
apparently
seem
how he
like
did it.
the
It
other.
doesn't mean that he was inspired. He might have been
Um,
inspired, but to be honest, I hate the fact that they have to find something to blame other than the guy himself. If a person has done something wrong, it's their fault. Don't
But no,
blame
listen
it on
to
anything
this
else.
one, though. The best part about it that really made me like when I was reading it, I was actually intrigued to find out the reasoning behind it. And when they announced what game this guy played and what game they expected he was being violent because of, just ready for this?
Call it-
Mass Effect.
What?
What?
He played Mass Effect all the time, and they were blaming Mass Effect as
Mass
the
Effect.
shooter game that had caused him to think that he could go beat the high score of other players in
Yeah.
the real world and set a new record of killing
Okay.
people. That
I
first of
would've
all,
under- I
Mass
would've
Effect
understood
is
it.
fighting aliens, husks,
Yeah.
and all these. They're not even humans, let alone.
I mean, it's understandable if they had said Call of Duty or
Yeah, Call of
maybe
Duty.
Yeah, I know. Like,
Maybe
if they're
Battlefield.
anything shooting
But
other humans,
Mass Effect?
sure. But Mass Effect is literally
Yeah.
there's like almost no human fight scenes, if any. I know there are a few in between, but there are like
Yeah.
hardly any, and it's just
Like
like
what you're shooting is fictional things. You're not killing actual human beings. You're killing fictional, made-up alien species.
not
That
to
are just
mention
completely made
the
up.
whole leaderboards thing. They didn't have a leaderboards till Mass
Yeah.
Effect 3, and this was before Mass Effect 3 came out. And so the whole idea that they even made that up was just a full-on knowledge that they were actually just trying to
They're
find
just
a
trying.
way
Yeah,
to
they're just trying to
pin
put
it on
yeah,
something.
Can I add something?
straight down.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh crap! This game has such loud noises. I'm playing another game now, but there is absolutely zero correlation between violent video games and violence in people. That's coming from a person who took 4.5 years of a subject that deals with issues like this and has a degree has a degree in this said field. There is zero evidence of correlation, and there's zero studies
Yeah.
done that would support this thing. And when I say zero studies done that would support this, because there is no accurate way to determine whether a video game causes somebody to go shoot up a school, or the fact that his mother was not the best mother in the world, or
Yeah.
that he was abused as a child, or that he was a loner, or that he has a inherent birth defect, or that he had numerous other mental issues that contributed to his actions. Please get on my level. I did it again. Shut up.
Get on my level.
Get on my level.
Wow.
Honestly,
See, see,
Zero.
the thing is, if people really were influenced by video games and they decided, oh, I'm gonna do that, then people would have been killing people in airports. That like gamers have been killing in airports because of Modern Warfare 2.
I know. I mean, that
Yeah.
one scene was so controversial, and it
I
was
know.
the reason why. That was like the reason why it was banned in Australia, because it was a
Yeah.
full-on massacre of people. And it's just
Australia
like,
has a lot of sensory things. Like I
I
remember one time.
know.
you know
one
why?
time-
Because of
and
you
in
Brits.
well,
You
in
send all the
Germany,
bad people to Australia.
like they banned Wolfenstein. I think it was Wolfenstein or something because they had the Nazi flag, and you ended up battling Hitler.
Actually,
Yeah,
for
pretty
Australia
much.
and Germany, they changed the hit to a robot Hitler, to a robot enemy, and they actually are not gonna allow Saints Row 5, right? No,
Yeah,
Saints Row 4 in
no,
the game.
Saints Row 4.
Yeah, they will not allow it in Australia, and I think
Yeah.
Germany is also trying to suppress it, but I'm sure they're gonna do some things for Germany to blah blah. I love Germany. Yeah, the boot is awesome.
Oh, yeah, you like to
But
get
yeah,
the stuff. Let's go fly in the yacht.
Once
There
again,
we go, I'm back.
well, I will tell you what influences a lot of people, and Zach and I talked about it actually yesterday, as well as Brendan and I. Internet itself. You can blame internet for a lot of violent things, because
Damn furries.
yeah, I mean, who wouldn't want to have fun with a dog?
Brandon, no.
It's all about the furries.
Ah, Venomon.
But yeah, okay, can somebody check if the new game I'm playing is working on the stream?
Yeah, what are you playing?
That's Rogue
Yeah,
Warrior.
what are you?
That's a failed
Rogue Warrior.
Ubisoft title, because it's actually voiced by Mickey Rourke. Rourke.
Mickey Mouse.
It's actually pretty cool in terms of that. But I'll tell you right now, the game is crap. This game is complete and total shit. You really don't buy it. I bought it for.
That never got Guild Wars 2 to work.
Yeah.
Oh well, I know I got it to work. It's just I have to tune it up, and I don't want to play it. Honestly, for now, I don't want to play it. There's nothing new.
Terra, Mikey.
I don't want to play Terraria either.
Terra, not Terra.
I don't want to play Terra. It sounds like a stupid game about Earth and dirt.
Alright.
No, it's not.
I know what Terra is. Relax.
I kill you.
I mean, back on the subject, I mean, earlier, before we went into the whole internet's the reason, I mean, the one reason they tried correlating the whole Sandy Hook thing with video games is because earlier Obama had passed bills to try testing video games to see if they were causing violence, and he couldn't. So this was kind of one of those like, oh crap, we can get 2 for 1 if we use this Sandy Hook thing for something against video games. And it ended up failing miserably, so I mean that went there. But back to the internet thing, I mean, the reason you can tell that the internet's a bigger problem when it comes to violence is because, I mean, there's a site literally called, what is it, cracked.com or something? And all it is, I don't know, I know that one of my buddy's dads used to watch all the time, and it's literally nothing but like people getting killed, ran over, like it's a pretty much it's a gore site, and it's got like a bunch of terrible things
Mikey
on
right
it.
now is deleting his history and just
Yeah,
sweating.
he's like, and nobody needs to see this. But no,
He's
seriously,
like,
there are
yeah, I
like
mean, no,
Wait, what? I'm so
I don't
confused.
know what that is.
It's right next to the unforgivable porns.
unforgivable porn.
Wait, what?
Exactly.
Unforgivable porn.
What happened?
Yeah, that's
Nothing.
Not I.
nothing at all.
Wait, the game is not working?
No,
No,
the game's
no,
fine.
Oh, you're just
No,
making
the
fun
game's
of me.
fine.
You're making fun of me? I have to go on YouTube and post a video about you, man.
Yeah.
Post a video about some of us. We're all assholes.
Hey, Mr. Boswell. Wait up. Mr. Boswell, do you agree to join our fraternity of internet assholes?
Well, I'm not. Well, I'd probably be the down-to-earth sort of. Come on, guys, let's not do this.
That's me. Sorry.
That's
Oh,
bad.
okay.
It's too late.
I'd be willing to join. I probably won't do well, but hey, yeah, why not?
Yeah, British people are never assholes unless they're 12 years old.
No, we just drink tea and laugh at you.
Hey, I drink tea too. I'm not British. You don't have a monopoly on tea.
Do you drink tea with the princess and the queen?
Bless you.
There is no princess, you
Yeah, I know.
Damn it, Zach! Stop sneezing like a prince.
I did it. That was Mike.
I didn't do it.
Princess.
Who sneezed?
I was like, achoo!
You know I sneeze like a man.
I turned into a
Sounds like-
Pokemon halfway.
that's not a princess sneeze. That's a Pikachu sneeze.
Achoo! Pikachu! You're a Jew? What?
Just fucking lightning out of his ass.
Sue me.
Lightning boogers.
Lightning. Ow, shit. Ew, ew, ow, ow, ew.
They gross you out and hurt you at the same time.
Oh yeah, so we were on an internet topic,
Ultimate
right?
weapon against
How
teenage girls.
Yeah,
internet,
you're on the internet top.
yeah, how internet affects little children online a lot.
You know, personally, I don't think, like Squeak. Okay, here's the thing: you go into Call of Duty. This is a thing that's usually comes up, and you go into one and you find an angry, like 10-year-old kid playing the game. What the fuck are you doing in this lobby? What are you doing in this game? It's an 18+ game.
To me, I 1v1 you!
Exactly. Like, are your parents really that freaking stupid that they would buy you an 18 game and not think it won't affect you?
Hey,
Suddenly
Peter
you're saying
Boswell.
words like
Peter Boswell. Welcome to America.
Stupid gets stupid.
Stupid,
That's stupider.
stupid to the square.
You think you won the revolution? Well, think again, fuckers.
I've been watching the entire time.
Watching the entire time.
Yes.
Enjoy, fuckers.
Don't you want to have a queen now?
Where's your god now, America?
Oh,
Good
well,
luck with Obama. Even David Cameron's fucking up. He left his daughter. He left his young, like 6-year-old daughter in a pub. What the hell is wrong with you?
Okay, what's wrong with a pub? I love pubs.
pubs are pretty
No,
nice.
it's not that. It's the fact that he left his daughter there.
He
Jesus,
left his
6 years old.
daughter there.
How much I love British people and their daughters.
Although personally, I don't see what's wrong with taking children to a pub. I mean, when I was a child, my dad used to take me to my local pub all the time, and I had a great time.
All right.
It was always fun.
Since I just read about it, I have to ask you, Mr. Peter Boswell. Are you excited about the new Doctor Who? Actual Doctor.
Oh god, this is a British dude. Doctor Who is like their everything.
Believe it or not, some few idiot people.
Yeah, some people. It's not for everyone in Britain. But
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh
I,
god,
miss,
I mean,
I do prefer David Tennant over Matt Smith. I do like Matt Smith, but I prefer David Tennant.
David Tennant is the
David
kick-ass.
Tennant is
He
like-
was in Harry Potter. You can't beat that.
You can't
Exactly.
beat that.
Even though it was one like the first shit one that I think personally, I think Harry Potter declined after Act 4. Like 1,
Yeah.
2, and 3. Yay, great job! You had Gary Oldman as Sirius Black. Genius.
It was. It
And
was.
then number 4 came along. To be honest. I
No,
think
what's his
the
name?
best
The
part about
the
that-
werewolf guy was also good.
Lupus?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Lupus
Lupin.
Romulus, I think. Remulus?
I think it's something with an R.
Romulus Lupus.
No, it was Remus.
Remus.
Remus Lupin. That's it. Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're not geeks about Harry Potter.
Yes,
I am. I have all the books.
my brother was so into that. Like he had all the books. He was just like he
He's loving us all.
I actually read a Harry Potter fan fiction the other day with
Oh,
David
God.
and Dan.
Was it one of those?
It was-
those, you know, sexual oriented?
It was.
It was like-
actually
oh,
apparently. It's supposed to be the worst fan fiction.
Oh yeah, wasn't it the one where it's like, oh my poor Draco, because you know Harry.
Yes, there it is. Yeah, yes,
Yeah,
yes. The
that-
one where the girl had like terrible grammar and they were all vampires.
Like, yeah.
It was the
Why not
worst
be Harry Potter?
thing ever. I mean, freaking Dave brought it up and
It was the
Daniel
Twilight of the Harry
was over it, pretty much, and it was just so terrible. We had to stop somewhere between like 20 or something because it had 35 and we couldn't even understand the grammar at around 20. So she was getting progressively worse as the story was getting on. Like she always had to like tell you what she was wearing too. Every time she changed her outfit as a character, she would give you
Just
every
gonna go
single
change
detail.
my outfit.
Yeah, pretty much. Like
I'm
every time
back.
she went into her room, she would be like, "I put on a black leather top and a 710," and every single time she went and changed, she said every single thing she changed into.
She's a slut.
It was the only thing that she had that was any correct grammar. It was all her clothing that was good. The rest of it was terrible.
You know what made it so much better, Zach?
What?
This is my swamp.
Oh my god, if Rebecca did that, I would have cried. Just like, it was all over then. What? Oh, it's awesome.
He's a Leviosa for you.
Leviosa.
Leviosa.
Ah! Leviosa.
Leviosa.
Oh god, it was terrible. I really loved it. But
Was this like just to ask? Was this girl like? Where was she from exactly?
Not Britain. She's not from Britain.
Not Britain, clearly.
I'm pretty sure she was actually from a state in the U.S. or something. But it's literally labeled as the worst fan fiction on the internet, and I can see why after hearing it from Daniel when he does read-throughs. It's beautiful. When we have him read things like read Shrek stories and stuff like that, and all that, and those are always hilarious and fun. When we did this, by the time we were around 20, I'm serious, we were to the point where it wasn't really fun anymore. We were just trying not to laugh at the grammar, and he couldn't even like read sentences right. Like
You couldn't even finish it.
Voldemort and Harry Potter were vampires or something, and Harry
They
was
embraced each other, and Harry was licking the non-existent nose on his face.
I was like bald, non-existing balls.
That's a new sentence that you can add to.
She had crap vampires before Twilight. Fuck.
yeah, they did.
This is the first time you could say Twilight had a better love story. What the hell?
Twatlight?
Actually,
Love story
no,
than
I did
Twilight.
say that. It is actually a better love story than Twilight because it makes you laugh at least.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, so. I mean, I looked at this
No,
comparison.
I think Twilight could have been improved if they didn't have Kristen Stewart.
No,
as the
it could not have
heroine.
been improved. Stop
could
trying.
not have been
Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it. It
They
could not.
Tried to get Emma Watson on there. Maybe.
Emma Watson
maybe.
would be the only.
It would ruin her career. It
It
would.
ruin her
Probably,
career.
yeah.
though,
It'd be like me trying to do a role for, I don't know, one of those newer
This is
directors.
literally okay. I'm gonna do a summary plot of all the Twilight films. I'm a werewolf. I'm a vampire. Which one will you choose? I'm pregnant with the vampire. Okay, I'll marry your child then because I'm a werewolf.
And a push
Everybody's fucked up and beautiful.
Everybody's happy, and it's called something known as.
And
the child might be
everybody's
furry,
so
so-
emotional.
I don't know about you, but I'm pretty sure nobody's gonna bite an umbilical cord to snap
Yeah.
it.
The weird thing, the weird thing about it is that the main hero, Edward, the guy who plays him, I can't remember his name now, was in Harry Potter 4 as well.
Uh huh.
Yeah, he was Edric.
Killed off.
She was Cedric, right?
Cedric.
Yes.
Stop it!
Cedric Diggory, which I think in the book he sounds a lot nicer. In the film, he was a prick.
Oh,
At least Snape was the only one who kept character.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right?
At least he was supposed to be a dick.
I knew at the end, even though he was a dick, I still cried a bit when he died.
listen. If you ever watch Die Hard, you know who Snape is really inside.
Snape is really.
Or if you watch the Harry Potter movie, not Harry Potter, the
Hold on,
other.
we're getting into like a big fanboyish Harry Potter.
No, if you watched the bad version of Robin Hood, well, it wasn't bad, but version of Robin Hood with what's his name? Fuck.
Errol Flynn.
No.
Oh.
What's his name? Okay, that one is no. Man in Tights was
It
good.
wasn't the Disney one. That
No, it wasn't the Disney. It was the one with. Oh fuck. Oh Jesus Christ! Wait. The black
like
guy,
old
the god,
and white
the
god?
black god. What's his name? Morgan Freeman was in it.
Morgan Freeman was in it.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't even.
Morgan Freeman was in.
My name is Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, Robin Hood, the King of
My name
Thieves.
is Robin. My name is Morgan Freeman. I steal from the
name
rich
is Robin.
and give to the poor. Robin.
He steals from the British and gives to the poor. Yeah, that's about right.
Hey, just because our economy's slightly better than yours.
Okay, there's
Really?
a question on there that's like, do any of you guys like Dreamcast?
What the fuck is Dreamcast?
Oh my god! I remember the Dreamcast. That was such a fun console for me. Like,
I vaguely remember Dreamcast.
it was the only gaming console I played on that had the epic mech games that I loved
Epic
playing.
mech games.
Because like it was like, you know, freaking anybody ever played the latest Dragon Ball Z sort of games where it's just where you
Yeah.
can
No.
up and
No.
attack other people in the air and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There was a mech game similar to
Connect.
and
Connect. No, not Dragon Ball. Connect. Oh dear. God.
I'm sorry, I was an immigrant from a country where there was no Dreamcast, so yeah.
Well then, for my
I know we had Dreamcast. I'm pretty sure we had Dreamcast, but I never played it.
yeah.
My childhood was full of
I had a Nintendo.
The 64.
Yeah, Nintendo 64 that I had.
For me,
My childhood was filled with Zelda and Spyro the Dragon, so I'm
Alright, I'm with
Crash
you on
Bandicoot.
both of those
You're
too.
not
I
for
played a
this-
lot though.
because I never got a chance to play Zelda.
I don't see what's so big about this franchise. It's being praised left and right, but I just don't see it.
Alright, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I get mad because it's actually, I think, what, the 25th anniversary for Zelda?
Yeah,
Or,
yeah, it is. Yeah, I think it's around the 25th anniversary for Zelda.
somewhere around there, and it's also the 25th anniversary for
Metroid.
Metroid.
Yeah. And yet no one gives a shit about Metroid? But why?
Wait, I think Zach cut out.
Yeah, I think he did.
Oh well, guess it's time for me to talk about whatever. Ah! What was I about to say?
Hey, you kicked him on purpose. It's all you.
He'll be back. They always come back for more.
Always.
I was gonna say, I never got a chance to play Legend of Zelda, but I got a chance to play Spyro. That I only got to play the first one though.
The
because
Barney wannabe?
The one that I played was the second one, which I prefer because it has a little more story to it, which I like.
Yeah, the first one was nice. It was just like,
Yeah.
hey, all the
It
dragons.
was kind of like you know, well, it was kind of like the basics. Like it was an engine that they just created and then they expanded upon it.
Yeah, and then I played the demo for the second one. You know, I had like Spyro's skateboard
Yeah.
and shit, and I was like, that's cool.
Yeah.
I never got to play it though, because I would never be able to buy it. So I was just like,
Yeah.
ah. And then I saw like the third one, which gave them like fire and electricity and ice and darkness. And then
Oh my god.
I find out later on as the games go on, they start going into offshoots where it's like darkness powers and he has a super bad mode.
Yeah, I think the original trilogy was by far the best. The new ones where they've got
There's giants.
yeah, no, not those ones. The ones before, the trilogy before, but not Skylands. I was more thinking, you know, the last trilogy where they had Frodo, the guy who played Frodo, as the voice actor for Spyro.
Oh,
What's his face? I can't remember now. Jesus.
yeah.
just say
They had
Frodo. Everybody knows who Frodo is.
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah,
knows.
everybody knows him as Frodo. You don't need to know.
Hey, Zach is back.
Oh, and they also had
Yeah, sorry.
They had Wayne Brady as Sparks, which was awesome.
Sparks. Oh, dude, Spyro was like one of the first free roamish kind of games I played, and I loved
It
it.
was, yeah. It was one of those first, like, the free roaming ones.
Open world kind of sandbox
Kind
things.
of
I
open,
mean,
yeah.
it was still kind of linear, but they gave you room to run around, and you hardly
it was
see
a-
that in
yeah.
games anymore.
I mean, what they had at the time, like Crash Bandicoot, it was kind of open world,
Yeah.
but it was more set level design, and you went into the
Mhm.
level, you did that, you came out, you went into another one.
Okay. Well, I mean, I didn't play as much Crash Bandicoot because I was too busy playing a different open world game, Digimon
Ratchet
World
and
1.
Clank, Digimon.
Digimon!
Digimon World
That's
1.
I hated
Nice.
PlayStation so much, I never had one. I still
I
don't.
love
Poor
PlayStation.
you, Mikey. Everything you say makes me sad for you.
Oh, it's okay. Remember, I'm just an
I
immigrant.
remember we had the PlayStation 1 for a good number of years, and then we finally got a PlayStation 2 for, I think we got it for Christmas, and I think I can't remember now, I think it was 8 or 9, and my brother is 4 years older, so figure that out. And then, I actually had my first PlayStation 2 stolen. And it had my Spider-Man DVD in it as well.
And they say Britain is a safe country.
I know. And then we got another one, actually insurance. Woo! And I
you
still
have
have
insurance on the PlayStations?
we had insurance in the well, we
Wow. Okay, so
had we had homeowners insurance. which
Homeowners,
allowed us
yeah. I was
to-
about to say, there't no
Yeah.
actual insurance for it.
I was gonna say I need to go live in Britain now.
No, but we had like homeowners insurance, which allowed us to get replacements for anything that was stolen. Like literally, the people like they literally all they did was steal. They went into the front room through the window, stole the PlayStation, and got the fuck out. They didn't go anywhere else in the house because there was some money in the kitchen, and they didn't take that. So
Wow.
You just
they were like,
Only about the PlayStation.
it was probably like some parents that were like, okay, we need to shut the kids up for a while. What should we? Look, those people have a PlayStation. Let's go steal it.
But is
Right,
it
here's a
illegal?
PlayStation.
Oh, no, it's fine.
okay.
Is this legal? Shut up, Mary.
Does anybody else? I got the PlayStation 2 because of one game series in particular, Jack and Daxter.
Yes.
I know.
Ratchet and Clank.
Ratchet and Clank, Jack and Daxter.
I love those guys. I'm really sad that I don't have a PlayStation 3 so
Two.
I can play the
Oh, I was ticked off. I was following Ratchet and Clank from the very first game to like
Me too.
Deadlocked, and then they switched to PlayStation 3 only games, and I was like, fuck, I can't play it anymore until I got a PS3, and I don't.
I still have all of the original Ratchet and Clank games on the PlayStation. I have number 1, 2, 3, and Gladiator. I think is what I have.
I don't even have my PlayStation 2 or any of its games anymore because I had to say goodbye.
I kept a hold of them. Well, most of them. I have some of the best ones, which are like my the Yu-Gi-Oh games that were on it.
Oh,
Yu-Gi-Oh
dude,
fan, by the way.
God.
I still have cards.
Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Have that.
Somebody you like who wants to join.
Who?
In my opinion, one of the greatest
The guy
Star
who
Wars.
put up DOS?
Who?
The guy who put up DOS, Johnny Redcrow?
The what?
Johnny Redcrow. He was like asking if Doom was on DOS, and he brought
Yeah,
up.
the guy in the comments section.
But I don't know that guy in the comment section. Well, wait up. Does he have a topic?
I'll ask him.
Something we can talk about that is not involving PlayStation because I'm getting sick of tired of hearing it because I hate PlayStation.
He hates PlayStation.
Wow, he has a really awesome profile pic. He has like lots of epic
Tits?
hairstyling
Oh.
going on.
My one's nice.
That's your kind of guy, the anime guy.
Yeah, that behavior.
Mine's a
But no, I mean,
Halo Reach.
overall, I liked the PlayStation for what it was, which was the ability to let me play the games I liked. And
Yeah.
that's why. I mean, it was on Xbox too. I just didn't know Xboxes existed at the time since I had only
I
been
knew
introduced.
Xbox existed. I would go around my friends and we would play like Halo 2 multiplayer and Halo
See,
multiplayer.
what the hell? Everybody else was all like, yeah, I played Halo 2 multiplayer. I didn't know an Xbox existed till I saw an Xbox 360 and the frickin' storm level on Halo 3 where you fought a frickin' scarab. I mean, when I saw that and those graphics
It was like,
on this
holy shit.
console, I sat there with my jaw on the floor and I'm like,
Yeah.
what is this glorious
I actually,
thing?
the only reason I actually got my Xbox 360 is because I wanted to do Halo Reach Machinima. That was like one of the only reasons why I wanted it. I was like, I must get it so I can create Machinima, because
Good job. What? I had to comment something funny?
I was watching Red vs Blue and I was like,
I want to do that. Uh-oh. People are cutting out. I have to check. La da da la di da la di da. We be calling them right now. Yep, some difficulties. Brandon may be cut off. Maybe, maybe not. We will see. But yeah, so far actually it's not going that bad. Actually, I'm gonna go and actually find out what the comments are because I'm curious. I'm a curious George. Live events, live events. Let's see what is going on in there. Oh, it lagged. Yeah, Skype lagged out. So we will see what's gonna happen soon. Yep, still kind of deadish. Bring us back where? Some difficulties. There you go. Alright, it's time to get all them good people back. Yes! Alright, let's see. Call. Skype call. There we go. One down.
I think.
Call. How to invite people to a call? See, I never do this stuff. That's what I have Brandon for. Add people to this call. Brandylocks.
I can invite Brandon. I don't know about Zaki.
I'm inviting Brandon. And now I'm gonna invite Zachary. Zachary Smith.
Zachary.
Oui, say it in the French way, you British person.
We shall bring back Zachary.
Indeed. Alright, let me go back to see what people want. Severus Snape, Professor and Lover is a story about... Oh, Animalius, shish. That's another British person.
Story about Snape going to the Teletubby land and has sex with Teletubbies.
Okay,
You
that
read that
sounds
too, right?
so
Yeah,
weird.
that was just
we just read that.
Yeah, I just did.
I saw that earlier, but I didn't want to say anything.
I would be frightened if I was one of the Teletubbies. Although apparently I think Tinky Winky would be okay with it since he has a purse.
I
So.
would be pretty okay with it. I'm not gonna, I think they all would be, because I mean,
Yeah.
they could get any video they want on demand.
I think the main reason for that is they're trying to add a gay aspect to the children's show just so they're not, in trouble.
Yeah.
Add to
When
group
they
call.
find their
It's
kid
okay,
show.
Tinky Winky's gay. It's absolutely
Tinky Winky.
fine.
Is it fine? I don't think it is. Well, who cares?
No.
I'm joking.
cares, Mike? Who cares?
Nobody cares, Michael.
I'm so sad. I want to die. Cut my wrists. Cut my wrists.
Oh,
I actually had some serious topics, but I really don't know how far they will go.
well, give them a shot.
I'm just currently looking at you and Brandon's Skyrim helmets. You're the bear and he's the chicken, and
Yeah.
both me and
We have
Zach
new
got
nicknames.
Halo. We got the Halo. Thumbnail.
It's Halo versus Skyrim. Oh no.
Yeah. Halo 4 and Reach versus Sky. I was actually playing Skyrim before I was talking to you guys. So.
Oh,
Squidum.
Squiddo.
Squidum. Squidum.
Where's it?
Okay, you know who I love? Dan Bull,
Oh my god.
the Doggleby guy. He is the best.
Dan Bull.
Doggleby.
Dangleby you like.
He raps. That's how cool he is.
raps. He's that cool. Him and Dan Green. I mean, I know Peter might know who Dan Green is.
Who's Dan Green?
Dan Green. Sounds sort of familiar, maybe. I don't know.
It's time to do.
That's Dan Green.
Okay, now I know.
Yeah. He's the guy. He literally voice acts for pretty much every main character you can think of from your childhood. I'm not even kidding. He's seriously like what? He's Yugi.
Kaiba.
I actually think he played Kaiba for a bit before they finally got another actor.
The emo guy. Oh, that guy is so emo. The one who plays
That guy is so
Kaiba.
emo.
Yeah, he
I
is.
want you to
Let's see.
lose to me.
He was
Yugi.
he was in an astonishing X-Men as Colossus, but not
Yeah.
X-Men with the cool.
Yeah.
Ah, childhood.
Childhood. I mean, there's so much he was in, and
That's
I
a
mean,
very large filmograph.
he does. Holy crap.
He was Mewtwo. He was Mewtwo.
He
in
was
Pokemon
Mewtwo.
movie.
Mm-hmm. Like,
Jeez.
if you go looking through what he did, he played like some of the biggest and best characters in some of your best childhood things. And then I found out something the other day thanks to the call I was in with Daniel and David.
Yeah.
And
He was in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2003
Mhm.
version. Yeah.
yeah, and he actually did 2 porn voiceovers
Hell yeah.
for
Same.
hentai.
That's the way to go,
At first,
boy.
I didn't believe it, and then all of a sudden I got proof. He looked like the
yeah.
first one he was in was where they were videotaping this girl apparently, and they were like showing her off, and then he started going at her, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, he's like yelling at her to cluck like a chicken. So every time he hits her, she clucks like a chicken, and then he tells her to bark like a dog, and she starts ruffing, and then she starts clucking like a chicken, and then she's like, "Baka, baka, baka." And, like,
Bestiality
that
for
was
the
it.
win.
I know, I lost it. I started
Furries.
because I mean, I was thinking of him in the essence of being Yugi, because I was hearing the only thing I could hear was the freaking voice demo. I didn't actually have the video because I didn't know where to find it, and I just gotten it sent. So I was just sitting there listening to this. I'm like, this can't be happening. No. And then there was another one where he was literally like, it was just way more normal. It was just kind of your generic little hentai thing, I guess, going on where they were just doing it. And then all of a sudden the girl's just like, oh, you're going into me and you're so big. And he's just like, well, aren't you observant?
He's-
I just cried when he said that. Just his voice saying, just, I died. He's just like, well, aren't you observant? And I'm like, oh, that was just so romantic.
At that point,
Oh, you went like that.
at that point, Zach did his business.
I did. In fact, I did it 3 times.
Oh God, I don't want to know.
I want someone to make it. I want someone to make a machinima of that voiceover.
Oh God, I was scared. I was thinking about that too. And then Daniel started mentioning it. I'm like, no! Don't do it! Don't do that! That would be terrible. Well, it'd be funny, but it'd be terrible.
Terrible. It would be funny, but terrible.
I mean, but
it would
can
be
you imagine
funny.
how hard it would be even to turn it into a machinima? Like, my God. Like, what would you have to...
You can always use Gary's mod, I suppose.
Oh,
Oh God,
no.
don't give him ideas.
Don't give me ideas. I wouldn't even be able to run Garrett's mod, and even if I could, I wouldn't want him to go in that direction. Because if I
Maybe
knew some
it'd be a special episode of claws and scales.
yeah,
You never.
scale, I was just like, oh God. How the Argonians were made.
Oh yes, they were.
Dan Green, Dragonborn.
Dragon Ball.
Oh, by the way, Scale and Claw, you will see some of what you just mentioned, 100%.
I haven't actually.
Oh,
I have
yeah.
actually
I
never
know.
seen.
Dragon.
I haven't actually seen any Skyrim machinima except
nice
for
mod.
except for yeah.
What's his name? Tyrannicon does some.
Sorry, sorry. I should say more kind of like more with dialogue because with Tyrannicon, his
It's all
I meant
action.
more I meant more serious stuff. But yeah, I love Tyrannicon's epic Skyrim battles.
Yeah, I mean, I've
You know,
seen the
he's
Skyrim
and
battles.
he's
all the time,
British
but I
too,
just don't
so that makes me feel even more happy.
But you must admit, they're all. You know how he does it. I'll tell you right now, because it's like the dumbest thing ever. He has slow time. Anybody can does it. All he does, he literally clicks one button. He spawns 20 guys on one side. He clicks the same button. He spawns 20 more guys on the other side. Then he stops time, positions his camera, and records. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, but the thing is, nobody had actually thought of doing that, and because it's pretty much the original idea that everybody
Correct.
likes, and because it looks cool, and it does, and you know, the first one was literally all that was a slaughterfest. Then he started adding a little bit of backstory and storyline to them, like the Dawn Guard one I liked.
I mean, it
but
wasn't
it's
really backstory. It was just kind of like the little text layover explaining
little
what was
text layover.
happening.
He
But
was
I
trying
mean,
to
at the
improve.
same time, I know he was trying to improve, and sure, he was the first one to do it. And I mean, there are precursors, but I wouldn't say it's good. I mean, because like Mikey said, I mean, anybody really could do it. I mean, I'd seen it
Yeah.
before, and I'd seen it in thousands of other games too, where people have done the exact same thing. Not in Skyrim, but they're like Total War Rome stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess
And so-
that brings up a really good point. What does it take to make somebody quote unquote a director? Because anybody can do things that we do,
Yeah.
but what makes somebody to go on that particular quote unquote level, as some people would say? Even though I don't.
I think it's usually the level of originality that they have when it comes to what they're making. Like say, I'm gonna use a random example here. Like Red versus Blue. Okay, that was a very original idea, mainly because it was like one of the first ever machinima to come out,
Correct.
and all that what really was these guys. They just made this whole thing up, like just to make people laugh, and then they started adding even more serious storyline, and it's escalated so much, and they've added so much to it. But it makes sense that they're now in their 11th season of this thing.
But you have to understand, they actually had proper education in the industry when they started doing this because they couldn't find jobs. It was their project, sort of like,
Yeah, it was a
hey,
it was
let's
like
see
a
if we can
side
do it.
project to see
But
what
they-
this would be like.
They actually had proper education.
Yeah.
That's the
mean,
big. That's the big.
They weren't a bunch of teenagers. They were actual like full-grown adults. Like
Correct.
I
Well,
wouldn't
they
say
were in
like
their
you,
early
like-
20s, to be honest.
They were in their early 20s, yeah, so they were
Yeah.
young.
But
adults.
they were already educated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's
I mean,
the key.
The other thing is too. I mean, they had the perfect equipment for the perfect time. I mean, they had Skype recorder, they had Skype, and then they had Dazzle. And if you had that stuff back then,
you could
then
do.
you
Yeah,
could just
do
make a
whatever
machinima,
you want.
and
yeah.
and you could do whatever you want. And so what they did was they just put their weapons down, started kind of bobbing their heads, and they're like, oh yeah, let's try this. And so They did that very first episode.
Everything was there set out for them, but they used that and they came up with their own idea for it. That's the thing. You know, it's like all the original machinimas that came after that, like Arby and the Chief. That was interesting because, you know, he suddenly brings in, like, somehow these two toys of Halo franchise are alive and they play Halo and they get into all sorts of weird situations where apparently it's an underground, like, black market.
Again?
Weird freaky thing going on in Halo, and they're just trying to survive in it. And
I think you
because
guys got
it's
cut
an
off there
idea
for a
that's so
second.
Weird. Everybody, well, most people like it because it's interesting. I think you did, yeah, because you just went talking for a second.
Yeah, I did.
I think it's mainly because of your connection. You know, I'm all the way in Britain. I mean, what state are you guys in exactly?
Oh, we're all over the place, but it don't matter. I have
you
good
say-
internet.
Yeah.
You're in. Okay, well, I know Mikey's in New York. Where Zach,
I'm like on the other side of the spectrum, over in Montana.
See, you're all the way over there. And Brandon in here. Where the hell is he?
He's not in here.
he's-
I don't know.
he's
He's
not in
AFK.
here.
I think he completely pooped away because I can't reach him.
Yeah, I know. For some reason, the messages aren't going through.
Yeah, I think his internet is down, even though it says he's online. But you see, you mentioned this originality, but let's just say and call what Red vs. Blue is. It's slapstick comedy in the beginning. The first season, slapstick comedy, that's not original. Excuse me, Benny Hill did slapstick comedy. To be on the British side. Mr. Bean is slapstick comedy, granted it's executed in a special way. It wasn't original in terms of content, it was original because it was presented within the Machinima.
Yeah.
But now we move in 2013. 11 years later.
Yeah.
And now you have
10
people.
years later. 10
yeah.
years later, because they started in 2000.
Yeah.
What makes somebody from 2007 and 2010 different? Why would you? How can you call a person who has more, and let's be pretentious and condescending, has more experience, a director? Then why is a person who's been doing this for 2 months also considered a director?
It's more, I guess, a label now than what
Yeah.
it used to be. Because
Like,
I remember
everyone thought it was a very serious. It was always thought as a very serious profession to be a director, but now, because anybody with any small amount of
Essentially.
resources, someone else could become a director.
All you need is a recording equipment and a microphone, and apparently you're already a
Yeah.
director.
Exactly. And I mean, like, again, like I said, now because of that fact, ooh, science. Anyways, it's become more of a label than it has an actual title. It's more or less something that you're going to strap on because you have the ability to be one.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily make you one, but they automatically assume themselves as it because they have the ability to be one. But what
Yeah.
it takes to be one is a whole other spectrum. I mean, you have to have the talent and skill. I know a lot of them. I know when I first did my first Machinemas, I know how stupid they were. I ended up
I
thinking
mean,
about
I've only just started on Halo. I started off my Machinima with a Fallout 3 Machinima. Why? Because I wanted to. I was just using this crappy little recorder, but I like doing it.
I think Brennan's gonna be back in a sec.
Okay, cool.
All right, but yeah, go for it. Go ahead. Continue. Brendan. Oh wait, he's not in. I'll explain when he's gonna come
Oh,
in.
there he is. Hi.
All right, Brendan. We're talking about what does it mean to be a director, and Mr. Boswell here explaining his experiences. So let's listen to that.
Oh my. Okay.
Yeah. So I've only just started becoming a director in my own sense, but I'm also becoming more things. Like I started out. It's also where you start out as well, because I started off just being a body actor, on Reach, and I only started out doing small things with some small-time directors that just started, who I've now become really good friends with. I have, and eventually I ended up in one of Arbiter 617's body acting sessions. And actually, I have to thank you, Mikey, for me becoming director. Actually, For one of the
Don't
reasons-
thank me, because otherwise people will think you're somehow a bad person just like me,
Well, no,
or
well,
like Brendan or
Let
whatever.
me explain. You remember, right? You posted back behind-the-scenes footage on your Elites of War Chronicles.
Correct. Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Which one?
You did, yeah. The Chronicle one. I don't know. Chronicle. It was just Elites of War Chronicles, in which I don't know, you guys going through this whole bunch of a bunch of elites just to get some prisoners, and then they join him. I can't remember now.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
But at the time,
I know which one.
I had no idea what a body acting session was or what it would be like, and so I kind of found that, and I was like, okay, let's see what I may have to do, and so that kind of started me off as a body actor.
Yummy. You're welcome.
And a director in it as well.
Oh, I feel so soft and gooey inside.
You inspired a
Save
British
that for
person.
me.
Oh, Brendan has a different story. Don't tell him yet.
Later.
Yeah. Well, well, back on topic. Well, since we weren't off topic, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
A label. So we agreed that now it's not really a title. It's just a label that you can put on a carton of milk if it had the abilities that these people have. But then how do you find out the genuine one from that particular label?
Yeah.
What would make somebody a genuine quote unquote director?
I suppose it would have to be like the level of what they've directed in particular. Like, say, you wouldn't count someone who's directed a few ads compared to someone like James Cameron. You wouldn't compare him as a director as such, would you?
Yeah, but they could be really good ads with like lots of special effects and
Yes.
famous big people.
All they really do, because of the level of what that is, an ad is always seen as nothing compared to something like one of James Cameron's movies. I'm going to just use an example, Avatar.
True. Okay, fine.
Which was seen as a spectacle most amazing. Personally, I think it was just a bunch of CGI special effects.
Hey, I'm in your corner, bro.
Yeah, the 3D part was nice. I
Yes,
like that. Yeah,
yes.
3D has finally gotten to a point where it actually looks like it's 3D and not some weird red and blue fucking lenses that you can't see at all. Like I was watching Spy Kids 3D and I had one of those glasses on and I was like, I can't fucking watch this movie with these on. So I just took them off, and I took them off, and I was like, okay, forget it, I'll just watch it like that. And then I was like, fuck, I can't even watch it like this. Because they're overlaying, and I can't watch it because it looks blurry, and I can't see the picture properly. It was also before I got my glasses, so that might have been another problem. But still.
Yeah.
My.
But yeah. So I'm glad that he actually managed to bring in 3D as a proper thing. But yeah, so back to the main topic. Depending on like what you've actually done, depends on, I think, a director I think label directors are like small. I think like a lot of people consider small time things. No offense. Whereas big directors such as James Cameron or somebody give me another example quickly.
Peter Jackson.
Thank you, Peter Jackson or George Lucas, for example, as well.
Okay, let's not judge George Lucas. He's a director. Shut up.
Yeah. Well, I think another thing that will come into it is your impact on your field of where you've become a director. Like, say, of course, George Lucas created Star Wars, Indiana Jones, mainly Star Wars that he's mostly known for.
Let's just
because
mention,
the whole
while we're on this
thing.
topic, that a lot of people copied those things.
Yeah.
And just because you copy something and it happens to be quote unquote being caught in the loop of attention, don't really make you what your quote unquote inspiration is, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just wanted to add that in.
It's one thing to be inspired by something, it's another thing to rip
copy,
off
yeah,
that
yeah.
thing and then
Take
say
to the
it was
heights,
the
as you-
reason because it was an inspiration.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of the fail that I would say that a lot of new people
Bless you.
in quote unquote our field. Bless you.
Bless you.
Jesus.
I told you, he always sneezes in pairs.
I would say a lot of people actually fall under that category
Yeah.
of people who are inspired enough to copy and paste down to the effects
Yeah.
and the style of filming. I would actually say that.
Like, I don't want to sound hateful here, but I have heard a lot of things like Rise of the Spartans. A lot of people consider it a copy of the Lost Spartans.
No, the Forgotten Spartans.
Yeah.
The Forgotten Spartans, not the Lost Spartans. Thank you. Sorry, I haven't watched that shit in years. So.
It kind of. Okay, do we want to go as far as to
But if
bring
you
our
wanna go
opinions on that?
far, but
How? Okay,
Well-
Brendan. I mean, do you want to give an
the first
opinion?
one
What's your
is
opinion when people compare the two?
Compare the two.
Brandon
What?
will
The
take the
what?
bullet.
The Rise of the Spartans and Forgotten Spartans.
I can't really say they're the same at all because I mean one has, I don't know. From what I'm able to summarize, one has the events on a ring, right, and then the other one is like called in space. Different.
No, they're all in the ring.
No, they're both on rings. Yeah.
Oh.
And they both feature Spartans, and they both... Well, they kind of feature both elites, too. They feature the sides of elites as well in the Forgotten Spartans. And they both have massive battles. And they both implore the cloning, which I
now-
did.
What I would believe then isn't so much the factor of it's a ripoff because
It's not- well,
isn't.
it's
I mean,
not.
the story isn't a ripoff, of course, and
No.
neither is like the actual derivative content.
It's
What
just
it
that there are
is-
certain elements in
is-
one thing that came from the thing that came first.
Well, it's not
that
even
people
that.
compared.
It's just the factor that, in the all noble sense, is more or less it's generic.
Yeah.
It's not so much that it's a ripoff. It's not that David came in and was just like, oh, well, I saw this machinima. I want to make a machinima like it. It wasn't that. It was a factor of it's just the whole idea of elites, Spartans fighting on a Halo ring over an artifact, etc., stuff like that, end up being
Same.
generic. And so it's the factor that since it's generic, people will compare it because if something's like something else, ergo generic,
Yeah.
therefore you're going to compare it. Me personally, I don't like to compare anything
I
because
glitched.
then something will happen where
Unless
it'll go,
something is like
"Eh,
in your face obvious, like forget.
yeah. And I mean, it's just a matter of like, for example, comparison. People always compare Halo 4 to previous games.
Yeah.
And so therefore they're always like, oh my god, Halo 4 sucks. Personally, I think Halo 4 is a fine game as a single title. But if you compare
Yeah.
it to previous titles, I say I despise it for its machinima thing, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to use it because it's still usable.
Yeah.
And
In all aspects of it.
exactly.
There,
And I
there,
mean, just
let's be
because
honest.
that
The
can't
two
be loaded-
downfalls of it. Your guns now lift up, and you can't, what you got, super forge or whatever it was called. That's it. What else?
That's really it. I mean,
Yeah, that's really it.
the only other thing I would have to complain is just sometimes with pixels, if you zoom in on something, it might kind of become ugly and you'll see a lot of the resounding textures, especially when it comes to the backdrops made by 343 and etc. But since
Yeah.
they were new, they didn't really know how to make backdrops that kind of look like they defocus, so their idea was to make the pixels larger, therefore making the images a little more blurry.
Remember,
So if you don't zoom in on it, it looks amazing. It's beautiful. but
it
at the
wasn't
same-
made for us to use as a movie engine. It was made to
Yeah.
be a game.
Exactly.
They don't owe us a thing in that field. Not a thing.
They've made it for one purpose, and we've taken that and changed its purpose slightly.
Correct.
And so,
And then people
We made
rag,
it-
tag, and bag
we
on it.
manipulated it for our own purpose.
uh-huh. And I mean, hell, the other day, since I just got my Xbox back, I was like, I want to try a little short, and I did, and it worked fine. It's just a factor of now capturing it and uploading it. And I mean, it's a matter of, it's not so much a problem of it having anything. I mean, I didn't even have my weapon lowered the entire time, and I did it on local, just because it's not always necessary. I mean, I don't know of any combat scenario where a guy's walking into a hostile area with his weapon lowered. I mean, that'd be pretty damn stupid. if
Well,
you ask me.
remember, a lot of people lack the logic.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So like they're sitting there like the guy's gonna walk in there with his weapon lowered to an enemy area. I mean, the guy, if
Yeah,
you've
George
ever
Zimmerman.
seen anything,
Well, remember, people rely on their films to be successful on the wow factor. So, what's better? The logical situation where you have a Navy SEAL come in with his weapon raised through the door, breach the door, come in and shoot everybody out, or to have this badass character come in with his weapon lowered in the face of the enemy, say a quick cheesy line, and then raise his weapon and blow his head off. Which one do you think people will want more?
This is the thing. This is the thing about films. That a lot of things that people like about films is the non-realism. You know, I mean, you've got Arnold Schwarzenegger. In one of his films, he throws a pipe into a guy and suddenly steam.
All right,
starts
Commando
to
was cool. Do not rag on Commando.
Commando was.
I know it is a good film. I'm just saying, as an okay. Let me think of something else.
All right,
Also,
I'm-
fist fights a predator. I mean, come on.
Okay, fine. That one I can give it to you, but
Yeah, there are just some certain things in a film that are exaggerated for a reason. Because if they were real life, they'd be boring as shit.
Exactly. I mean,
So
for
we have to
example,
follow the rule of cool.
yeah, we have to follow
Rule
the
of
rule of
cool.
cool.
But
I
then,
mean,
then it goes to the point is, why is it boring? Is it because the director couldn't make it boring, or is it inherently boring?
It's because so much of like the media kind of eccentric, where people go into a movie theater expecting action, suspense, stuff like that. I mean, if you haven't really noticed, like, I mean, a perfect example of a horror movie, back in the day, Alien, the original,
Yes.
that
freaked me
was
the fuck
back then. That made everybody scared, and it did the job that horror movies are supposed to do perfectly. And they didn't have any super CGI, anything like that. It was just all
The
pretty
Thing
much
was also a good
puppeteer.
example
The
of that.
Thing, exactly.
Yeah, The
And
Thing
now look
too.
at horror movies nowadays. If there's not like 15 pounds of gore and a bunch of CGI things going on, then
Aliens, Colonial Marines. I mean,
yeah,
Ugh,
exactly.
that was a horrible game.
I know. I was ashamed. I will never respect Gearbox again.
Did you see Angry Joe's review on it?
Oh,
Yes, I
God,
have.
I couldn't even.
That
I
was my main
couldn't even.
source.
I cried when he reviewed it. I cried.
Well,
because I
remember,
was
people
with
who
him.
review games apparently do not deserve the credit they get. Like, when I heard that, and I know a few people who think that, I'm like, what? People do work on this, you know? It's not easy to do all this gameplay
It's not
through.
easy to review a game fully.
Yeah, and
Like,
then you're
you're
gonna.
just going around, just going, yeah, this game's fine. You know, the gameplay was good, the story's okay.
Like
meh.
fucking IGN.
Okay, I swear,
Duty 10
If
out of
you
10.
Mr. Peter Boswell, if you don't know who Total Biscuit is, I'm gonna punch you.
I do know who Total Biscuit is.
Good. Good. What the hell was that?
It's not essentially like you don't give credit to a gamer review if he says his gamer review and he's saying yeah it's okay. He says all the positive about it, but doesn't go into detail.
Someone's tapping too much.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, bro.
I think I think a proper gamer reviewer should be someone who looks at at a game thoroughly and
And
gives
has no
reasons for-
actual bias. I mean,
Yeah.
fuck. I
No
remember
bias.
literally back when they announced Colonial Marines back on the PlayStation 2 platform. And I mean, Joe pretty much announced on it because he's as big of an Alien fan as I am. He literally was sitting there like, oh man, I can't wait for this game. And he was literally listing off every single thing in the game that they should have put in it. And he was literally giving him the heads up like, sure, I'm just a small kind of reviewer, but hey, if you listen to me, you'll make a great game. They ended up selling the game out to different dev companies to work on Borderlands 2.
Sega.
Oh yeah.
I got so pissed at that.
Gearbox
They
is
gave the
apparently had a
campaign
kind of
to
a mixed era. Like,
Yeah.
Gearbox, they've got a mixed reputation because they made Borderlands and Borderlands 2,
yeah,
great
and those
games.
were great. But
Yeah.
freaking
but then Duke Nukem.
Oh, okay, let's be honest. The reason why Duke Nukem was not as good as it was is because it was partially the fault of the developer, but I had fun with the game. I did. I had fun with the game.
The game's fun level was fine. Like I said, I mean, there's parts of the games that Gearbox does when they make the game bad that are good. I mean, in Colonial Marines, their attention to detail and their attention to characters, like stuff and implementations on the actual scale of such as like Hadley's Hope and all that, those were perfect. They were literally down to the nitty gritty detail. I mean, there were things there that were from the movie themselves.
Like apparently the guns were actually
The guns
We're
the
good.
guns
Yeah, I
were
heard that too.
perfect.
The guns were
Like,
perfect.
the smart gun apparently was one of the favorites that a lot of people
Exactly.
enjoyed.
It's auto rifle. Come on.
I mean, and so like when they did those little attentions to detail, beautiful, perfect, 10 out of 10. Those were fine. It was just the actual game, though. It was the fact that they ended up selling the campaign out to Timegate, the guys who made Section 8, which is a pretty much full-based multiplayer game.
Yeah.
So they didn't really know how to make a campaign.
They literally, I think, with the Colonial Marines, they had like several different. They had Sega develop it as well.
Mhm. And the multiplayer is actually pretty fun if you have friends to play it with.
From what I heard, yeah, if you have friends to play with, and from what I've heard, it was particularly at the beginning, it was particularly one-sided towards the Marines because apparently the aliens sucked.
It reminded me a lot about the Dead Space
It did.
multiplayer.
Yeah.
A lot.
And I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
I
the
don't
team
think Dead Space
deathmatch
beat
and like what was it? Team deathmatch and the whole I think it was like egg thing. I can't remember
Bug
what it
Hunt.
was, but
Bug Hunt.
no, it wasn't bug hunt. It was just you went into like little areas and then you destroy the eggs. That was it, and it was just kind of like a deathmatch objective thing. But then
So it's kind of like a search and destroy kind of thing.
yeah, pretty much. And like then there were two actually super fun game types, which were like evacuation and then survivor. Those were fantastic. That was how I wanted the
I'm guessing
multiplayer.
Survivor is like kind of like the zombie mode on Reach, like a last
Oh
man
no!
standing kind of thing.
Oh
or-
no! It's
Oh,
way
okay.
better. everything's implemented. The maps are set and designed for it. So like you can activate turrets, you can close doors, you can set up defenses, open weapon caches, and
Yeah.
you can go up elevators and lock things in. And there's like
Okay.
specials. And, I
See,
mean, the
you're
game
actually
type was.
you're actually convincing me to buy the game.
Don't.
But if the rest of it
Don't.
wasn't
Yeah,
bad,
I know.
maybe
If the
I
rest of
would.
it was good, and then like the campaign, for example, they had
It was horrible.
level. One level was the only level I actually enjoyed.
The
and
auto
that was
turret level.
great. Well, there was a wait. The auto turret. What?
Well, the smart gun. That's what I call.
Oh, okay. Smart gun one. Okay, I was like, what are you talking about?
I like
That
calling it
level,
auto turret.
when they gave it the smart gun, and you had it in your hands, you felt like the biggest badass in the
Badass.
world, and it felt so realistic because this is how the smart gun was supposed to be done, and
Yeah.
you loved it. And then after that, literally the level right after it, after I got fruited up by that smart gun, you lost all your weapons, and it was literally just you running through the sewers with a bunch of husks, like radiated aliens that would explode if they heard you because they couldn't see.
Oh
you.
yeah, I heard that level was really boring.
Yeah.
That level was the only level fully that was good.
Yeah.
Boring. That's why. Boring and good.
I mean, it actually had you scared.
Yeah.
Like, and that's what you should have been through the entire game.
Which
but
one?
instead,
Which level, was that the level where
It was
like,
called,
you
like,
have
the
no
raid.
gun? Yeah, you've got like no
Yeah.
guns, and you're against these like aliens that can't see, but
Yeah.
can
Tickers.
hear you really well.
they're like they're little.
And apparently there was
combusting
also
parts.
another point where you're getting chased by the alien queen. And you got no guns, and you like gotta get away from her. You're like, fuck.
Is this
And
a proper
those
panic
were the
fest,
good
I
levels,
think, yeah.
exactly. I mean, because that's the feeling you're supposed to have, helplessness against these dangerous beasts, but you have like maybe a gun to fend them off. It shouldn't be the way they made it, which was it's Doom Arsenal. You literally have 70 guns that you can pick from when you run out of ammo on one, and then you can just mow down alien after alien. I mean, they made it just a run and gun game instead of a survivalist game, which it should have been. It should have been more like Dead Space, where ammo was scarce, things would always jump out at you, and you wouldn't fight them because you had to kill them and progress, but rather you would fight them because if you didn't, you
survive.
would die.
Yeah.
And so it was just, I just hated how they did it, and it killed me on the inside knowing that they failed on that because I'd been waiting 6 years for this game, and I was like, oh,
6
finally a
years
game done right.
And apparently, well, from what I gathered, is that they only put like 4 or 5 months into development when they had like a lot longer in things like Borderlands and Borderlands 2. I mean, Borderlands 1, I can imagine less time because apparently all they were really doing was testing like the engine that would create a bazillion guns.
like the bazillion.
The bazillions. And then Borderlands 2 was a bazillion guns, but also with an interesting story and a great villain.
I mean,
Because, you know, they have
There
that
was-
sometimes they can improve what they started. They can improve on a game that they've created.
exactly. And I mean, with Duke Nukem, though, just the other game that ended up getting the bad end of the stick. I mean, like I said, their attention to detail is great. I mean, the beginning level, you could go into the urinal and pee for fucking whatever.
Take a
and
turd.
That was hilarious. You could take a turd. You could literally draw on the board, and I've seen people do like amazing art with the little markers for some reason. They've actually made like really good art for no reason other than just because they could.
In the game.
And exactly, and it's just
Why
the
would you
stuff
do
like
that?
It's
It's
good
there.
because it's there, exactly. And I mean, since it was there, people used it, and that was hilarious. His one-liners were sometimes funny to laugh at, but I mean,
It was
Just-
80s humor and 90s humor.
was
People,
80s and
the people don't get it today.
It was good. It was the old Duke.
yeah, it was all good humor that was fine. The same with like Aliens, Colonial Marines. The stuff that they did in it
Game over, man.
just wasn't enough to fully save the entire
Do you
game.
think
because they
do you think
failed.
like for the next Alien game they're just gonna have at the ending if like game over, man, game over?
They actually
It's
had
like
this
cinematic.
Alien Infestation game.
Yeah.
It was on DS, and I played that. And at
On
the end of
DS?
the credits, yeah, it was on Nintendo DS. It was the classic Alien side-scroller game that used to be around back in '84. And those
Oh
used-
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
and so
I
like,
remember those. I used to. I think I had one of them on the old, like the really old Game Boy. You know, the brick Game Boy.
they weren't even on Game Boys actually. I think they were on like the actual consoles because that was all I could support on like
right.
'84 Nintendo, Sega, stuff like that. And I mean, I remember playing through the whole thing, and at the very credits, it's like game over, man. I'm like, what? And then it started like this entire song made by these people. I can't remember what their name was, but like,
Oh, sorry, wrong game.
yeah, wrong game.
Imagine
But
that.
no, oh god, I would die. I would be like, oh, what? No, this isn't right. But no, it was literally like a song by a band back from the '90s when the Alien movies were coming out, and it was like an Alien vs Predator song by a really famous band at the time.
Yeah.
And they used that in the credits, and I started laughing so hard. I'm like, wow, this. I mean, it's just the attention to detail that was good, and I mean, that's what I miss about like the games nowadays. They're so freaking linear and so like kind of rehashed and thrown out, and it's kind of like
Do you think
nobody
like things like
gives
indie?
anything.
Do you think like small things like the indie games? Do you think that the indie games are kind of ruining the mainstream stuff?
No,
or do you think,
no, not at
Oh,
all.
no. They're actually the reason the big games
I'm actually gonna play an indie game right now.
love
Don't Starve. It's actually pretty cool.
Don't Starve. Yeah, exactly.
Angry
Games
Bi-
like
oh,
that.
okay.
Those are
Games- yeah,
actually
Don't
really
Starve.
good.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're not the free-to-play ones, I mean, the free-to-play ones are worth like maybe 30 minutes of, and then it's like, all right, I'm done. I mean, but like actual indie games, though, those things are actually sometimes really good. Like they could be full games if they like gave them enough development power, and that's what indie games are for. They're starter games, and they're like, oh, so we can get to big development. But I mean, no, they're definitely not. What I'm thinking is killing it off is things like Call of Duty becoming so overly popular that other developers and stuff think, oh crap, well, since
You have
this
to
game's
co-
doing
yeah,
really
we
good,
have to
we have to
copy
copy
them.
them. Exactly, and so
Right,
that's what
apparently,
happens.
I think an example of that was Battlefield,
Uh,
a movie-based game that was literally just a Call of Duty clone. 4 hours of gameplay in total, apparently.
the campaign was kind of worthless. The multiplayer though is what like lets it live because
Yeah.
the fact that the multiplayer is so good. Like I hate Call of Duty multiplayer and its campaign because I always make jokes about how the campaign's just explosions. I'm serious. Like if you just go play through 3 campaigns in Call of Duty, any game from World at War, I guarantee you there will be at least 7
Boom,
explosions
boom,
in
boom.
each of
Yeah.
those levels.
I keep getting blown up by people throwing C4 all over the place. So.
Oh god, exactly. And I mean,
It-
with Battlefield multiplayer, it's a lot funner.
I
'cause
love the Battlefield multiplayer because it's so much more. I mean,
Mhm.
despite the fact that the maps are larger, you have vehicles, you can do all this shit in the game that you can't do in like Call of Duty. Call of Duty has a very limited physics thing in the multiplayer. With Battlefield, you can put C4 on bicycles and you can fire them up in the air and blow up planes with them if you're lucky to hit them.
Yeah, I
If you
mean,
jump out of an airplane, you can parachute down, you can shoot shit down, you know, and you can blow up walls with like tanks and grenades and things. The physics engine, I think, is for Battlefield. I think is great.
I mean, and that's one of the reasons why I even play Halo still. I mean, is the factor that even though it's older than Call of Duty,
Yeah.
it's got the ability to keep me coming back because of the fact that it has a good system, and that system's
Yeah.
the whole grenade, melee, and then actual
Yeah.
gun. And that little
But the
trifecta-
whole Halo versus Call of Duty, it really depends on what a lot of people like. You know, the whole Halo versus Call of Duty. There's so many things like, oh yeah, Call of Duty's better because it's more realistic. Halo's just like, who cares? The fact is, this is a game that some people enjoy and they enjoy playing it. Get over it.
It's not even that. I really don't think that it's more or less a Call of Duty versus Halo thing anymore, even at all. Because, I mean, personally, Call of Duty is just, if you haven't realized, I mean, how much hype...
Brandon, too much typing.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Brandon, what is
Stop touching.
Hold on, how about if we all hug him and make him feel loved that way he doesn't
Okay.
use his keyboard? Everyone give Brandon a hug. Come on, Mikey, you too.
No, I'll pass. He
No,
smells.
Mike, he loves you. Just because
He smells like nachos and Red Bull.
Ew,
I don't know,
Red
I'm
Bull.
okay with the nachos part, yeah, but I don't know about the Red Bull. Brandon, if you were covered
Brandon,
in
are
nachos...
you wearing perfume?
No.
Brandon doesn't wear perfume. Well, maybe.
You guys kind of moved from the you went on a tangent, as some
We
people
did,
like to
didn't
say.
we?
Yeah.
I think that was like way off to the right. I think
Way.
we were on Duke Nukem, and then we kind of went into
Call of Duty.
Battlefield.
No, we were on the topic of phony directors. How about that?
Oh, yeah, there we go. What? How the hell did we get to games then? Somewhere
Well,
on
Machinima.
fuck you street. Oh yeah, there we go. Perfect, that was it. Anyways, but yeah, I mean, phony directors.
Also, another thing. Sorry, you go first, actually.
Okay, well, I mean, the thing about phony directors is there's a lot of them too. I mean, I constantly see, for example, people who just suck up just to get onto somebody's good side. Like, I can't even tell you how many people that
You
they
know.
literally blush to the factor of they're about to die as soon as you bring up the fact that they are sucking up to like Arbiter 617. And
Oh.
if I want to, I
used to
can
be
name
like
off like
that.
70,000 people.
God.
I'm not even kidding you. I could name off like 10 right now, but I'm not going to just
'Cause
for
we're
example's
nice.
sake. But anyways, besides the point, it's just a factor of people will sit there and say, "Oh no, I'm not a suck up," and then all of a sudden, the chance they get to, they're gonna do it.
Of
And it's kinda like-
course. I mean,
I'm just like, are you
we
kidding?
know
I remember
people
being-
like that.
I-
That's
yeah,
that. See,
I was one of them. I was one of them when Arbiter 617 was like so big. I was like, oh my god, this guy's so awesome. And then I finally got it into my head that, you know, he's not really that big of a deal.
I mean,
I know it
it's not
sounds
so much-
offensive, but it's true.
It's not that. It's
Well,
not offensive at
you also
all.
gotta understand this is just YouTube.
It is.
What future do you have here?
Yeah.
Think about it.
You have a possible future.
You have a possible future. Yeah. exactly.
No, you don't.
Depends on how you go.
As a
You're not.
hobby.
Well, let's see. You're not a let's player. You don't review anything. All you do, you just make movies, and you're not part of Machinima.com. So, what's going on here? What possible future you have? Making $2 from a video here and there? Come on.
Like
That's
I
how
said,
much
though,
we're making.
as a hobby, though.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
a
not-
hobby.
I'm not considering that as anything. Like.
Well, I was asking in that
In
manner.
terms of career, that
Ah.
really depends on how you think what a career is. What I think of career is like, what I think of a career is something that you enjoy to do.
And get paid
and
well
get,
for
and
it.
get paid well for it.
And that's
Like,
not a hobby.
If you're doing a job, then that's just a job for you to get money. A job is a job for you to get money. A
Correct.
hobby is something that you enjoy. If you can put those two together, that's a career, and that's, I think, something that we should all achieve to do. You know.
Granted, making Machinima is not. Okay, you know, you can bring up the examples of separate people.
Yeah.
You can mention all of them on one hand, 5 people that live off of actually making movies.
Yeah.
We're not talking about Tetra Ninja, who will always have supply of material to cover.
Yeah.
We're not talking about Total Biscuit, who's a journalist. In a matter of speaking, he's a journalist.
Yeah.
We're not talking about who else? Who else is huge? CNanners, who is a professional, quote unquote,
Yeah, he's a game.
multiplayer person. We're not talking about these people who already have a well-established business that's actually part of what CNanners is part of Machinima.com. He's an employee. Now, can you tell me any Machinima directors besides what's his name, RB and the Chief guy, who actually stand out and
the Chief is part of Machinima.com.
yeah, somebody who actually makes movies? Can you name anybody?
Well, there was.
Do you mean Machinima-wise?
Yeah, actually making a movie, like making movies, series, whatever.
Like serious movies, like full length, or just short.
No, let's say RB and the Chief style.
Okay.
We're talking about Machinima.
Well,
Talking
there
about
was that Damon Productions guy.
What?
That was
What?
silent.
Really?
Yeah.
You're gonna mention him?
Damon Productions, yeah, they went on for a while. I don't know if have they done anything new, even though?
Okay,
I
did you?
know-
The fact that you're actually asking the question answers it.
Yeah.
If you didn't hear about it, then no, he didn't. He's not that big.
I suppose Machinima isn't exactly considered job-wise unless you're with Machinima.com, I suppose. If you're on your own, then
And like I said,
it's
that's
more
why
of a
it's a
hobby.
hobby.
Yeah.
I've never considered it as a career or anything like that. I just do it for fun. I don't even care about views or any kind of monetization. I just do it because.
And then you have people who do, and the people who do want to suck up to people who are successful.
Yeah.
And when they get the chance, and they sort of go into the circle and become quote unquote part of it,
yeah.
then they begin to reap quote unquote these benefits of getting views on their channel and their content, and then somehow they deduce that because they get the views that they have some sort of stake in quote unquote making films. What they don't realize is that the reason why they're getting the views is because they have a big milky saw, and this is a female pig, that will provide them that. A sow.
sow.
A sow. That will provide them that. and that their achievement, in quote unquote, I like using the quote unquote, their achievement in this field is not their doing the way they see it. They were at the right place at the right time, and the right person clicked like and posted a comment. That's what it is.
Yeah.
You took advantage of that. You became a friend. Now that person will be with you for X amount of time, supporting you, until that person no longer cares. And they stop doing that, at which point your view count will go down. And then down.
And down.
And then it will go level out at the level it's supposed to be.
Down, deeper and down. Anyway.
And then you get discouraged because you didn't do it because you wanted to. You did it because you got your EP stroked because of views. And that's where all the quitting begins.
Yeah, there's a lot of some discussion in the Machinima community. Like the other day, I was looking at some interviews on people like I think it was Evan Royalty or something. No, I think Digital Virus said like some directors in the Machinima community are doing it just to get the recognition, just become apparently famous. When what they really should be doing is that they should be making Machinima because they want to, and because they like it.
It's kind of ironic. Okay, me and Zach, it's kind of ironic. A little irony over there.
The only reason they're doing it is because apparently they're becoming so competitive. Like, my Machinima is better than yours. Well, no, it's not.
Well, that's not gonna go away, because
that's obviously not gonna go away.
It's somewhat a good thing, as long as people keep it to the fact that you don't go and you snip somebody else's guy's feet because you want to compete.
Yeah, as long as you don't go too far with it, I think.
Sadly, that's not true.
Yeah, and I mean, I remember, I don't know who it was, but they told me something about how competition, we need more of it, and I said, we don't need more of it, we just need more people who understand what competition truly is. Yeah. And since most of the people who say that they're competitive Machinima makers, they don't actually know what that even means. And I mean,
we talked about it too.
Exactly. And I mean, the thing is, with like competitive Machinima makers, they're people who do it with the idea of becoming better. It's not so much about being better than others, once again a comparison thing, but rather bettering themselves. Therefore, when somebody gives you constructive criticism, etc., you take it without raging at them because you feel like everybody should bow down to your content.
Let me ask you this then, Zach. What is constructive criticism? And how can you separate criticism from, let's say, a 10-year-old who heard something from someone.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, come on.
Somebody's at the door.
Ding dong.
Yeah, she's in the room. No, now
There's a girl on here.
Jesus, no way.
Okay, sorry. Anyways,
It's a woman.
So yeah, how do you separate? Okay, let's go even further. What is criticism, and how properly to critique somebody?
Oh, bless you, Brad.
Well,
Bless you.
Bless you. Well, I think constructive criticism, there's a difference between criticism and constructive criticism. Criticism is just you just saying like, oh, this is terrible and this is bad, just so you can get like, so you can kind of put the person down. Constructive criticism is where you point out all the things that they've done wrong, but you offer some advice to help them, like how they can improve upon it.
So you mean not taking somebody's film and then cursing it out, and then saying, "Oh, I just did it because I thought it will help them."
Yeah.
Very
Well,
interesting.
the thing about criticism and constructive criticism that you have to really realize is the factor that
Holy crap.
criticism is one thing, but you have to build off of criticism and make constructive criticism. Criticism is telling somebody about their work, but you can say it in a bad way or a good way. Constructive criticism is the good way.
Is the only way to properly
And
critique
is
something.
the only way to properly critique it. It doesn't mean that you have to go and sit there and be all like, oh man, I really loved it, and then like finally after dousing them with a bunch of things that like are just suck-ups, then you say, and by the way, this sucked, and then leave. No, it's
That's
things where
also-
you literally walk up and you say, alright, well, here are the goods, here are the bads. This was bad, but here's how you can improve it by my own personal opinion, and then here are the goods and what you should do to keep them, etc. You have to give them your opinion without being too mean about it without just trying to
Yeah.
push your opinion into them. With
Let me ask you next
such a bad
question
way.
then. And how many people like that do you know?
Oddly enough, a lot of my friends who are the Machinima directors as well, they say that it's good, but they don't tell me anything I can improve upon it.
That's
And then I've got this
called
one- and then I've got
false
this one
praise.
friend- Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
false
something
praise.
that
As much
brings
as I love
people
them, I
down.
know that they're just saying to do that, which is nice. But there is one friend that I have. She actually gave me constructive criticism about it, which is what I liked, which is what I wanted.
So is it a friend or is it an online friend? That's
Online friend on Xbox Live, and we also sometimes talk over Skype. And she may be doing some voice acting for me. I've asked her, and she's offered and whatnot. But anyway,
so you have one person that you know that actually gives a
gives
fuck.
constructive.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
How about you,
For
Zach?
example, I know quite a few actually, and it's a factor of those people though are usually the people that people end up saying, "Oh wow, you're such a dick." For example, just a person, Liz, for example, she went on to Machinimatic News a while ago, and she always gives
I
some
say ask you,
constructive.
Liz.
All right, that wasn't a critique. That was a personal opinion, and
Not that first one, but the second one.
okay, go ahead, explain it to everybody else.
Yeah. Anyways, and so it was just a factor of laying that whole constructive criticism down and saying that, and then there will be people who will sit there and be like, "Oh well, you're being honest with the person with your own opinion, therefore you should go get out of here and kill yourself." And I see it with everybody too. I mean, I'm not even kidding you. It's not just her. It's like I've seen it on other videos that are even me when I'll go on there and I'll be like, all right, well, this was nice, but here's something that I feel like you should improve on, etc. And then there'll be somebody who'll come out of the comments saying like, oh, what, you think you're so good that you could tell this person blah, 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 etc. And it's not that you are sitting there pretty much saying, oh, I'm better than you so I can tell you what's wrong. It's just you looking out for them, trying to help them. And that is what constructive criticism is, trying to help somebody else be able to improve on what they do in their
Is that
content.
Dylan being super loud?
No, that's my mom.
Oh wow, she sounds like Dylan. Oh, it was an insult. Sorry.
That was an insult. No, no.
Was an insult.
They both sound like girls. No.
What did they do?
God. No. But I mean, yeah, that's the whole basis of constructive
You
criticism.
have to be careful what you say.
People don't
about
really
women.
know.
Wait, why should you be careful if you know it's a proper way to critique something?
And it's not. I honestly don't think that you have to be careful. Me personally, if somebody's gonna call me out on it, I'm just gonna look in the other direction and just not give them any attention because they don't deserve it. Because that's, after all, only thing they're looking for.
Correct.
Attention. And
Which
so,
yeah. Once again, something that we talk a lot about privately,
Yeah.
but the reason why we don't bring it up ballantly out is because there's something called courtesy, something that normal people have, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's
Somewhere.
somewhere.
over the rainbow.
Well, not everybody has it. That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, you pair of trolls, you two are.
Yeah, we are. We had so many nicknames. It's just scary. And you know, it would be okay if it was only people who are like, no offense, like, you know, young people, let's say 14, 15. But when you have supposedly educated people saying things that a 14-year-old would say, I'm like, oh, Bobby.
Grow the fuck up.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, well, you have a body of a 25-year-old, but your mind is of 10. All right.
Less than that.
I guess that's a very good way of living.
That's great. Do you have a job? No, didn't think so. Do you have a girlfriend? Nope, didn't think so.
Yeah, well
You're
I
living
think,
in your parents' basement? I'm not surprised.
you know, we can talk about that, because last time on the last M&B show, we kind of touched upon this topic. And I guess we can sort of make it bigger. Is the fact that all of directors that I'm aware of, well, I said 95%. Oh, you see, I don't want to give percentages, because they're never right. But let's say there's a few directors that I know are extremely lonely people.
No, we're not.
No, we're not. No, you're not.
No, we're not. I mean, it's true, though. It's a factor of a lot of times when it comes to hobbies, it's because there are people seeking acceptance, seeking something that other people will like that they too like.
Or
And
the
that's
fact they can't get it in school because they're either nerdy, or they just don't get attention, or they're not willing to put effort to get attention. They don't want to join a team. They don't want to.
Exactly.
Know my life story.
All of it. Anyways,
And that's why people get pissed, because you call them out on those things that you don't even say their name, you don't even mean them, but they apply it to themselves, and when they do, all of a sudden you're the bad guy because you brought it up.
especially too in the fact, dude. Yeah, and I mean, especially in the factor too, that whatever, it's a factor of sometimes you're not even directing it at person, like you're just saying it, and then they themselves will direct it at themselves
And expose
then
it themselves.
end up going about
It's kind of weird way of saying, oh, I don't want nobody to know about it, so I'm gonna say it first.
it. Not
Brandon, you're quiet. Put your
Shut up,
microphone
Brandon.
closer to you and say something. Put your microphone closer to you and say
Your life
something.
story as well.
Oh yeah. What sort of life story could I possibly share?
What Mikey was talking about earlier. Being
What was
alone.
it?
Yeah. I
Being
can't
alone.
I can go to you.
I think I already talked about that. I'm not alone anymore.
Anymore, exactly. So you were before.
Indeed.
I suppose another reason that a lot of people like they do this is so they can meet other people, you know. And it's good to find people who are, you know, have the same interests as you, because you can talk. It's something to talk about.
Yeah, but you're still talking in front of a computer screen. You're not actually socializing in the way that you should.
Yeah.
Well, that depends on what you think socializing really is, because of course, well, since the internet, a lot of people prefer to socialize in different ways. There's like most of us, Xbox Live. There's most of us going out and meeting people. You know, a lot of people say that, you know, if you get a relationship off of some website like eHarmony or something, it's not a real relationship. But the thing is, it is.
Brandon and I can kind of vouch for it a little bit.
I think the difference with the harmony though is that you actually end up.
Yeah, in there you actually have to go and meet somebody.
Yeah. Quick question here, Mikey and Brandon. How did you two meet up?
Oh, why do people care?
eHarmony.
Yeah, eHarmony. So I was browsing the internet, and then I saw this ad about this. Oh, I don't want to go on with that. That's a bad story. It's gonna come out really badly.
The website, and
It was Christian Dingle, and I met Brandon, and it changed my life. Without Brandon, I wouldn't have this beautiful boy that actually is just a little baby actor that we got and paid and all that. But this is a true commercial. I actually know this guy in real life. Not really, he's just another actor too. Christian Dingle.
Christian, oh my God, you brought it up.
I did. Dude, are you kidding me? Commercials.
Wait,
these days.
this is how black people meet.
Oh, there's one for black people too, by the way.
Like, oh, black people meet. That makes me cry that they do this.
Next thing, terroristmeet.com.
This is how terrorists meet. You wanna blow up the bedroom?
No, what was it? 2010. I just needed a voice actor, and then Brandon came out of somewhere and something like that.
He came out of his sexy hole.
That is vague as fuck, Mikey.
I know, right?
He came out of
You think I
somewhere.
remember? I don't really remember.
Mikey came, or I don't know. I came to Mikey. Mikey came to me. Whatever. We met up when I was just starting out as a voice actor, and I didn't have very much experience at all, and so I was grasping for roles right and left. You know,
You sound like me right now.
Yeah, I wanted to grab as much experience as I could in a small time so I could, you know, quote unquote, be famous as a voice actor. And, you know, that's more or less the reason I gave Mikey when I met him why I wanted to be a voice actor.
So I want to be
And,
famous.
Yeah. So, when we met, you know, he was nice enough, and, you know, I was able to deal with it because I didn't really care if he was rough or anything because, you know, he was smart. He was an awesome guy.
Yeah.
He wasn't some asshole who's just like, I need you to do voice acting, and that's it, and we'd never talk.
Yeah, you see, the way I work, Peter, you can vouch for that. I don't just come out of nowhere and say, hey, do this stuff to me. I always have a little conversation going on beforehand, always. Because why? It's so rude to just demand somebody
Start
to
up with
do
a
something of
conversation,
you.
You make me feel warm inside, and then you come at me with this and you make me go, okay, I'll do it.
There you go. It's simple. It's simple. To be honest, it's not even a psychology thing. It's just normal human behavior. Hey, how you doing? How's wife? Did you kill her yet? No, not really. Oh, next time you better do it because the divorce it takes too long and then not enough money and then.
Also, I need you to voice this role for me before you kill your wife, which would be helpful.
Yeah, but you don't have to rush it, but preferably before the wife murdering thing, because
preferably next Saturday.
yeah, because Sunday is a kind of holy day for a lot of people. You don't want to really commit murder on Sunday. Come on. Yeah, and I go like that with everybody, and sometimes I actually get lost. Like with Zach, I always start off some stupid conversation, and I always forget to ask him to do lines. Always. It's just.
Because Zach has that kind of charm.
I do. I assume
He's a blonde. It's okay.
And then I'm just like, I'm so blonde. I get you on some other topic. Wait, what were we talking about again? I actually do get him lost a lot too.
Yes, he does.
It's not my fault. It's
The only
You're blonde, otherwise you'd be classed as dumb.
when I get lost, I
Yeah.
actually remember why did I come here in the first place, but then I get lost in the other way anyway.
Yeah.
yeah. And, I mean, it's just how it is, I guess. I don't
Yeah.
really know why, but it really is. And I mean, that's what I like about directors. If they come and talk to me a lot when I'm doing lines, they're sure to be the ones to get their lines first because I'll remember it. I constantly have situations where people will come to me like 2 weeks later and I had done the lines literally 2 days or a day after they had asked for them, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, they come to me and they're like, oh, by the way, do you have those lines? And I'm like, and I go look, I'm like, oh, whoops, yeah, sorry, kind of forgot, and I give it to them. And then there's like people who literally talk to me daily, like, oh, hey, by the way, there's this and that, and here's a sneak peek or something like that. Just, they keep in contact, and then I'll be like, all right, I'm done with the lines, here you go, instantly. And it's just like, I don't see why people don't do that a lot, and I guess it's just because a lot of people don't understand the idea of social contact since they're always on the internet.
Yeah, and that's where we come in. It's the fact that how the directors. Oh, I don't want to use that term. People who make machinima. How about that?
Yeah.
Because
I mean, they're not constantly telling actors what to do, so I mean,
Yeah.
they're
Technically,
not really directing.
Yeah, I mean, most directors are like a director is like one specific job. These people are doing editing, soundboard, and special effects.
you see,
So they're essentially the entire team. I mean, you and Brandon have got something special.
yeah, but no, it's different. You see, I usually let's say in 2009, and maybe like early 2010, I usually say I, because yeah, sure, I did all the things, but does it really make people who help you out feel as if they were part of what you're doing? That's why I start using we and us, because that way people who are involved in the project that you're doing feel like you're not taking all the credit. But
And
if
they
you
don't
notice, if you notice, I will tell you, I haven't met a director yet. Once again, director in quotes, who actually does that. They always say I really, if you guys met somebody like that, tell me, go ahead, because I haven't.
I
Somebody
honestly,
who says we.
Not very many people have a
Yeah,
community, though. I mean,
Okay, who do we know that has a quote unquote a team or at least a community of some sort? I never hear.
honestly, I don't know.
I don't
I don't
know.
know. There's like a
Actual
few lackeys of
Yeah.
certain people, but
Yeah.
that's about it. And I don't think they help with
You
voice
know,
acting.
John from Little Timmy Films with his odd spaces. I mean, he's got Matt and Stephen working with him as well on the script on occasions, and
It's not
and
that
with the voice acting. But that's about it, to be honest.
But they're not part of each other's. What?
Yeah.
They're just collaborating.
They just collaborate. They're not
You don't
really-
have any. Yeah, you don't really have a solid group that does work together. And
I mean,
if you do have one, and we all know who they are, do you ever hear of them, or do you hear one name? Let me ask you this.
Yeah, the figurehead of the group is all you would hear.
See,
Yeah.
that's why I always say we and I. I don't say I. If I say I was responsible for this, but it was we effort.
It was a wee.
Exactly. And I mean, the thing is, too, you got to realize it like this. The reason you don't have many of those anymore is because it's the view popularity thing, etc. People feel like they're going to go somewhere with Machinima, and they take it then more than it's just a hobby.
Yeah.
And the factor is they'll make their own channels, and then when they actually start deciding to work with other people, what ends up happening is those people are like, oh, well, I have my own channel, which is more important to me. But they don't say that, but they are thinking that. So
Oh,
when it comes to
definitely, of course.
making content on their channel versus this group channel, they're definitely going to do their channel first because they
Yeah.
want the views, they want all that stuff, and because in truth of the fact is they do feel like it's not going to be a we thing, it's going to be an I thing, it's a figurehead.
Yeah.
Perfect example is WCS, for example. Brandon, you and I know about this perfectly. When it comes to like Justin, I mean, when you say WCS, and if you were an outside person, who would be the first person to come to mind?
Probably D Gamer and Nexus.
Exactly. Nexus, D-Gamer, KOA. And those are the three headstrongs. And so the factor of that being is the rest of the people in the group don't really put in as much because they know that and they all have their own channels. But if they all had started on that channel, then they wouldn't be so focused on their own channels.
Yeah,
because
but
this
Brandon
would
didn't
be
start
their
here.
own channels.
Brandon didn't
Exactly.
start in Trigrams.
I mean, Brandon, you have your own YouTube channel.
Well, yeah, but I never uploaded anything to it because I was more
I mean,
interested in
Zach,
seeing other
Zach,
people's films.
do you have
than
your
my
own channel?
I do, but I don't really upload much to it.
Yeah. For me, it was just about, hey, I want to do this for other things. I didn't care about my own yet.
See, I treat Zach as part of Trigrams all the time.
Yeah.
We worked on the other guys together. I literally said, I'm making episode 1, Brennan makes episode 3, Zach, you do episode 3. That's how it worked. And that's how we did it. I just beat the game. That was so slow. I mean, so fast.
my friends.
That was a very poor game. That sucked.
The Soviets will not be coming back, my friends.
What was that accent? Anyways, no, but I mean, it's just, I don't know. It just feels like people become so concentrated on views, they take out the fun factor of this hobby, which it is a hobby, and it just makes me so sad when people make it something more
Not.
than it's not.
Yeah.
And it's so stupid because people will sit there and they'll be like, oh, well, you know what? I'm so sick that Arbiter 617 gets all these views and subs, and I work so much harder on my shit. And I can tell you, I've heard that thousands of times. I kid you not. I've heard people with thousands of subs sit there and be like, why don't my videos get this many views? I'm like, because you care so much about the views. If you were doing it for fun, then they would just come rolling in because people like fun content.
Oh, that's not true. Let's be honest. That's not true.
Well, yeah, good point. I mean, but people do like fun content, and if you have a fun atmosphere around that content, they'll feel more welcome, they'll feel more enjoyable around it. And I mean, even if it's a serious machinima, if you're still having fun doing it, and you're constantly kind of like, oh, hey guys, what's up, and you're reaching out to the community, you're having a good time, you do game nights, speak like that, and you just overall have a fun atmosphere where you don't seriously care so much about the views as much as you care about having fun doing what you're doing, then your content will kind of show that. Believe it or not, it will show that. And I mean, you can tell when there are people who do nothing but serious machinima. I know it's not like always that, but I can't do percents, but I mean,
Yeah, no
most
percents.
most of the people do in fact do serious machinima only, and those are the people that are always going for the view whoring. Because
Wait, we do serious. Well, we do
but you
serious stuff.
comedy too, and I mean,
Well, we do everything. At this point, we do everything.
and like I said, it's not all of them, but it is generically most of the time, a lot of the time where it's just nothing but serious ones, and it's kind of saddening to see that, but at the same time, it's just the realisticness of it, and I actually kind of enjoy the fact that when these people are so crazy about these views, they get upset, and sooner or later they leave. And that makes me so happy because that's just another person that's not even
Not
really
doing what they're
central.
supposed to do on YouTube properly.
Exactly. I mean, YouTube is a place where you broadcast yourself. That's what its whole slogan is. Broadcast yourself means you present your work, yourself, your stories to the world. It doesn't mean you do it because you want attention, you want fame, you want that.
Aha! There's a difference then.
Exactly.
How many? Okay, let's say 2005, 6, 7, 8. That is where people were, like you just said, they did not care. It was this new big thing going around. Everybody wanted to go in it, not because it was popular, because it wasn't, but because it was something new to try.
And it was
Yeah.
fun.
And then you go into the late 2008, you go to 2009, 2010. That's where people became more like, "Ooh, maybe I can blah 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 blah. Maybe I want more recognition." And then you have 2010, 2011, 2012. That's where all the shitstorm came in. You get these 14-year-olds who can now afford these cheap $200. Once again, I use the age because we have to make an analogy to something. So you have all these young people, fine, who can afford these $200 capture cards with ease, pumping out stuff and get an attitude about this. And then 3 years later, when they sucked the proper titty, they get a bit bigger. They believe that their significance rose because of that. Because
I mean, and the other thing too isn't something that doesn't also help is the monetization factor. The fact that when these really super popular guys with like millions of subscribers and stuff constantly announce that they get paid for what they do, that makes
you
every
nuts?
single person. Well, it's not so much that you're not supposed to do it, but when you do it, all these little kind of younger people, and yes, I will say younger people, because I mean, when you get to a certain age, you start realizing priorities, you start understanding how
But
things.
I'll be honest, if you're a reviewer, if you're a journalist, and you do this on YouTube, you should get paid.
Exactly.
'Cause-
and I mean,
but-
that's understandable.
Angry Joe. Angry Joe.
Well, even Angry Joe, he doesn't. I know he gets paid, and we know that he gets paid, but he literally does not make it to get paid. That's the beauty of it. The way he makes it, you can just feel how much energy of his own he puts into it,
Exactly.
and you just don't feel like it was forced down the throat.
It's
Unlike
all natural.
he doesn't
It is,
copy
really.
anybody; he has his own style. But when you switch to a Machinima director, you can clearly see who they're copying, why they're copying it, and you can connect the dots.
I mean, literally, I've seen situations where people have literally re-uploaded somebody else's machinima just for views alone.
All right,
I'm not even
let's
kidding you.
But that's a different category. There's people
Yeah,
who
that's more like plagiarism.
that's a different category. We're talking about people who, quote unquote, call themselves an original people, yet their content is. We've talked about before. Oh, it's not the same, but it's a mirror image. It's a distorted mirror image, but it's still a mirror image.
And it's just it's so sad to see it too, because I mean, I honestly remember back
Pitiful.
when I was younger and I watched Machinima for the first time, and there was so much more comedy than there was drama and serious stuff. There
Yeah.
was always when the Machinimas came out.
But I think when
you
it
could
first started off, I don't think anyone thought like we can make this a serious thing. I think everyone was like, let's make it funny because it's a video game.
yeah
think
that,
that's kind
but I
of-
mean there were people who still tried it, and
Yeah.
I just don't like comedy, so I don't make it. I don't make awful lot of it. But then again, the other guys kind of proved that yes, we can, and yes, we continue. But once again, we gotta kind of look at this at the point of. I actually recently talked to somebody and I said, well, 2007 and 2006 and 8, they were kind of age of slapstick comedy and silly stuff. And I generalized, and then I was called out on that generalization, which I don't understand why, because that's what it was. I mean, what do we have during those years?
I'm sorry, I'll be right back, guys. Just get a drink.
Get a drink. Because what do we have during those years? We have Arby and the Chief. That's technically a comedy.
Yeah.
And we had not Sprigs, but something else.
Spriggs, I never was too fond of Spriggs actually.
To be honest, the reason why I bring it up because I like the name and I watched a few episodes, but there's really isn't anything to it. And then, do you remember anything else from 2006, 2007?
Oh man, I remember.
Teach me how to super bounce.
There was no Teach Me How to Super Bounce was way after that. God, there were so many. There was a Halo 2 Machinima. I can't remember what that was called, but it had like a grunt and an elite. I cannot remember what it was. I think it was called. It started with a P. I know that.
Okay, it was voiced by Jason Axelrod, both characters. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah.
And that was a short. It was two shorts. One of them was about a grunt and elite, and another one was about an elite in a church, in a covenant church.
Yep, there it is.
I know, yes, but how can you define an age by those two pieces? Those were two separate things. They weren't defining factors in 2006, 2007, 2008. Defining factors were slapstick comedy, in my opinion, once again.
Yeah.
Because there was nothing, I don't think there was anything else. I don't remember anything else.
I do remember kind of, that was when that, what was it?
I think there was
The
some
police.
horror.
There
Some
was-
horror.
There was, I think there was like maybe 2 or 3 little horror skits. There was, I think, that Machinima War thing that had just come out, which
By
got really
Tom Master?
popular. I think so. I don't remember. It wasn't the Master Chief War series things. It was like literally Machinima War. It was just like Red Team and
Oh,
Blue Team
yes,
fighting.
yes, yes. No, that was a
Had
bit
the little
later.
Music over
That
it.
that
Yeah.
was actually, I think, around 2009ish, 8ish.
Was it?
Yeah.
That was
I
that was
always
it was
thought
really
earlier.
it was early. It was really early
I
though.
think it was around 2008. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then
I think
again, the way it was filmed, it was comedic style. It wasn't serious.
Yeah.
it wasn't serious.
It was
but
fun.
then- and it just started kind of gradually advancing towards serious. I mean, yeah, sure, it was also because we started realizing it was doable. But I mean, at the same time, it wasn't only the fact that we noticed it was doable. It was also because the biggest and most popular ones happened to be those. And so therefore, they thought if they did the exact same thing, they would get that popularity like Rods, Freon, Spartans, etc. And it just is kind of like, it also shows
What's
you
EDC? You lost me. I mean, I just.
Etc.
Yeah.
Which one? Oh, etc. Oh yeah, I'm stupid.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, anyways, and it's so much to the point where I'm serious. If you were to go back to 2006 and watch Machinima, they were all mostly comedy.
Yeah.
2007, still mostly comedy. There were some new additions.
Are there any
2008
ones from like 2006, the comedy ones that you remember particularly? Like,
I think there was one with the Elite, but that was 2009, right?
Yeah, that was 2009.
What you call it? Barney the Elite? No, the Misadventures
No.
Elite or Unlucky Elite?
did,
There it
any-
was.
did anyone
Unlock-
know?
there we go,
Does anyone here know like the Bungee Police?
The Bungee Police. There was there was also another one that was
From
like,
when?
used,
Bungee
like,
Police?
there
I don't remember.
Yeah,
I think that was
Bungee
around
Police was
2008.
2008, yeah.
Who
And
released
there
it?
was also, I don't
It was-
remember
it's
who
on
did it.
Machinima.
It's on
On
Machinima.
Machinima.com, okay. Have you noticed? Everything we mentioned right now mostly came out on one single network.
Well, it's because, you know, Machinima had just started up, and so everyone needed a place to, like, show it off, and Machinima.com provided that.
And that gave the title of directors.
Yeah.
That's
They
where
were
it
the one
came
that
from,
said, yeah, that's-
which is being
that's what-
abused right now, which we already talked about.
It's so sad though.
I just sort of figured it was a childish attempt to sound like you were doing a job of this, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't think that anybody would actually believe. I mean, could you walk up to one of your friends in real life and say, "Yeah, you know, I just I make machinima. It's not a big
You just
deal."
do that whole one hand, you have one hand against the wall and you're leaning back in that cool
Yeah,
manner.
exactly. Just like, oh,
My
yeah.
friends and I, we never talk. Machinima for me, the moment I leave the computer, it's gone. It's not part of my life. It's just not. When I'm on computer and I have to do something, there goes Machinima. But me and my friends, I have better things to talk about than some stupid shit on YouTube. I'm sorry, that's the honest answer.
And exactly, it's the same thing with me. But since
Yeah,
I'm in
my-
high school,
yeah, my
I do
friends
have
are-
friends who like machinima, like they actually do enjoy it. So they'll talk to me about it, and since I do it and voice acting and stuff like that, they'll be like, "Oh, well, how is it done then?" And I've seen people literally that I know, like personally, actually do machinima. It was nice to see
Yeah.
that it's also abilified in local terms. It's not just like a person in every state, but I mean. At the same time, though, I don't like taking it out of it. It's not because I'm embarrassed by it, because me of all people, if you knew me in real life, I would.
Embarrassment is not
take
one of
off
those
my
things,
own
yeah.
Clothes and run around the school just because I thought it would be fun. I wouldn't really care what anybody thinks, and I never have, and I never will. But the factor is I just don't take it out.
I
Because,
wish
mean,
you and I
think
were
there's
at the same
points.
school.
Exactly. I mean, because there's so many people nowadays who care so much about their ego. And anyways,
On the
yeah.
internet. Sorry, I have to add
Yeah.
that. Because, you know,
Imagery, it's all
It-
imagery.
yeah.
It's just
Image. That's what we talked about too before. How people like their image to be a certain way.
Yeah.
And once the moment the camera is off, figuratively speaking, That's where the shit comes
Yeah,
out.
that's where you see the real.
See, that's what we're doing M&B show. Cause there you go. That's we are. That's who we are. It's just there's no way. I don't know how else to be honest. M&B show is the best way I see.
Well, at least publicly, yeah. And I mean, it's just overall, like you said though. I mean, once I'm off the computer, Machinima really isn't my priority anymore. I always talk about other things. I enjoy time with my buddies or my family, etc. And then when somebody does happen to bring it up, which people do, surprisingly, I'll be like, oh yeah, well that. But I mean, it's not one of those things where you're like, yeah, I'm a part of Machinima. I do Machinimas. I'm pretty big. Yeah.
You put on the
I mean,
sunglasses.
yeah, exactly. I mean, I do wear sunglasses, but I just have sensitive eyes. Anyways, but yeah, it's just, yeah. I mean, anyways, I've actually been called Asian before because I always squint in the sunlight.
You're blonde.
I am, and
You're
so
not
you can
Asian.
Imagine
You're not
that. You could just imagine my reaction when I was in a lunch line back in middle school, and the guy's just like, "Dude, are you Asian?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" And like,
Are you
he's
stupid?
like, "Your eyes are squinting." I'm like, "What are you stupid?"
I'm white blonde. Are you?
I'm white, blonde, and that. If anything, I'd be German.
Oh my Jesus Christ!
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's
you
leave the
right.
jerky
Yeah,
jerky
let's
off.
leave that out of that.
So,
But-
where were we? We were at the yeah. So right now, 2013, guys, Machinima. Actually, one of you brought up something about community before. Let's focus a little bit on that. That's something that everybody always brings up, and I'm not sure what your opinion, guys, on this, but let me ask you your definition. What do you consider a community?
My definition of a community really is more or less a group of people or a group of just kind of species. I can't say like that because you could call like
Some people are not people.
primates. And yeah. So, anyways, but I mean, to me, a group of people who share the same interests or kind of close to the same interests, who at the same time have a certain amount of respect for each other. Not like they have to, but just enough to know what they're doing and know that it doesn't always have to be condescending. It doesn't always have to be, I'm better, bigger than you. And there's no caste system of all of that. That's the part that can get really stupid. When somebody becomes so big in others' eyes that they literally, for example, make a day named after them.
A who? A game?
A day.
A day. Like, for
Oh,
example,
I know which one you're talking about. I'm sorry, it's Ego Trip 24/7.
Yeah, super. But anyways, I mean, when it gets to that level for somebody on YouTube, that's when it kind of is like, all right, somebody's
A little too full of himself.
Well, and I mean, David didn't
Archangel
it was just all the fanboys and stuff like that, etc. But I mean, it's just the factor that, I mean, I understand, yeah, sure, it's for fun, and like I said, fun is something that needs to be promoted in a community. But at the same time, that's not so much of fun as it is just trying to get on somebody's good side. I mean, it's so blatantly
definitely.
obvious. I mean, I literally got like 7 or 8 messages from a bunch of people that I would assume daily to be fanboys, and I mean, as soon as they came in, they're like, happy 617 day. I'm like, you know, David's not watching our chat, so this is kind of pointless. No offense.
I was a little disappointed at that.
Arbiter, I love you. You realize he's not gonna read that.
Yeah, right. I mean, I understand that people have their notions and they do enjoy his work and they like him, and I'm not gonna hate on him. He's a really awesome guy. He's super nice. It's not
You have to understand that a lot of people they have idols and they will
Exactly.
go gaga over them. I mean, I actually, and the problem is, one thing you should ask is, do you really want to meet your idol?
Yeah, and it's just.
Although in some cases it does work. After all, at the last at MCN at the Comic Con, if you guys know who Tomska is, I got to meet him. And I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It was such a good
Tomska's funny,
experience.
but I mean, I'm not gonna make a day named Tomska Day just because
Exactly.
he makes fun content. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just, I mean, I understand the fanboydom, but I mean, at the same time, it just kind of reinforces the factor that it really kind of divides the community more than it should, and that's where the competition starts to become no more competition for good sportsmanship, but rather it's because people are jealous more than anything.
Oh, baby, thank you for saying that word, jealousy. And you know, you don't have to be jealous of somebody who's bigger than you. It's just jealousy. It's like to jealous.
And
It's-
it really is. Though.
It's the root of all evil.
And
Okay,
what's
you know
the
what?
point of
I'm
it?
not
I
gonna
mean,
say
I'm
that.
not jealous of you guys, sons of bitches.
But you see,
People
we
are
don't.
so good at hype, too.
I
It's-
never
yeah,
brought
yeah.
up, like, I know Zach never did it, Brandon never did it, but I never did it. We never brought up any amount of subscribers or views as a factor in why I'm better than you, or quote unquote whatever. You just can't do that. It's just wrong.
Yeah.
And you know, when I speak to
Meanwhile,
people,
people in real life.
yeah, when I don't like somebody and I say something to them personally, that applies to them.
Like the guy who like apparently the kid who plagiarized your name.
Oh,
Name tag, whatever.
apparently, well, let's be honest. That we had fun with a guy, and at the end, we actually told him, "Man, good job, have fun, thanks for this." We literally told him, "Man, thank you very much." But you see, that was one of those rare cases when I saw Arbiter make fun of somebody, and maybe it was justified. Let's say, let's just assume making fun of somebody on the internet was justified. So it was justified. So I just went out, found this guy who apparently stole my name. He messaged me. I'm like, dude, what's wrong? He's like, ooh, I don't know what's wrong. I mean, dude, let's have fun. So I called Brandon over. I think, no, Zach wasn't there.
I
So-
wasn't there. No, I just
Yeah,
watched.
I
the video.
called Brandon over, and I was like, dude, let's put this on YouTube and just show people that, hey, there are people like this on YouTube, on Xbox Live, and we did that. And then somehow, at the end of it, I'm sure the person did not watch it till the end, because at the end, obviously, we said, good job, man. Thanks for the entertainment. Good luck. Have fun.
No, I did watch it until the end. Yeah.
And one of the person says, "You're a hypocrite." I'm like, "Why?" "Well, because you said that making fun of people is bad, and yet you're doing this right now, trolling." I was like, "But this guy is random guy. I don't have the agenda against this guy for 2 years because he called my friend a douche."
Yeah.
And then it works and works and works, and I'm like, "Why? What do you have to get again out of it?" And then Zach and I talked yesterday, and we came to a conclusion, even though it was kind of obvious. We really didn't come to a conclusion, but I'm just saying because it sounds fancy. Is that some people get attention by doing one of two things: causing a problem that they can exploit, or sucking on a tit of someone else.
Hey.
Brandon, we're not talking about when you were a baby.
Okay, and then somebody said that Brandon is like my bitch, which spun this joke that's gonna be running
Totally
forever.
Exaggerated. He has a little bit of free will, but more or less.
Oh, well, the argument against that was that he didn't say that Brandon was a bitch. He just said he's like a bitch.
Which really doesn't make a difference.
Well,
He doesn't look anything like a female dog. What the hell?
yeah, well, it's not the thing. It's like you said like a bitch. In my opinion, when you say something like a bitch, you behave as a bitch would. In a sense,
God.
in a sense, you are a bitch, since you're behaving as one, right?
It's just a formal rewording of it to make it sound like you didn't say it. When
didn't mean
honestly,
It's like saying, "Hey, man, you're a dick." "Hey, I'm just joking." It's
Yeah,
like
I mean,
that's what it is.
Not racist, but black people.
I mean, yeah, exactly. It's
No
just
homo.
Like, I'm not racist, but I hate black people. I mean, it's the same thing. It's just you can't say that without it being just trying to. pass
Once
it off
again,
as something it's not.
recently I had a person make a joke. I assume it was a joke. I mean, that's what I said it was, but it actually was. Definition of a joke, proper definition, is a funny situation with a punchline with somebody. For example, I don't know, somebody saying normal joke. A goose, a cockroach, and a dove come into a bar. Situation happens, it becomes funny, and there's a little moral behind the joke. Let's go to the joke. Everybody's laughing, right? I was told that there are many different types of jokes, and I'm pretty believe they're right. There are many different types of jokes, but I just don't find a joke being hey, you're a motherfucker. Hey, I'm just joking. Do you consider that a joke?
No, see, now the thing is I
If
think I
you,
know what you're
if you
talking
just
about.
if
I don't
you
know,
just bring
but,
it out of the blue,
Yeah, out of the blue, like out of nowhere.
yeah, unless like there's a reason for why you're saying that.
Oh yeah, the person doesn't like me.
Okay, no, in that case, just
It's like, hey, I'm just joking, man. Can't you take a joke? I'm like, whoa, so me being unhappy with your actions means I can't take a joke because you consider this insult a joke. Once I brought that point up, the person completely blew up. It's like talking to a 10-year-old. Impossible.
Now, see, the thing is, too, is the factor that
Like bullshit has been seen through.
there
Time for
are
defense
different
mode.
kinds of jokes, yes, but the joke is far different from an insult. If you try to pass an
Learn
insult
the
off
difference.
as a joke because you or significant other parties, other than the person who is the joke reference, is being used as a joke, and you guys laugh at it, it's not a joke. It is a full-on insult. You can say it however many times you want to say it, but regardless, it's going to be an insult, and you're just trying to pass it as something it's not.
Correct.
A joke is something where
Everybody's
all parties
laughing. For
have the
example, Justin
ability to
Bieber
laugh.
recently peed in a restaurant. Can you imagine how many germs he has on his penis now?
What?
Yeah, he recently
Yeah.
peed in a restaurant kitchen. Don't you know?
And he also spit on some fans.
That's
too.
recent. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
And
Lady
so-
Gaga threw pollen. Not pollen. She threw flowers. I mean, who's a
Through
better person?
flowers, Yeah. And I mean, and it's just fact like that. Something where it's not so much about the people you're telling the joke to or the person being joked about, quote unquote, but it's a factor of when you sit there and you derogatorily make a joke for your laughter or the laughter of people who are against them with some sort of bias, then
Oh,
it
yes.
is nothing more than an insult.
That's it.
But if it were like just, oh, hey, dude, so knock knock, who's there? And then it's a joke that doesn't actually insult anybody and isn't towards a certain person involved, then yeah, that's a joke, and that's what most jokes are. They're
Unfortunately,
funny.
the logic of the person is on the level of a 15, 16-year-old. You can't really argue against that logic because at that stage of their development, you don't really understand the difference between right and wrong. And, you know, you kind of realize,
There's a difference.
let it go. Just let it go. It's not worth it.
I always thought it was a great blur.
Oh, and then, of course, they do the peace sign, the deuces, man. I love that. I hate. See, no, but it doesn't matter. You're correct. But okay, let me ask you this: if you react to something, does it necessarily mean you care? Somebody stepped on your foot. Do you care about that person? No, you just reacting to the fact that they stepped on your foot. It's like, ouch. That's a reaction. It's something natural.
It's not.
Caring is a type of reaction. That's
Yeah.
a thing. And like
So-
reaction is kind of, I guess you would say, broad. A reaction is somebody hitting you with something and you flinching because of that object hitting you,
Yeah.
or if somebody yelled your name, you turning around to see
It's
who
an,
said that.
it's an involuntary action.
Yeah, or for example, somebody made fun of you and you say, "Hey, man, what's wrong with you?" It doesn't mean you necessarily care to a big level, but you're gonna react to it.
That's a human mind. You react to things if it involves you because that is how it works. I mean,
Correct.
that's just how it is. If somebody says something about you, says something after,
20 years ago.
I know it's so weird.
I never
kind of
believed in
wish people would
cooties.
still have that idea about cooties, because
yeah.
nowadays,
that would be
with
so
all the
fantastic.
freaking growth hormones and milk, 10-year-olds are
Cooties.
getting breasts and everything else, and it's just
Okay,
Oh,
don't make
God,
fun
I
of
know.
breasts. Breasts are awesome.
breasts are
At
beautiful.
10 years old, they should not have them yet.
Dude, they're like sitting there with B-racks and they're freaking 10 years old, man. They're wearing bras and they
It's
can't even handle
nasty. It's like,
It's
oh,
terrifying.
you're going to wonder about the spike of pedophilism? Is that what you call it?
pedophilia.
Pedophilia.
Oh no, what's happening? Why is it so prevalent nowadays? Oh wait, that's right, because my daughter is a slut. But I mean, it's a factor of knowledge that if you're going to
Maturity. It's
trying
factor
to-
of maturity.
Yeah, that too. But I mean, if you have the common sense to realize that there's a difference between certain aspects of what you're trying to define, then you yourself will know that what you're doing is no more than just trying to get a reaction out of the person. And then therefore you can try to use it as saying, oh, you care about this, when they say they don't. That's all it is this, they're trying to drag a reaction out of you to be able to force upon you the idea
Correct.
that you do care.
For
And
example,
so,
Zach,
it's just how it is.
you're such a douchebag.
I
Do
know.
you take it as an insult?
I don't actually.
Do you know that I'm
but-
serious?
Oh, dude, you're totally serious.
Oh, no, kill me. See, you know me. You know that I don't mean it. But if you know that the person means it and they say, oh, I'm just joking, man, it just gets so much more. It's like, you're such a slimy asshole.
Ew.
Oh, you know what? I just imagined it. That did not sound correct. You're right. Ew. Alright,
just a
alright.
lubricant asshole, ready
Wrap
to
it up. Wrap it up.
receive
Wrap it up.
lubricated.
Let's see what else we got. We can talk about. Hey, Animalius has a question. What would we take ever? Who cares? Who cares? No, not yet.
Would you guys ever take an external writer?
Yeah, I say not now.
Yeah.
But we are looking for.
Oh,
We
you meant, like,
will.
producing somebody else's work.
Let me explain it this way. We're not taking one out of the blue, but we're gonna have some sort of event that will involve writers in the future. Remember, we have this entire ordeal going on with initiative. You know, the thing that we copied off of somebody, even though it was since early 2011. But it's gonna be all part of the initiative. Even right now, what we have going on, the raffle, it's part of this initiative. By the way, everybody who participated in the raffle, thank you very much. You won't believe how many great machinimas we looked through because of
I don't
it.
know what you're talking about.
It was great. I liked it.
That insane guy just said, "Wow, approaching 3 hours. I think this is the longest MMB show yet."
Oh no, we had a 3-hour MNB show
Yeah,
before,
there was a 3-hour one before, and
but it was broken
Wasn't
up
it
in two
during the
pieces.
Minecraft days?
that was during the Minecraft days. Wasn't it?
Technically, it's M and B and Z and P.
No, we
We are
need
guests.
we need
Yeah,
a
we're
somebody
guests.
named James because
Somebody named
sounds
James.
delicious right now.
Oh my
What?
god.
But once again, you know, we're making an MNB show live for a reason. We don't plan on getting views after it because this is for live. Because this is different what you call approach to MNB show. We're gonna come back to our normal MNB show. Once again, as we said, when people get working on machinimas. But you know what? Let's kind of, if not wrap it up, kind of simmer down this topic and maybe move on to something else. Unless you guys are getting tired.
Oh no.
I don't mind.
All right, so
I've only just.
So, community, I think
I'm
the thing-
18 years old. It's 1:30 in the morning. Am I tired?
tomorrow's Saturday.
Exactly.
Well, today, what for you? Yeah, it's gonna be Saturday.
Today's Saturday.
Yeah, but you're not tired. You're British. British people can stay up longest.
I usually stay up until 2 o'clock, so I'm good.
So we're good. Okay, so
remember
I think that Zach described his definition of what a community is, machinima at least.
Oh yes.
Let me just go, and then we're gonna go for you, Mr. Peter, and then Zach, not Zach, Brandon, because PB and J, you know, it goes PB then J.
And then,
Well, machinima community. You see, I used the term a lot before, and I can't believe how wrong I was when I used it. And every time I hear somebody use it, even right now when you guys use it, I was just laughing a little bit inside my head because a community is a group of people gathered in a certain area. Brooklyn is part of New York City. It's part of a community that lives here in Brooklyn.
Yeah,
In
I
my
mean,
neighborhood, my neighborhood is a community on its own.
yeah.
So when we talk about machinima community, we can't just say Arbiter 617, X, Y, and Z. Mike, you can't say that because one, machinima is spread out throughout so many games that when you say machinima community and you talk about what you guys just talked about it, you're leaving out literally 5 other things that are supposedly part of the community as well. You're leaving out people who make Minecraft machinima. You're leaving out people who make Skyrim machinima. Hell yeah.
Fallout machine.
You well, okay. Stop advertising yourself. Fallout machinima.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, Fallout machinima. You're leaving out people who make
There is actually
machinimas.
there's a large Fallout machinima community.
Well, once again, all of this is a community. Who is that shouting?
I think it's Brandon.
It's not me.
Okay.
I don't have a British accent, so I can't do it.
So
So Zach.
I don't. I'll be honest. All I see is little groups spread out. I don't see a community. I see a pocket here, a pocket there, a prick here, a bunch of pricks.
It's basically it's a high school.
Well, once again, no advertising.
No advertising. What the hell am I advertising?
Oh, come on. Shh, 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 shh. Peter Boswell, shush.
Anyways, yeah, it is in fact just pretty much the same sect as you would think a high school. They're like nerds.
Zach, I can barely hear you.
It is the same thing
There
as
you go.
you would expect a high school, which is pretty much the factor of like nerd, jocks, separate groups. Except there aren't so much as in nerds and jocks. It's just separated groups, and that's
Dicks and
just how
pricks.
it
Yeah.
is. And so what they do is they just cling on to these groups, and then they start to hate on other groups because, once again, it is on a high school mentality, and for drama reasons, etc. I personally think that drama is super pointless, so when people try to make drama, I can only help but giggle a bit. Sure, I'll usually get involved, but it's usually just because I honestly think there's no point to it, so I try to stop it. And I shouldn't really anymore, but I do just because that's who I am. I like to try to stop stupid things from happening to stupid people. But hey,
Zach, you had your turn to speak. Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, hey, I'm not gonna make hot dogs now.
Oh, okay, okay. I didn't mean to cut it off. I just wanted to make a joke. So yeah, who's that?
Stop it!
Oh, that is Zach, the prick. So no, what I wanted to say is that you don't really have a unified. You can't really call it a community. You just can call it people who make stuff on YouTube. And then you have X, Y, and Z here. For example, me and Brandon, we're not part of a group. We are working in the same production. We're part of the same thing. It's not that he's a director and I'm a director and we have two separate channels which making rather big budget machinimas and we combine each other to create a group which maybe one day will grow into community. No, we are one group. Just because it's under the same name doesn't mean we have the same views, we have the same opinions. Believe me and Brandon argue all the time. All about the stupidest shit.
I really think it's important that we argue, though.
Yeah, because I just can't stand...
There's no relation.
See, the moment he mentions anime in a machinima form, I'm like, fuck you.
When was the last time I did that?
Hey, dude, hey, I remember when Brandon mentioned it to me, and he was all like, oh, but Mikey doesn't like it. I'm like, fuck Mikey, we'll do it anyways. No. But I mean, in all seriousness, it's just like, Mike, you and Brandon have a yin-yang thing going, so if you didn't argue, that's when I'd be worried.
Well, for example, Scale and Claw, we worked... I mean, I read the script, but when I release it, I don't say I made it. No. It's part of my production group. And when Brandon says my production group, he means exactly the same thing. Because when I say my crew, I don't mean they're my underlings. I mean they're my equals. Yeah, see, that's why people look at Brandon, and then when Brandon speaks up, all of a sudden he's following my orders. Hell, if Brandon asks me to write something snarky and smart, I'll write it. But that doesn't mean that I control what Brandon says.
Exactly.
And I really can't stand when people take a person and degrade him to this level. It just shows how stupid, not assholes, how ignorant and stupid they are.
Meanwhile, Mikey is sending subliminal messaging to Brandon.
Yeah, I
What
mean,
he should do next.
well, okay, let's be honest. I'm a psychologist. I can't do that. I can, if I wanted to. But
shit.
I respect Brandon enough not to do it.
That was just fucking weird, I'm sorry.
That's right.
Just out of the blue, just the Joker joined in.
Well, you see, there's a problem here.
Not that Joker, I know.
Continue, Mike.
Oh yeah, where was I? Oh yeah. So Brandon, no, he's like my bitch. He's just like, and according to some people, it doesn't really mean serious stuff. He's just like, okay, I crashed. Fuck. But yeah, back to the point.
Brandon likes to be dominated.
Back to the point. Well, you see, if anything, the closest thing to a collaboration we have is when Zach comes over and voices for us. But even then, I consider Zach part of Trigrams, and not considering him part of it would be disrespectful to him, robbing him of credit that he truly deserves. So when I hear these people say my project and my machinima and my channel, when they closely involved with people that they consider their quote-unquote friends, I can't but lose all respect to those people.
What they really should be saying is so like Trigrams project, because it's part of the, you know, the Trigram is kind of like the group thing. That's the we part.
Well,
Going back to the whole
yeah, but it's not like we, like, I'm a director, he's a director, we have separate channel, and that's we. It's actually one entity. So when...
Like this, for example, I have 3 hot dogs on a plate. You don't say, I have 3 hot dogs on a plate. You use the plural, hot dogs.
Dogs.
Otherwise, there wouldn't be a reason in saying it, and it would sound stupid.
Correct.
Therefore, when there are a group of things that all deserve the same amount of credit, you give them all that credit.
But you see, in the mind of a, let's say, a younger audience, I did all the work, I did all the editing, I did all the effects, so why should I say we? See, they don't...
You know, heaven forbid you help your friends out and give them anything at all.
Yeah. It's like, well...
It's not like you're helping out of the goodness of your heart. You're not getting paid for it.
Yeah. But, unfortunately, people don't get that, and they say mine, mine.
Mine.
Okay.
Mine.
No, Brandon, do the eel thing. I mean, yak thing.
Yuck, 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 yuck.
I was just flying you with a yak. So yeah, I mean, what about you? What's your name, Mr. Peter Boswell? Your opinion on the quote-unquote community?
I think my definition for a community is a group of people who have similar interests, who have a form of interest, and they join together to help each other with that, or help each other to collaborate with it.
So
You know.
pretty much you're saying right now there is no such thing because people literally don't help unless there's some sort of promotion
much.
involved.
Pretty much, because the only reason that, like you say, you could call a certain area where some people, like you could call a village a community of people, yeah, because they have one thing in common. They all live in the same village.
But that's about it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. That's kind of good. I like that. How about you, Brandon? Just move your microphone closer because I can't hear shit.
I'm sorry.
We love you so much, but you're on
Let
the other
me,
side.
Oh, wait.
Oh shit, I'm being attacked. Let me speak a little bit louder then. Because that's just how I roll. My
start
thought on the Machinima community. Well, you guys just more specific
less.
versions of what mine is. For me, it's just, you know, a group of people who all do the same thing. That's really all I care to, you know, think about it as, because it's just, he makes films. I guess you guys are in the filmmakers community. Because nobody's a director anymore.
Point. I like it.
Except for when they're, I don't know, doing body hiking sessions. That's the only time you direct somebody else.
True.
Everything else is your own work.
Directing.
That's
You're
a,
directing
yeah,
where
that's
they
the
go.
limits of it.
Yeah.
Well, you can't.
There's a limit on that label. You can only be a director when you're actually directing
See,
people.
there's a very good saying. Wow, that was a bad saying.
Alright.
No matter how,
Beautiful saying.
no matter how hard you polish a turd, it'll still be a turd.
Indeed.
Really,
Actually,
by any other name.
I actually recently posted a really good quote. I actually want to read it out right now. Well, let me read the quote. It actually comes from Socrates. You know, one of those old geezers.
Socrates.
And Zach and Brandon, I mean Peter, I'm sure you're aware of the situation, but I really want you to listen into it. It goes something like this. That's not it. A quote by Socrates. Strong minds discuss ideas. Average minds discuss events. Weak minds discuss people. Put that in perspective. And then apply it to quote-unquote community. And you will see how man from 2,000 years ago was right about the minuscule thing of YouTube.
It's so sad how true it is.
And so I'm glad to say that we belong to the middle and to the higher version of the quote. Sure, we sometimes might scoop down low, but at least we don't belong there.
Yeah.
Unlike some certain people who, that's their way of living,
Yeah.
I suppose. All right, so we kind of covered the community thing. You guys want to keep on this train of thought and discuss something relevant to this?
Well, it
If anybody's got
depends.
anything else to say, yeah.
I honestly think that through all of our sidetracking and rambling, we did discuss a lot that was a part of it.
Yeah. We're a
Well, there
community.
is another one of those kind of generic questions too that just popped up.
Go for it.
Monty, and he's like, "What is coming up in the near future?"
Well, that's a
Yeah.
secret.
That's a secret. you
Well,
see.
it's not really a secret. Everybody knows that Scale and Claw is gonna come out.
Stuff.
And I mean, there is one thing that's coming
Diagram
out.
has some other stuff that's gonna come
Yeah,
out.
we have stuff like stuffed turkey and stuffed chicken. It's all stuffed, but with different flavors.
Yeah,
No, you see, once again, this is M&B show, and I really don't want to talk about what we gonna be doing in
It's not an update.
Yeah, M&B show is purpose to speak your mind and discuss things that's going on in quote-unquote community. Or at least we wanted to review a machinima, but there's no good machinimas to review. Literally, everything that we have to review, and I literally just looked up a few machinimas earlier today, is like, I've seen this concept so much before that reviewing this will be detrimental because I already reviewed this a few years back. It's imagine imagine you ate an ice cream cone yesterday, and it was a flavor of a vanilla, but it was it was the white cup, you know, the white waffle cup. Well, today you're eating same vanilla ice cream, but the waffle cup has sprinkles on it. Does it really gonna change the way you taste the ice cream?
Yeah, it's got
Delicious,
sprinkles on
man.
it.
Oh, well, you know what I mean.
That's just sugar, bro.
It has the addition, but
But it's the same ice cream. So, what's the point of reviewing the same film? I mean, same concept of a film. It's been done before.
The ice cream is the concept.
Yeah,
ice cream is the concept.
and the scoop is the meat. The meat is still the same.
Meat and ice cream?
Shut up.
Oh,
Jam good.
I would have said bowl to be honest. Put ice cream in a bowl, that there would just be two different.
I don't know. I don't like eating ice cream out of like a glass
I
thing.
don't either. I don't think, but
It just doesn't feel right.
It would have been a sexier.
It feels wrong.
I just you eat it through a ball.
I needed to eat it through a bowl.
Oh, I actually killed this guy.
He's got a missile.
What else? What else?
Well, there isn't any more questions out of that, other than what next gen game do you think looks best based on the information?
See, I didn't even care. I looked at them, but I'm like, I'm sorry, but I don't have an
Are
opinion.
there any actual games that we're looking at any of?
Okay, fine. I'll tell you which one I'm looking for. Rise.
Rise, yes.
I want that game. I will get, and I really want.
I really
and-
hope they play with that.
And that's it.
kind of-
I'm not even looking forward to Halo 5. I'm not. I just don't know why.
Well, it's just because I mean, it doesn't seem like.
We don't know anything about it that much yet, but
Yeah,
even
exactly,
then,
there's nothing to really. I
as
guess,
much as I hate
get
saying
excited.
this, but Halo is getting extremely stale.
especially
Yeah, well,
because of
It's
fact
kind of
that
gone
they
past.
created
I think it's mainly because it's gone past the trilogy. We've had a prequel, and then they decided to continue it a little further by creating a new storyline, which is nice, but
Well, the fact is, if they're going to continue it, what they need to do is they need to have some cojones to make some serious changes to it.
Some cojones.
Otherwise, it's going to stay stale and stuff. And I mean,
Their big
that's the
change
thing
was
about Halo 4
complicated,
I
though.
really like, is because multiplayer, they changed it up a bit. Campaign, they changed it. It's not the Covenant anymore. It's a completely different thing.
I don't like the new enemies, to be honest. I don't like the
new enemies.
Prometheans.
I hate the Prometheans, but the factor of what they were going for, the actual idea of fighting foreigners, can be done really well. in
Forerunners.
this.
It's foreigners. You said like,
Did I
what?
just say foreigners?
Yeah, it sounded like you
We're
said
fighting
foreigners.
illegal aliens. No, but I mean, it's just the factor of like the idea that they have. It can be done really
Yeah.
well if they decide to really put effort into it. And that's the one thing about Halo 4 that I kind of disliked and liked. I mean, at one point, it was changing, so that meant they were doing the right thing. But bless you.
Bless you.
But at the same
Bless you.
time, they didn't really seem to put as much effort as they could have in there. They said they pushed the end.
Don't you mean as they should have?
Yeah, should have. And so, I mean, in the end, it had promised to be a really, really good start-off game, but they just didn't really hit the nail on the head. So,
But let's be honest. 343 is new.
yeah.
Let's just say they didn't work out their chemistry yet.
yeah.
And
They
so,
have the
I mean,
tools, but not the neural system to support it.
And so the thing is, it's not everyone. Every time I say that to people, I'll always be like, "Oh, well, 343 is new, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt." Then the people will come up to me and they'll be like, "Well, the people who are in the 343 are all like old Bungie employees and other game expert and kind of veterans." And I mean, sure, that's true, but think about it like this: you could get, for example, just out of recent media, I guess, the Avengers. Look at that. They brought together a bunch of superheroes. And that doesn't mean that they work together perfectly
Yeah.
when they first started. I mean,
Yeah.
they all fought, they all had their problems, and
Tony
they had
Stark
their-
is awesome.
Tony Stark.
Let's not make favorites. Tony Stark is awesome.
Tony Stark is awesome. Just like not make favorite. But anyways,
Quote.
yeah, and so
Quote. You can quote me on that.
quote me on that. No, but I mean, it's just the factor of you can't expect a group of people to really be able to work efficiently after they just met each other. I mean, literally, they've been adding people the entire time they've been making Halo 4.
Did you
So-
guys know they're gonna add Ant-Man in 2015?
Ant-Man, yes. Oh.
And what's the
Ant-Man, he's a sexy
They have to add Flash at some point.
Oh, Flash is... Yeah. I feel
Oh,
like they
yeah. They need to make a Flash movie, yeah.
I would cry a little bit on the
Just
inside.
do
of it.
not use Ryan Reynolds.
Okay, to be honest, he's already Green Lantern. You can't use him.
You like Green
And what do you have
Lantern.
against Ryan Reynolds? I like the guy.
No, I like him. I
The guy's
do,
funny.
but
He's a good actor.
Green Lantern.
I didn't like him in Green Lantern, and I didn't like him as Deadpool in the Wolverine.
Okay,
original.
I'm sorry, but X-Men Origins Wolverine and X3 was shit.
Shit.
So was the Wolverine, the new one. It's also shit. It's fun, but it's shit.
It's fun, but yeah, it's fucking crap.
It's
I
gone
actually just watched
downhill.
it yesterday.
Ever since Patrick Stewart died, you know, it's just nah.
I mean, the comic versions are fantastic.
Oh
Yes.
well, you can't really compare the two. Come on, let's be honest.
And
Okay, still, they're fantastic.
The recent Deadpool video game, you know,
It was
Uh,
hilarious, but it just
it was hilarious, but it was the
Gameplay
gameplay.
yeah.
But the game is awesome. I love the game. I'm not gonna say. I'm gonna see. I don't want to judge the game. It was awesome the way it was.
Mm-hmm.
Just was.
Nolan North does a great job with Deadpool.
Yes, he did.
I love it. I love it.
Okay, I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
But anyways, beside your point,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's just the factor of is the fact that I mean, like I said, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They know where they messed up. They know that, and if you've been watching what they've been doing with Halo 4, they've been improving on it. They've been giving the people what they want, and so when Halo 5 comes out,
Still
they
no
know.
Falcons.
Yeah.
Oh, to
I'm
be
pretty
honest,
sure you're not gonna
yeah,
see
sure, it's an inconvenience, but I don't much care.
I'm fine with it not being there, honestly. At first I was kind of mad, but I was like, yeah, we can deal with it. And so, later on, like I said, with Halo 5, I mean, you can't ever expect the first game in the series to be the perfect game. You can't expect it to be good, and you also can't expect the same of the second one. Because,
Well, judging by yeah, Halo was not Bungie's first title, so yeah, you're right.
marathon and all that. And, I mean, it's just a factor of being, though. I mean, the first game in any series is always going to have its goods and its bad. Then when the second game comes out...
Come on, Mass Effect, the elevators. Oh.
Mass Effect, oh, God.
To be honest, I like the elevators.
I haven't actually played Mass Effect, but I recently ordered the trilogy.
Good man. Good job.
Careful.
I shall
Careful.
join.
Enjoy Morden while you can. Do not let Morden go.
Okay.
Enjoy it.
Use him, abuse him. He's the best man ever.
Okay.
Yeah,
And Grunt
I won't get rid of
and
Grunt.
Rex.
I'm not
You
getting
know,
rid of
everybody's awesome in that.
everyone's awesome.
See,
Except for Ash.
I don't like Jack, and I don't like Ashley. Jax is a bit of a
Ashley
bitch.
Williams fucking
And I love Seth Green.
awkward as
I mean,
Oh, Thesgreen is awesome. Yeah. See, also another good example of a great actor who doesn't get enough screen time.
yeah. I suppose Seth Green nowadays, he's a little more behind.
Yeah, he's a producer.
More voice acting than he's a producer now, and he does more voice acting rather
Robert
than
Chicky.
full body acting.
full body.
Yeah.
acting.
Full body acting. The way you said it, just
And he plays Chris in Family Guy, of course, and
of course.
you know, and although he did have his spotlight, you know, he was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Oh, that's such a long time ago. Young people don't remember it.
Oh,
I know. I love that show.
Hey, remember when she was invisible? What was the guy's name? Stick? No, wait. Crutch? What was the vampire's name? The blonde one.
I can't remember now.
I can't even.
Well, the Crutch was doing something
It was
funny.
like Kurt or something, wasn't it?
Crunchy cat.
Whatever his name was.
I like the cuts, this clash. It makes us all cry.
Ah, yeah, that's
Das ist gut.
Das ist gut.
Das ist gut. Alright, but I mean, it's just, I personally really hope, because from what I've been hearing lately, people are actually starting to take video games more seriously, and that's actually what we need, because unfortunately, the reason most games nowadays are in fact as bad as they are is because the developers don't take it as seriously, the people don't just actually take them as serious media when they are going to be serious media in a very short time. And so now that people are really starting to see that,
Funny
and are
thing
trying
is, that this is a fact, right? The gaming industry is actually making more than both music and the film industry put together right now.
exactly.
You sure about that? The movie
Yeah, no.
industry is booming.
The movie industry is booming when it comes to single movies, yeah, but
Yeah.
in the actual expanse of the whole entire genre,
Yeah.
it's not doing as well. and it's just the factor that sooner or later games will be the like eminent future of media culture.
It
And
certainly doesn't
people,
have it.
Dun 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 dun.
and so people are going to start kind of using games as more of the movie outlet. There's going to be more.
There's
things
just
like
a
that.
scene where there's a light coming over the hill and some 2 steps from hell number is going on in the background. And
Yeah.
then gaming.
I mean, I'm not even kidding you. Like, I mean, I literally heard a Halo little thing being used in some show that wasn't even. They didn't even actually know it, but because the media of it is getting so popular and because of stuff like that, it's becoming really popular music that people use. It was the kind of like dubstep little not fan things made by those bands and all those people before the game came out. But yeah, I heard it and I'm like, whoa, what the fuck is that, Halo? And then sure enough, it was. And like, I've heard Two Steps from Hell constantly, and it's just.
All right,
keeps going
but
like
Two
that.
Steps of Hell is made for trailers.
Yeah, it's made for trailers, yeah. But I mean, just. I've never heard Two Steps from Hell.
Mass
2
Effect had
years
it.
ago.
Mass Effect had it. Inception
Mass
had
Effect
it.
had it. Inception had it.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about 2 to 3 years ago. Before it was cool.
Well, it's cool where? It's cool in Machinima community, but it's been around forever.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, it's just like, it's getting more widespread. Not just like freaking Two Steps from Hell, though. It's just gaming things in general. I mean, it's starting to become a norm. It used to be something where people would make the generic stereotype, like all gamers are those PC fat kids who just sit there.
In their basements. I mean, we're
Basements.
not that fat, are we?
I'm pretty
All right. Mr. Peter Boswell.
Yeah.
You do live with your parents, correct?
Yes.
Please, hypocrite. You should be hanged.
I'm 18. I am only 18.
I live with my
I
parents.
only,
So?
I only turned 18.
There is no limit.
Exactly, I know. Shut up.
Suck the titty till you drop dead. Big deal.
Dude, until you're freaking 90.
Especially with housing prices.
Oh my, exactly.
Yeah, tell me about it. Actually, my mother's moving to Spain next year, so I have to get the fuck out of here.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, that's
Well,
awesome.
the Spain
I'm kinda
part.
scared because
That's
you-
awesome. Get away from your parents' housing.
No, it's not that. It's not so much that. I'm pretty sure your mom is just kind of like, fuck, you won't leave, I guess. Going to Spain.
What's the Spain?
I think that's one of the reasons. But
That's
no,
one
she
of the
don't
reasons.
stay there.
No, yeah, I
She
know.
wants to stay there.
No parent's gonna do that to their fucking kid. Are you kidding me? Just like, alright, I gave birth to you. Well, fuck you. Get out of my house. You're 18.
No, she's actually moving now, and I have to get out by next Easter.
Oh,
Next Easter. Ow.
painful.
I'm moving into my dad's house, and then I have to find my own place soon. So
Yeah. Well, it's expected. It's just life for you. I mean,
Yeah.
I want to go do things and shit like that. I want to live and do things that are fun.
I mean, Mikey, you're self-sufficient.
No, well, okay. It's not. I'm in the same situation as you, but I'm much older. So supposedly I should have more. I should be considered more of a negative. But the reason why is because different family values and whatnot, and you try and get stuff done in this country by yourself with the amount of money you make now, and you learn, hey, I love my mummy. But the thing is, yes, sure, I could be. I very well could be, but why? At this point, I don't. There isn't really much that makes me really move
Yeah,
on.
before
If you
you're
know what.
30.
Yeah, there's. I don't have those. Nobody imposes those rules on me. Well, when I'm good anyway. When I'm bad, yeah, those kind
Those
of.
rules become really big. and
Yeah,
you're
it's like.
"Oh, sorry, no."
Yeah,
Dude,
it's.
me too.
They're.
I mean, me, Brandon, and Zach. I'm guessing we're relatively the same age.
Correct. Yes, you
Yeah,
are.
And Mikey, you're what, 22, 21?
Yeah, you can say or
Yeah.
mid.
I mean, my brother is 24 now, and he's still having to live at my dad's house, which he doesn't live in, but he rents out to them.
Well, that see, I offered that choice. I was told it doesn't. You don't need it.
Yeah.
Making family, it's I don't know.
Well,
Just saying.
My brother, well, he pays a subsequent, not the full amount that he
Oh,
should.
correct. Yeah, well, that's
Because it's family.
correct. Yeah, that's what I was saying. But yeah, so
So a message to all nerds all over the place who are thinking, I've got to get out of here. Don't leave too soon, basically.
grow a pair of balls.
As-
Grow a pair of balls that you can milk for a long time before you actually decide to do that.
Yeah, think about it.
You do milk balls, Brad.
Oh, wait. Well,
I actually no. I actually heard a quote from a feminist. Why do people always say grow balls? They should grow a clitoris because it gives birth. And then I'm thinking to myself, but punching balls is so much more painful. You're so much more exposed.
At least for the clitoris, you've got it's
Protection.
inside.
Yeah.
Balls are on the outside.
It's dangerous outside. Don't go alone. That's why they're in pairs.
And that's why. And don't forget to take a weapon with you. That's why they have a pole with them.
Oh god, now we're getting into the serious.
it's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Take this. Oh my.
Why, thank you, evolution. This is exactly what I needed.
Oh god, what's all this hair? It's warmth defense. Ah!
It's kind of. And then, of course, we're gonna bring up the point that blah 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 blah. And so shut up.
Dude, shut up.
All right. Well, it feels like we exhausted almost every single avenue of conversation possible. I'm not sure. I think there's might be a few topics left. I mean, let's ask the viewers. We have what? 8 people watching. So, people, any topics you want to hear us discuss that is not about movies?
And tits
Maybe something serious, like something intense. We can sink our teeth in.
before the live stream dies.
Oh, well, there was one.
Holy shit, Mikey got nailed.
Hey! I killed 2 guys with a broken wing.
That was beautiful.
I'm a
On the
pro.
subject of movies, which movie is your favorite and way?
Okay, see.
I mean, why? But yeah,
Way. Oh, he's British. That's Blondie.
crazy.
But I don't really feel like those kind of questions. Those are more like just kind of conversation.
Yeah.
Asking
What? Okay, you know what movies I like? I like movies from the 50s and 40s, the ones that had heart and soul. Happy?
Yeah. I like kind of the classic movies. People always sit there and they're like, "Oh, you mean the classics from the '90s?" I'm like, "Those aren't fucking classics."
Yeah. Well, no, from the 90s, yeah, kind of a lot of them are
Yeah.
now at this stage.
My favorite a long time ago was Bugsy Malone. I loved that film as a child. It was fun.
I mean, my personal favorites, I guess, in times are maybe like 50s, 60s, and 70s. Those are kind
Turn down the video.
I had VHS tapes.
VHS tapes. Holy
I still have
shit.
VHS.
I have a VHS tape and it's of aliens.
VHS of aliens.
That shit, man. I didn't even know I had it, and I had it from like back when I was in Arizona when I had first watched that movie when I was 6. When I found it, I like
Watched it when you were 6.
Bad
Oh,
parenting.
shit.
Not really.
No,
It was
but
awesome
after
parenting.
I actually asked my dad. I was like yelling at him to give it to me, and he's just like,
I said it was awesome
I
parenting.
suppose he's kind
Oh,
of teaching
well,
you a
somebody
lesson.
said bad parenting.
I said bad parenting, and I said, "Oh, I'm kidding. It was awesome parenting."
Oh, okay. I
You
was
have
just
to show your kid an alien movie.
Yeah, I know. And like my dad was just sitting there. He's like, "Oh, he wants to watch an alien movie. Oh my god, yes, these are fantastic." Then he showed me Lord of the Rings, and he started showing me all these really awesome movies, and I was like,
Lord of the Rings is new. You can't count that.
Oh, well, it was.
Oh, wait. Are you meaning the old one, the one that's half cartoon and half movie?
I think it was the Hobbit one. Yeah.
The half cartoon, half movie one was great.
Yeah. Yeah. It was.
It was
that
so
one.
hard to watch though. It was extremely hard to watch, but it was awesome.
I'm pretty sure I got lost. I was just enjoying the like moving pictures and shit. I was like, all right, I'll do it.
Bright colors, yay.
I mean, my dad, he had bought me Aliens on the VHS like when it was my birthday, I guess, and I wanted it. So he's like, "Oh, okay." And so he kind of was just like, "All right." And so he gives it to me, but he had to go work on the truck outside, and it was like the middle of the day. So he left the door out, and he's like, "By the way, it is kind of scary." He was just trying to because I'm 6 years old, for Christ's sake, though. And so he's like, "By the way, it's scary. So if it's too scary, just tell me, and I'll come and watch
Oh,
it with you."
and email us asked the question too.
Yeah,
Someone read it.
For each of you, what makes a machinima above average, i.e., special effects, scripting, music, voice actors?
Oh, go ahead. You guys can go for it.
Alright, well, I'll just do what I always do. Personally, I think it takes full devotion to make something good. You can't just focus on one area and expect something good to come out of it. But
Yeah,
personally,
it's a
if you were
combination
gonna
of
ask me which was the most important, I would say more than anything, if you're talking about actual just machinima, not cinematography, but machinima, I definitely have to say scripting and voice acting, because one, you need a good script that's believable and that doesn't just have rehashed bullshit, And then 2, if you're using Machinima, what really makes the Machinima is voice actors. If your voice actors are crap, then it's not going to be a believable performance. Nobody's going to really get into it, and it's kind of just going to So, I mean...
Instead of getting get to the chopper, you get to the chopper.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, with effects, you really don't actually need effects. They're just there for the extra flair.
Yeah.
You need lens flares, apparently.
I mean, if you're gonna put effects in there, if you don't overdo it and you just do a nice amount that'll make somebody kind of go, ooh. I mean, that's perfect. You don't need to do it in every scene.
Well, the thing is, camera is supposed to be the viewer's eye. But you take the person out of the situation when you introduce things that their eye just not used to. Ooh, well, on the subject of lens flares, oh, we're gonna get so much shit for that. But the thing is that a lens flare it doesn't appear in your eye at all.
It only appears on a camera lens.
I don't know. I never had it.
I mean, what happens is it comes out of camera lenses when you do certain things, but I mean, it can kind of happen in your eye, but it's not really a lens flare as much as it just light in general.
Bright light and little circles, that's not lens flare. Lens flare is that bright, stupid, pulsating thing. It does not happen when you look at the light. Look at the light right now, your uplight. Just look at the light in your room. There's no lens flare.
Stare at the sun.
So, even if you stare at the sun, there won't be any lens flare.
There's not even a lens flare. I mean, the only time it happens is on a camera. So, I mean, yeah, you're supposed to, the camera is supposed to be the eye of the person, but you're not supposed to take the eye of the person and make it a camera.
Correct. And when you do that, it's called eye candy, and it's not necessary. Sure, you can say it's a stylistic choice. How dare you make my stylistic choice such a mundane thing? But it is mundane. It's not important. It's useless.
And on the subject of music, I actually think that music is more important than effects by far, because the music is kind of like the backup to the voicing, to the actual moving clip, because if you don't have music, then you won't really get the emotion.
It can make your lame looking battle scene sound like an epic battle scene.
Which everybody does.
Yeah, which everybody does. Or you can do, for example, like, imagine having somebody dying in the rain, etc. Sure, it's kind of like, oh, he's dying, but I mean, if you don't have like music that sounds like, oh no, it's the end of the world, then I mean, it's you're not really
the one thing you have to remember about also, if you're gonna do a sad scene, you've got to have really powerful music to go with it, because the thing is, you can't see an expression on someone's face in Halo Reach.
Unless you're making it in Skyrim. In Skyrim, you can.
Skyrim.
So you've got to kind of emphasize, even in Skyrim actually, but you know, modding is meh. I have no.
You just wait and see.
So basically, what you're doing with the music is you're emphasizing the moment to the person to make them feel. So, music is a little more important than special effects.
Oh yeah, definitely. Way more important.
Oh well, you know, I kind of agree with you guys, but I'm gonna say this: you don't need music all that much. All you need is a good script, decent camera work, and an okay voice actor. Yeah, if you have those three, because this is the basics. We're not talking about, you know, the creme de la creme. We're talking about the basics. And all you need for basics to make a good, decent machinima, the one that people will enjoy, besides having lens flares and people killing each other for like 10 minutes at a time, is you need a decent script with an interesting plot that has characters evolve and have a decent voice actor and have decent. You don't have anything perfect or even good. It's decent.
Yeah. And I mean, because you can't really just always find perfect voice acting.
Well, to be honest, you're never gonna get perfect on your first ever try.
Not even the first try. Like, I mean, I know people who still wouldn't get it. I mean, I know I'm not perfect. I know that I'm just barely above decent. Stuff like that. But I mean, it's just a matter of, like, if you really wanted to be technical of all of it, I would actually think that scripting, voice acting, camera angles, and all that would be their own section, and then effects, music, etc. would come after that in another section. Because they're just the extra add-ins to add the emotion, to add a little flair to it, add that kind of stuff. They're more just additions than anything.
The eye candy, as it were.
They're just, and so I mean, you could sit there and say, oh, well, I think music's really important. Yeah, sure, but you won't. I mean, you could put the best music in a machinima you want, but if the scene you're putting it on is stupid or out of place, then
If you want to
what
focus
do
on
you do?
music, why don't you just put music on your channel instead of
Exactly.
machinima?
Exactly. So, and I mean, yeah, it'll do that. But that's pretty much the basis of it, I guess, from us. Good. Brandon's off in the distance playing the games of swag.
Indeed.
Swag.
See, I hate that. I don't like that.
Off to the games of swag.
Swag. You
Oh
don't
crap,
like
that's big.
But Ole, no. But I mean, I guess that's pretty much that topic. Somebody else.
Favorite decade?
Favorite decade.
Oh man,
Well, you know, I have to say the 90s.
Yeah, me too.
I honestly think I would go with maybe 80s.
But did you live through? Did you live during 80s? No.
No, I just enjoyed the things in it. But if you were talking about what I lived through, then yeah, I'd have to go 90s. Considering the factor of I don't really care too much for the 2000s.
Yeah, you know, the teens, the 2000 teens, that from 2000 to 2010. Like, you see the product of this, of that, come out now in the form of the quote-unquote directors. I don't like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, and then for example, the other day on like America's Got Talent, there was like a group of maybe 9-year-old, 8-year-old boys, and they were like the epitome of that douchebaggish, swag-loving, gay hairstyle, Jersey Shore kind of look.
Ugh.
I mean, they were sitting there dancing to music, all really well unchoreographed, I guess. Ask Q, that's what it is. Okay, there it is. Okay, anyways, and then like every single time they would get to a certain beat, one of the kids, remember these are like 9-year-old kids, would lift up their shirt trying to show off abs. And
Okay.
it's just like skin and bones. It's just
Kill
like,
them now. Kill them
yeah,
before they
that's
make
what I
it.
was saying. I'm like, God, I hope they don't make it. And somehow they made it to like the right before the semifinals, and then they got voted off. I'm like, oh, thank you, America, for finally waking the fuck up. Like, God, that was so stupid. It was just disturbing to see that that happens at such a young age now. I was just kind of like, all right, well, I'm gonna go drink a bleach martini. And
That's right, pro landing.
Pro landing, the pro landing.
But I didn't get the point because some asshole stole it from me.
Aww. Should we go beat up that ass?
I know, I'm gonna shoot him.
Kill them dead.
Kill him dead.
No, no, I don't want to destroy this guy's poor dreams. I'm telling you.
He's gonna be a pilot one day. It's gonna be like Brandon as the rookie. I can save her. No, I'm just gonna kill your dreams.
No, I was the rookie.
Kamikaze.
Wasn't I the rookie?
You were the rookie.
I was the
He
rookie.
was the rookie. Never mind. Okay, I'm just confused. I'm sorry.
Retract your gear.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Yeah. Oh, Magic could that be his last line. That's what she said.
Oh crap, that set spinning was not a good idea. You'll see it. Somebody check whether we have any more questions for now.
I don't see any at the moment. We have a few more
I'll
viewers. Hello to all of you sexy people.
No, I think this is the most people we ever have watching M&B show.
Really?
What, how
I
many
thought
do
it
we
was,
have?
We have like 13 max or 11 max.
I thought there was 17 at one time. I could have sworn.
Oh, that didn't
7
count because that was involving idiots and morons.
Oh, okay, that one.
That one got removed because they were too pissy about it too.
Yeah, well, you
They
probably
arrived and then they left.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. Anything on the topic of Machinima anymore? I don't think there's anything more to talk about.
Yeah, it really isn't at the moment. As far as I'm concerned, it's actually been kind of a little dry too, just because everybody's been in this phase of everyone's scripting and waiting for voice actors and actually doing it. So nobody's really released the content.
Well, that's what we said last time. That gut feeling that something might happen.
Yeah. And so, I mean, whatever the case it is, it's just like, alright, well, if you guys aren't really doing anything, I'm just gonna be on my way, touching myself.
Oh my! Wow,
Too late.
such vulgar.
Such vulgar, are you kidding me? That's just half of it.
Are you kidding me? Don't be honest, man. Being honest means that you're a dick.
Yeah, obviously,
Yeah, man, you gotta
That's
focus on that one.
politics.
I'm gonna condescend you with my honesty. I leave.
I guess me and Brennan talked about it last time. I don't know. Maybe you wanted to add something on that topic, Zach.
About?
That condescending and whatnot.
Oh god, condescending. The fact that people would even use the word without knowing the correct term and definition. is what's kind of the sad part. I mean, condescending to me is being realistic against somebody who themselves isn't realistic. I mean, people will call anything that is disagreeable with them condescending if it makes them feel stupid. And if it makes them feel stupid, obviously they are stupid, not gonna lie. If something is able to make you feel stupid,
You
then
are
either
stupid.
A, you are stupid, or B, whatever you are trying to state or defend is stupid.
Stupid.
I mean, that's just how it is. I mean, I've actually been called condescending once by a guy because of the way I talk. Because if I type to people or talk to them, I always like to use big words just because I personally can't stand when I try to use longer definitions of something that's actually a word.
Yeah.
I mean, instead of saying something like condescending, you would say somebody who has a way of speaking about somebody in a more of kind of, I don't know, upper stature. And it's kind of like, why would you say the entire definition when you could just say the word? And I mean, I'm not even kidding you. This guy went off on me because I said it. And he's like, wow, you're so fucking condescending. I'm like, okay.
Was it recent?
It was about 6 months ago. It wasn't a Machinima thing. It was just some random guy who I guess didn't like me or something.
On internet.
It was on the internet, but I know him in real life too.
Oh.
The guy just doesn't like the way I talk at all, I guess. And it was more or less because he's one of those, like, imagine Jersey Shore people. He's from California. He has this stupid hairdo. and he sits there and he's got that whole, like, oh, quote myself all the time. If anything, he's just more of like one of those, I guess, egotistical people.
Oh my, we were called that too, by the way.
Yeah, I know. And
Apparently.
anyways, yeah, and it's just so the guy is sitting there and he's so mad that I'm making him feel lesser by just using the English grammar and language that I've known forever. He's sitting there just going at me. He's like, wow, you're probably going on Google looking up these words.
Oh my god.
Sound fancy.
No
And
way,
I'm like,
same thing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just like, who the fuck takes the time out of their day to
To go on Google, you do, because you mentioned it.
Yeah, I know, exactly. And it's just like, yeah, let's just go fucking Google one word that I don't even know how to use because I know that. I mean, it's one thing to just go look up the word, but if you weren't even knowing what word you were about to say, how would you know what to look up? I mean, it's just so stupid when he said it. I was like, alright. So, I mean, people who say that you're condescending are really more or less just jealous of the fact. If you're actually truly condescending on somebody, then it does mean that there is something about you that is
Superior.
has the ability to condescend on.
Yeah.
If you're sitting there like representing something like, you know what, swag is a really cool thing, and somebody says no it isn't, and if you think that's condescending, then it obviously means that whatever you're saying is lesser, more childish, or underneath the person themselves. You're the
And-
one who builds the condescension.
Correct.
Nobody
I don't
else
think
does.
swag is cool.
I mean,
Shut up.
I
What is
personally-
this? What does it even mean?
It actually was an old
The
term.
literal
for-
meaning was
Isn't
secretly
it-
we are
isn't it
gay.
technically a term
Secretly,
for
we
money
are
or
gay.
something?
That was the literal meaning a long ago, and then I guess it just got seriously. I mean, look at this: fag, gay, and swag. Those three words 30 years ago meant something totally different.
Different. Correct.
And they were all things. Fag is a pile of sticks. Gay meant happy,
No, it also meant a cigarette.
and
Oh no, fag is a cigarette.
fag is
Wasn't
yeah.
it just the one I was
And
cigarette?
then yeah, and then
Man, Peter, speak up. Barely can hear you.
gotta speak up.
Alright.
Your beauty.
I need to get closer.
Oh, good. But anyways, and then swag was secretly we are gay. All three of these things really had no reason. But then all of a sudden, gay becomes the term they use for homosexuals. Fag becomes some kind of condescending and kind of, I guess you would say,
Insulting
degrading
way.
term.
Yeah.
When truthfully, I don't see the problem with being called a cigarette or a pile of sticks. But,
But what's the
yeah.
point of calling a human being that? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's swag, and people literally represent that with full ambition towards themselves, even though they're probably not gay. So, I mean, these people who say this to me, like, you have no swag. I mean, I joke about swag all the time. I do, because it is funny how people use it. So I'll be like, oh
funny
my
Justin
god, yo,
Bieber's been
swag.
calling himself gay in his videos.
Yeah, I do. And it's just, I mean, I don't understand what's wrong with people these days. They sit there and grab terms that otherwise would be meaningless or completely contradictory against.
Do you
what
want the
they're
answer for that question? There's one word that describes that.
oh God, what is it?
Hipster.
Hips. Oh God, yeah. I felt it deep down, and the hipster came out, and all of a sudden my hipster glasses were on. But just over condescending. I mean, I could go on all day. If you want to call anybody condescending, call me condescending, because I'm probably the most realistic guy I know, other than Mikey, Brandon, and all of these other people I can name off. But I literally sit there
Yeah,
and look
sure.
at.
Don't mention me.
Well, I don't know you.
But you're
bro.
British.
Okay, fine.
You're born being condescending. You think you're superior to everybody.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
You can quote me.
Quote him. Quote him now. Everybody do it.
Quote,
The
quote.
quotes. The giant quote book of Mikey. Anyways, no, seriously though.
On
it's
sale now.
I'd buy that book. I'm not even kidding you. I'd just be reading those quotes like every night before I go to bed.
I'd just be in the
Fucking
bookshop
suck.
just reading it and not actually buying it.
Asshole. That's what we all do.
I would buy it. Are you kidding me? I would buy the well-deserved money. I'd be like, every night before I go to bed, I'd read the next little verse, and it'd just be like, you fucking suck. I'd be like, oh, such... I'd close it and just kind of go to bed.
It's like, my life is complete.
I can now die happily. It's
That's how
just
you
so
get to sleep at night. Now.
So would you attribute this hipster attitude to the same thing as happening to all the movies being the same?
I wouldn't so much contribute it to the same thing, but I would definitely say it has a certain part. It's kind of the same reason why, like, big game developers start copying Call of Duty, for example, because it's so popular that they're like, oh God, if we copy those, then our game will be popular too.
What game are you talking about in specific? I'm just curious.
Oh, there's actually quite a lot. There are a lot of games that actually do take from it. See, Call of Duty took away from games before it. And then after that, Call of Duty became really, really popular. Not because of the quality and things that it had from those games it copied.
You know, honestly, I recently played the World at War. I enjoyed it.
World at War, now this is the thing though. See, the first 4 were great.
Yeah.
They were. I'm not even gonna lie. They were fun. They were new. They were exciting. They were all that. Then the games got into modern times, and what they ended up doing was they started really ripping off games like Counter-Strike. They started ripping off games like all kinds of broadband. They started ripping the multiplayer from other games, and they started putting all these things together. And because these were all popular aspects of other games, the game itself became one big popular entity. So
You know-
what happens is
Yeah,
people
go
are just
for it.
rehashing the stuff over and over again, when truthfully these are literally 20 years mechanics. And so it just becomes a really weird thing that developers really think by doing that their game will become popular. But they have no other way to think about it because Call of Duty gets so much really deserved popularity, when really the game itself is a super huge rip-off engine, which it really is.
I would
Before-
say that Doom, Quake, and Battlefield to an extent, they kind of survived, and Half-Life. There you go. That's the game I was looking for. They survived the changing times. They stayed the same. You can argue that Doom 3 was changed because you can only have
Half-Life. Doom
no.
3. Half-Life 3 confirmed.
No, not really. It's Doom. Well, yeah, I'm saying Doom 3. You know, I was about to say it kind of changed a lot, but now that I think about it, the only way it changed into it became less huge fights, but that's because it became more realistic in terms of it became more grounded as opposed to the Doom of the past.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I personally like Doom 3. I don't see the
I
problem
did.
with
I
it
liked
becoming more grounded. I love Doom 1 and I love Doom 2. And even though I
Which is
played them on
better?
console, which is better? I honestly think.
There's only one way to find out. Sorry.
So what way to find out?
Quote from Harry Hill there.
Well, thing is, Doom 1 and Doom 2, they are two definitions of a classic.
Yeah.
If you don't like them, something's wrong with you as a gamer. Just a little bit. Not as a person, as a gamer. Something's wrong with you. But then again, you might not like first-person shooters, but Doom is so much different. This Doom 1 and Doom 2. You can't really categorize them as first-person shooters in terms by today's terms.
Yeah, I mean, today's terms first-person shooter is way different than
Cock a
back in
doodie.
the day. And so, I mean, people will constantly sit there and say, why do you play Halo all the time? Or even more generically, why do you play Halo 4? The truth is because I find it to be fun. I find it to have reason.
I
I
enjoy
still
it.
go back. I still go back and play Halo 3 from time to time because to me, Halo 3 and Reach and even a little bit of Halo 4, the games present
Classic.
a challenge because especially when it was back in more of the older Halo 3 because everyone started out with the same weapon, everyone had the exact same ability to do stuff. Everyone started on the same level. The only difference then was who was able to utilize the things that they were given, the tools that they were given, and etc., and use their own personal skill and mental capacity to beat the opponents that they faced. And that's why I love Halo especially more than most FPSs.
AKA,
Because
you have to be condescending and pretentious.
exactly. And I mean, it doesn't mean you have to be an MLG tryhard by any means, because I mean, I've been called that so many times. And I remember when I did run in MLG semi-pro circuits for Griffball. But once again, that was only because I enjoyed playing it. And it was a thing that was new and it was involving skill. But at the same time, it wasn't because I was just being a tryhard about it. It was because it was fun and I enjoyed it. And then after I was done with that, I would just play regular multiplayer. And so that ideal is just where I truly found that I enjoyed Halo more than most FPSs. Some people think it's boring and mundane. I don't. I honestly think that the game itself is beyond
Turkey legs.
its own predecessor because
Okay.
it
Awesome.
really makes me feel like I am getting out of what I'm putting into.
Okay.
So when I'm fighting a guy and I win, that's not because I got lucky, because the guy tripped up or something like that. It's
Because you're better than him.
I was better than him. And
AKA being condescending and pretentious.
exactly. And so if I get beat by somebody, then they were therefore better than me. And then the next encounter we have will once again prove who's learned from that encounter and therefore has adapted. That's why I like it so much, because the game literally in one match is all about survival, power, and adaptation.
It's not so true for Halo 4
Yeah, Halo 4, like I said, is the
Whoever has a
lesser
bolt
of the
shot
group.
on it.
or Halo Reach.
Whoever has a bolt
And
shot.
Halo Reach.
See, now you can understand why a lot of people, gamers and machinima directors alike, sort of cling to that idea that I started out when Halo 3 was nothing. Thus, I am better than you. You have more experience than me. So, technically speaking, yeah, you might be better than me. There's no denying that. However, when you talk in terms of machinima, you don't.
You're a dick.
Okay, when you're talking as a gamer, it's a bit different because as a gamer, repetitive nature of the video game, it's faster to learn how to play a video game than it is to learn how to make good movies. Much faster. And do you agree, guys?
Yeah.
It's remembering the spawn points, remembering the most popular routes, and remembering to press jump button every time you shoot.
Where all the good weapon
Yeah, the
spawns are,
jumping.
where you can get where the little hidey holes are, the dark corners.
Yeah, it's much easier than realizing how to properly script, write, add effects, add voice acting, and add music.
Yeah,
And-
that's properly too for anybody watching.
Properly, thank you very
So,
much.
like, oh,
Thank you
yeah,
very
but
much.
you can
Yes,
do it.
properly.
It's easy, I do it.
Yeah.
I do it in
And-
like 10-minute sessions each time.
And you see, people kind of assume that 2 and 2 go together, and then they come off as condescending and pretentious. But see, there's a difference between being pretentious and condescending when you know for a fact that, hey, there's a difference between this and this, and I know how to do this better than you, and I'm gonna be condescending on this regard. And being condescending just because I came in online 2 months before you, thus I'm better than you. Yeah.
And I mean, if you want to be really realistic, and if you want to be super technical, then those people who said I was around back in the days of Halo 3, before it was cool, I was actually around in the days of Halo 3 before it was cool, and I was involved in Machinima before it was cool, because a long time ago, back in 2000, what was it, 9? When I
Correct.
first got associated with Halo 3, I ended up body acting for something. I still can't remember what it is to this day. All I know is that one of my buddies had explained to me one day, a few
What
months
Machinima
later,
is.
that was what we were actually doing. And because I was wondering what it was, I thought it was just a giant role-playing session, but it ended up being a machinima.
Correct.
And like I said, I've yet to ever remember what that machinima ever was. I just know that it was a full lobby of 16 people, and we did it on the ice map or whatever it was,
Mm-hmm.
the Snowbound or something.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, once we had done that, I was like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense, I guess. And that's when I got into Machinima. So if you want to be super technical, I was, in fact, around longer than most people. But once again,
So
it
I'm
doesn't
better
matter
than
how...
you.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, once again, it doesn't matter how long you've been around. I've seen situations where there have been people who have been in something for, what, 20 years?
And they still suck at it.
understand
And J.J. Abrams.
They understand it, sure.
I
but
like
just
J.J.
because you
Abrams.
understand
Lance
something
flares.
doesn't mean that you are good at it. Understanding something and becoming good at it
Two different things.
are way different things. I mean, because you could have somebody who's a prodigy at the object that you're, for example, doing, who could come in on his first day and just show you up completely. Because
Correct.
he knows how to do it better. So that's the whole factor of it. is
See,
the-
it also comes down to why you got into it in the beginning. Like you just said, you came in as a body actor. My goal was, I have 7 people who wrote a role-playing thread. You guys ever did those?
Oh, yes.
You make like a RPG game sort of type of thing
Yes.
in a thread on Bungie.net. And one day,
Right, yeah.
I decided, oh wow, look, there's machinimas, and wouldn't it be nice if I showed my dedication to this group and made a movie? And you won't believe what I used. First, I used Bungie. No, listen to this.
No, the Bungie Pro.
Bungie Pro render minutes.
Yeah.
No, not Pro. I used the SD one, standards one, the one that was like 5 points each, not the HD.
Bungie.
Before I even got into it, I had to body act all by myself. I had to record those separate every single camera angle. I had to pre-record, and then I had to go buy the Bungie render minutes and make sure that I used all of them properly on those camera angles that I already took. So I did 10 steps before I actually got to the Windows Movie Maker at the time, because it was free and I didn't know any better, and put them all together inside, add my own horrible voice acting at the time, and released the first ever episode of By Machinima.
Kill Ghost.
Yeah, I released 4 trailers. Yeah, they're still up. I refuse to take them down.
Oh God, I want to see him now. I really do.
They were so
But-
funny.
I know, and I mean the thing is too. Back before HD PVRs were cool.
Oh, definitely.
Oh God, I was actually going to use the Bungie Pro render minutes. As
Hello.
my way of filming.
Yeah.
And that was what my whole plan was. And then all of a sudden, Bungie was all like, "Yeah, so we're gonna be leaving the Halo franchise, and by this date, we will no longer support Halo." And I'm like, "Oh, you fuckers!" So I ended up not being.
No, no, you're basically Luke Sky. No, you're Darth Vader as he comes out. No.
By the way, the best plot twist in the history of movies.
Or you could do it better.
And guess who wrote it? George Lucas. See, everybody gives him so much shit. Let's agree.
Yeah, no.
Prequels were not great, but they were not
Prequels
shit.
Great, but they weren't shit either.
No.
Yeah.
They were actually
I mean, the
really
first
well
one,
done.
the first one had Liam Neeson as a Jedi. It's like he
Liam
was made
Neeson.
for that role.
He was. I think he was
And
born
then they had,
to be
and
that.
They had Ewan McGregor. In my opinion, I think Ewan
Evan.
McGregor made
His
very
name is
good.
Evan, no?
No, it's Ewan.
Ewan, really?
Ewan,
Yeah.
That's it. He's
Pronounced
British, I
Ewan.
know.
I always thought it
Scottish,
was
actually,
different.
but yeah.
but
He's
it's
awesome.
actually
Shut up.
Scottish.
He's awesome.
So Ewan,
No, you know what?
I think
Everybody
Ewan
gives
McGregor made
shit.
a really good young.
Obi-Wan,
Obi-Wan
definitely.
Kenobi.
He even made a good middle-aged one, too, in episode
Yeah.
3. He did an amazing job all throughout the old films.
Yeah.
There's just no... Christian Heidenson and Natalie Portman fucked up. But they're not bad actors.
Yeah.
They're actually
not
good
bad
actors.
They just had a bad run with that.
Meh.
Yeah. And we're not talking about the young Anakin. Let's leave that. Let's leave that. That's
We'll leave
and
that
you know
alone
what?
for
It's a
time.
kid.
everybody hates Jar Jar Binks, and I will say that I'm not. I can't say that he's a good replacement for Chewbacca,
Yeah.
but I really did dig the character. He was
I
funny.
did.
He was
enjoyed
stupid.
it.
He was funny.
He was there when he
He was a comic relief character. That's what he was meant to be.
And
I
unfortunately,
thought
you
that's what
see,
he
you
did.
hear all of these so-called big shots just badger this as crap. For example, the animated series that came out that run for what 4 or 5 seasons.
Oh, that was a really good
See?
season.
You think it was good, but I see so much problems with it.
Well, there
From
were a lot of
magic,
problems.
to zombies, to just
That-
ridiculous
that-
shit.
Yeah, I honestly.
When was
love-
it? Oh no, wait, yeah, zombie.
Yeah, I love the parts where it didn't stray like that.
When it was real Star Wars, when it was real hardcore Star Wars.
But when it got to the point where they started trying to add new things into the lore, that's when I was kind of like, all right, you guys need to stop.
And people praise it, and I'm like, I think it was a decent take on what the Clone Wars themselves looked like. For example, every single clone episode that they released, I enjoyed.
Uh-huh.
I love the clones themselves as a character because, you know, even though they're all the same person.
I have only one problem. They were too cheap to get the real clone,
Yeah.
which is Temuera Morrison. If they got Temuera Morrison, golden.
Oh, man, that would have been beautiful. But I mean, like I said, I'm not saying that it's the best thing, but I did enjoy their take on it, their story,
Oh,
and their
did you guys
direction.
actually see the real animated ones, the cartoon ones,
real
the drawn
animated
ones? Those were
cartoons.
great.
Those
Yeah,
were
I like
those
those.
were fantastic.
Those were hardcore Star Wars, like the grown-up version.
The
I like
grown-up,
that.
perfect version. But unfortunately,
died.
they didn't air as long as this animated one.
Oh, because it was meant to be long. It was meant to be like 2 or 3 like
I
season
wish it
segments.
was meant to be
I wish,
long.
yes.
Oh my god, I would have loved.
You know, it was
so
a build-up
much.
for the actual CGI cartoon,
Yeah.
right? It was meant to grab
They
the
also-
tension
no,
back
they
of Star
also-
Wars.
They also made a few comic books on it as well, which I think some were episodes and some weren't.
Hmm. No, I don't know about the
Peter
comic books.
Boswell just asked which one.
Peter
was me,
Boswell is right
sorry.
here.
That's
Oh,
me.
okay.
I
I was like, that
asking,
looks like a
that-
familiar picture, but
I was
who's asking
that-
which one?
I was asking that insane guy which joke
Oh,
made his
the
day.
joke.
I think it's the one that talked about all British people are condescending.
Yeah, I read.
See,
Either that or it was the one with the actor that you mentioned. I don't know, one of the two. But yeah, it's hilarious just how people were like giving George Lucas so much shit when truthfully I enjoyed
Prequels.
especially the second and the third.
they're not as good as the original trilogy.
They're not
That's a
as good,
fact.
no.
But they
That's a
weren't.
fact.
They weren't horrible. To be honest, the third, the Revenge of the Sith, was the best. I liked it. It was something I enjoyed watching.
And I really like the second one too because it really
What you
started
mean?
showing
Out of the prequels, I think my favorite would have had to been the Phantom Menace.
Let me-
I like number 2 because they introduced us to the clones, but then I felt number 3 was too short or something. I don't
Too
know, I
short,
didn't
right?
enjoy-
Yeah,
didn't
I got
enjoy
the
number 3.
little hint of that. See, the reason I like the first one, first of all, we got Qui-Gon Jinn, and
Yeah.
2, we got the kick-ass battle at the end of the movie. You
Oh,
got
yeah.
space, you got city, and you got a huge army war going on between the Gungans and the droids. See, I'm a droid fan. I'm a CIS guy. I love the Confederacy, but not the Confederacy like because they're bad, but because they have droids. Droids are awesome.
because they have droids.
Yeah. And then the second movie was good because they introduced the clone and the hugest clone battle at the end. That was
Yeah.
good. They had some nice chase sequences inside the Coruscant, which we never saw before. In
And
that
then
detail.
The third one, the
Obviously, the
clones,
full-out
like the
war.
Jedi.
Full
Well,
out
the
war.
thing is, though, the only thing I felt that was kind of bad was they really
that's what
didn't
I
show
don't.
the
That's one thing
transition.
hang on. Here's one thing I don't get. Jedi are able to take down hordes and hordes of droids, and yet when they come up against 3 or 4 clones, suddenly they all just die.
Oh well, once again,
I mean,
let's
they were
blame
kind of
Lucas for it, but not because it was poorly written, because he didn't think it through.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he rushed the third.
And also, it's not so much that he didn't think it through, but also, I mean, it kind of makes a little more sense too, considering the fact that, I mean, how many Jedi did you think actually expected that these clones were
Will
just gonna start
turn.
shooting them in the
I
back?
suppose, but still, they're Jedi. They have the ways of the Force.
Yeah, I know. And I
Well, in terms of why he would rush it, remember, original trilogy was self-funded. It was made with his own friends by his own money.
Yeah.
This trilogy was actually part of a bigger picture, quote
Yeah.
unquote.
Yeah.
So he had to rush it. He had to
he
sacrifice
had
things. He had to
figure
cut
out,
corners.
By the way, are the rumors about is there actually going to be another 3D
Yes,
Star Wars
yes,
there's going to
yes.
be
It's a
another
fact.
Disney
It's positive.
I really just hope
See-
that they do justice to it. Though.
Star Wars will never. George Lucas's name will never leave Star Wars, no matter if he sold it or not.
Yeah,
The
I-
one reason I'm upset that he sold it is because LucasArts made some of the best games ever.
Oh God, which was your favorite? Which was your favorite?
Ooh, Star Wars Battlefront 2.
No, they made not only Star Wars games. They didn't make only Star Wars games.
They didn't just make Star Wars games, but I'm asking
I
which
think
one's your
they- I think-
favorite?
Favorite? Well, I obviously have to say Battlefront.
Good.
Battlefront series was awesome,
I love
and the
all-
reason why I'm upset because Metro 1313 looked awesome. It looked seriously awesome.
I was so freaking pissed when they didn't do 1313. I was expecting.
Well, no, it's
that, like,
right now. It's in the
it's
purgatory.
yeah, it's not really.
I think it's in
gone.
development. Oh, it's an idea.
It's not in
that-
development.
that's
It's
not
more like an
developed.
idea now. It was in development, and then they had to sell the place, and so therefore they sold the license, and it's just up to Disney now.
It's the same thing with
Decide.
Pandemic. Pandemic did the first Battlefront. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Battlefront 2 was awesome because it was much bigger scale, but it wasn't Pandemic style. You could feel the Pandemic put a lot more detail than they did than the other studio did. Because look, in the first one, droids look. I feel droids look more detailed.
Yeah.
I feel that when you go prone, that's an advantage. It makes you feel more like a real soldier in the field. In Battlefront in Battlefront 2, you feel sort of a bit forced to fight the way they want you to, as opposed to have your own way.
Yeah.
And then you have the upgrades. Yeah, progression system is good, but not the way they implemented it.
And I mean, I just really hope though that with this third one they kind of go and mix the best parts of both of them.
Yeah.
Well,
And maybe a bit
remember,
like-
it's what you call DICE is making it, and DICE is good at making big things. And the footage that I saw, oh my god, looks kick-ass.
I know it does.
All right,
I mean,
Zach,
we can actually
change.
have, like,
Check if we have any
I
questions.
really want to see. Oh god, no questions.
There were no questions really. There was just a guy who came in. He's like, "My name is Gabriel," and then there was the.
My
ones-
name is Gabriel.
My name is Gabriel.
And
But,
Gabriel Skelag.
But I mean, I guess just overall, it's just.
All right, who saw Clone Apart?
Oh my god. well,
I did. Oh yeah.
Who's upset that it didn't continue?
I wish
yeah.
that would have
I really
continued.
wish it
for
did.
See,
so much
I
more.
actually wanted to make a Machinima in Battlefront 2. That's why I bought
I
it.
don't know how that. I'm guessing that that's a PC version because I know.
Yeah.
You
Oh
can't-
no. It was a PC version, 100%.
Yeah.
How do you think you make Skyrim Machinima? PC.
PC.
You can't make it on Xbox.
You can.
No, you can't.
And if you were to
Yeah,
mod it,
apparently,
yes.
if you modded the damn thing, but no.
Yeah, fuck that. I'm not gonna waste time.
Fuck that.
I'd rather mod my computer than my box any day. No.
Yeah.
But just machinimas, they don't have to be Halo, but I mean, it's just the easiest engine to use.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. And that's why everybody's so pissy, because there's so much of us, quote unquote, us. And you see, people, why would a viewer, well, that's a topic that we can talk about. Maybe the last one, since it's kind of big and kind of sensitive, but,
Sensitive stuff.
yeah, audience. Topic is audience. So people are now who's watching it, audience. I really don't want to kind of categorize audience, but I will, because I can. Who's gonna stop me? And see, I kind of divide audience into three little bits and pieces. You have viewers, you have fans, and then you have masses.
Psychos.
No, not psychos.
Okay, sorry.
Viewers,
That's
fans,
the dark section.
and fanboys. And then you have masses. So 4 categories. Let's say that.
Right.
And you know which one is the best one? Is the viewer and the fan. And that's the two that you kind of want to focus on, as opposed to the other. Because you will never have the full support of your audience. Because people have opinions. And unfortunately, current audience is between ages of what? 8 and 14? across the
No,
board.
actually, the audience
I'm 12
is
years
around
old.
maybe 15 to 16 now for the max.
For the max, okay.
Because everyone's starting to kind of grow up to like the still here guys.
Oh, I can look at my demographics and see. But
Yeah.
once again, my demographics, I have some people from way back when who are now like in their 20s. So my demographics will be skewed. We've actually been fortunate enough to have some fans who stuck around with us forever. And see, those people I call fans. I don't think I have fanboys. I can honestly say I do not have fanboys because I never give an opportunity. I never give an opportunity for those to develop because I never make. What, we have Elites of War. We don't have any fanboys for that.
Well, actually, I've actually seen a lot of comments on different videos where people would be like mentioning really good machinimas, and all of a sudden I'd see like, I like Elites of War more than this or something like that. I'd be like, ah.
Oh, once in a while. Okay, fine. That's fine. Once in a while, I can. But I honestly, I never saw my fans literally lick Elites of War balls anywhere else. Except where it's supposed to be licked at, which is here.
Excuse
Brad,
me?
you just, what? Brandon's like, what?
What?
I
That's
don't
what
do
you-
that.
Again.
That's
Bites
not what-
my mouth. I don't do that.
Often.
I don't do that. So we'll just kind of wipe his mouth.
Yeah, but you see, the bigger you are, the more fanboys you get, and the more fanboys you get, the more idiots you get to control. And fanboys are very gullible people.
Yeah.
I mean, we all seen it happen throughout the years. Rising with what is it? Right. Well, Arbiter's fanboys are probably people who are most vocal, I would say.
If
And
they're not already, fanboys of live stuff.
Yeah.
and people, once again, if you're part of Arbiter's circle, you share those fanboys, and
Enjoy.
enjoy being part of that group. And then you have people who, I would say, I don't know how to describe it without making it sound extremely condescending and pretentious.
You can't.
I can't. That's
Just go with it. We don't care if you sound condescending.
No one gives a shit.
thing is, people as a whole are stupid, including people who watch Machinima. And I think they're more so stupid than the average person. Quote me, if you wish. The thing that I'm trying to get on is that stupid people are very easily controlled. And stupid people rarely look outside of their horse reins, if you guys know what that means. Because horses have the side blinds on their eyes. Yeah, and stupid people tend to behave like those horses. As long as you give them something delicious to munch on like a carrot, or in the case being somebody to pick on, they will do it because you told them to.
Royal family's next to me.
What's wrong with Ruff? You don't like the new baby?
No,
Are you-
no, it's
dude,
not
you wanna
that.
know
It's-
something?
No, there's always with the royal family here. There's always a rumor going around. There's always a silly thing going around that says that they eat the ceremonial horses. Like you know those horses that like pull the carriages. It's like,
Yeah.
That they eat them.
Oh my.
I don't think horse flesh is a real.
You know because the weird thing about our royal family, they're not technically British themselves.
What the cooks?
They're German.
The German?
Yeah, because when we basically at one point we didn't have any actual kings, a successor to the throne, and then this bloke from Germany called King George I went, you know what? Why don't I have England? You know, das ist gut, ja.
Yeah?
So he came over, and then we had George 2, 3, and 4, and then eventually we ended up with Queen Victoria, who then married another German, so that strengthened the German ties even more.
Mr. Boswell, have you noticed the correlation between the name George in US and British
We have,
history?
like, yeah, we have like 5 Georges in terms of kings. We have our saint for England is Saint George. George is just such a common name in England. It's ridiculous.
Jorge.
I guess it's like Joe or John over in there.
Yeah, or trying to think of a stereotypical one. Damn, I can't think of one.
Wow, so much fire going around me.
Michael. No.
Was there King Michael? Ever?
I don't think there was a King Michael in England. I think that might have been in one of the other.
That's such an awesome name.
King Michael.
It's my middle name.
Shut up, you don't count.
Shut up.
You don't count.
A couple of we've had Henrys, we've had Colemans, Williams rather.
Well, William Shatner. William is a good name.
Yeah.
Get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper.
You should have an Arnold, definitely.
King Arnold.
Yes. I mean, just a little off topic, but kind of not too. I was in the store today at Safeway, and I look on the little magazine shelf, and all of a sudden, there's just the Queen on the front of the magazine, and it's like Hollywood stars kind of thing, like the dying words of the Queen, and then like the controversial things of what's happening next, and all this stuff. And I was like, wait, which Queen's dying?
You know,
I kind of had to double.
She looks like a
check.
very kind woman, but I think she can snap your neck.
Well, it's not even that. It's just the fact that I looked at it twice because she's not dying. And so I was like, what the hell are you talking about? And like, so I'm sitting here looking at this magazine trying to like flip through
I
it.
tend to look at your American news shows, and they keep making so many mistakes. Like Fox News made a mistake when Osama died. They said Obama died.
Yeah, I know, and it's like, what the hell? And this wasn't even in the news. This was printed all over the world.
Yeah.
There's just this thing saying the Queen's last words before she died. And see the controversial hype. And I'm like, first of all, why make hype
Last
out of
words.
a Queen's last words?
Rosebud.
It's a sweet rosebud. Like, I'm sitting here staring at this thing. I'm like, the Queen did not die. What the hell's wrong with you people? I'm like, what is this? So I'm sitting here just staring at this magazine, laughing to myself. Like,
What's it called? What was it called?
I can't remember. I think it was like, I literally think it was one of
gotta
those bigger
imagine this is
magazines,
the
like Time.
Or Heat.
This is all J. Jonah Jameson's fault.
It is. Holy crap. I lost it after that.
Spider-Man is
though.
finished.
Spider-Man is finished. Oh god. After seeing that, I lost my faith in magazines. I mean, I had lost it before after seeing J-Lo's baby stuff, but
Oh my.
then there was this, and I just lost it. I was like,
J-Lo's
meow.
baby, and in your reaction it was, I don't want to live in this planet anymore.
See, if people in the real world are so stupid, how do people on the internet behave?
Exactly.
And it's
They must make us look so smart.
yeah. Oh yeah. Quote us.
Oh, no.
Quote us now, you little piggies. Come on.
What is now your schnitzels?
I love schnitzels.
I
Those are
will
them
make
delicious
better
sausages.
schnitzel out of your corpses.
Oh yeah.
Ew. Cannibals.
Schnitzel? Right, yeah.
Ooh, what's the name of that actress in Red? She's British.
Oh,
Oh,
don't see that.
I remember her name now.
She's awesome. She played the Queen.
She
Dame, I think it's Helen Mirren. Yeah, Dame Helen Mirren.
She's awesome.
She was freaking fantastic. I'd love to see that again.
You'd love to do something else to her,
Oh god, no.
huh? Liar.
She was old and
She's only 68. You could go for it.
You could, I bet
Holy
you
sh-
could have like...
Noble. She was born in Hammersmith. Did not know that. Sorry, I know what Hammersmith
Look
is.
her
I
up.
did-
Take it like a bitch.
Oh, she's the only British. Well, I am actually looking forward to Red 2 because it's got.
It's awesome. Saw it.
It's got Anthony Hopkins in it, and I love Anthony.
Oh, he's awesome.
Being the voice of the medic.
He is?
He's going Robo on there.
He's what?
Anthony Hopkins played the medic in Team Fortress?
No.
No, he didn't.
No, did he?
And I can't see him doing well. Maybe.
Congratulations, you're level 30.
What are you playing,
What?
Brandon?
What are you doing?
Tara.
Got it. I guess we can wrap it up. I mean, we talked about everything possible at this point.
You know, it's your video, it's your channel. you know?
I know,
Yeah, we're gonna
but
wrap
that's
up.
not the point. I'm kind of in the middle of the battle.
I'm enjoying this little chat.
Oh, that's right. It's in public. What you gonna do, huh? Are you scared to talk like that?
Oh, I'll talk
Yeah.
like this.
Ouch. I got
I
shot.
touch
yeah.
babies.
Oh,
Sick
yeah.
of news of the royal baby. Oh God, it's just.
Yeah, I hate the fact that that he's the father. Is it Prince? It's not Prince Harry. No, I can't remember now. No, it is Prince Harry. No, it is. Damn, I forgot. But he decided to do a Michael Jackson memento by putting a freaking by dangling him over a balcony with a bloody.
It's so
blanket
stupid.
on his head. What the why would you do that?
This is
After a
for
guy
Michael
who-
Jackson.
It's Michael Jackson. For God's sakes, he was accused of being a child molester.
Never proven.
Never proven.
Come on. He was 50 years old. He was supposed to be black, and he's
You're so sad.
You're so sad.
Listen, you got Elton John. Be happy he's gay.
okay. Fine.
But I mean, it's just like, I wish I was all over the freaking news when I was born. Holy crap!
Really? You want
That
somebody
was
to see you?
special. I do. I want them to all see my little Winky.
Wank?
Little Vinky.
Oh yeah.
Little Winky.
Yeah,
Oh,
I want to see your little Vinky.
I want to see your little Winky. Oh, stinky boy.
Oh, Sticky!
Oh, stinky boy.
I think you're going to make me gag, gag, gag.
All right, we can end this. We're done. I don't think there's anything else.
Mikey wants us to do the rest of this in private.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
look around at each other's pantaloons.
All right. So
Oh, yeah.
everybody say goodbye.
Adios, lovelies.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Later, Gator.
Later, kid.
Bye.
Ah.